What if Lyanna Stark survived the Tower of Joy? What if Ned never hid Jon as a bastard? What if the North raised him openly as a Targaryen prince? Robert took the throne. Rhaegar died at the Trident, but Lyanna lived and refused to let her son lose his name. Jon Snow would not be a secret. He would be Aegon Targaryen, a prince protected by wolves. Hey guys, welcome to the Game of Theories. Subscribe if you are new here. Also, if you love the Game of Thrones, what ifs, theories, and lore, please make sure to share this video as much as you can. Also, if you have any story suggestions and any form of queries, please write below on comment section. Now let's start.
The red mountains of Dorne held their breath beneath a sky bleached white by noon. Eddard Stark drew rein at the bottom of the slope and looked up at the squat, three-tiered tower above him, and for a long moment he did not move. Behind him, Howland Reed dismounted without sound, the way crannogmen always seemed to dismount, as though the earth had simply decided to receive him. The other five rode up in a slow line and stopped without being told. They were tired men on tired horses, and they had crossed half a kingdom to reach this place. A thin wind moved over the rock. There were no banners on the tower. There were no men on the parapet. There was only the white of bleached stone and the white of three cloaks waiting in the shadow of the doorway below it. Three of them, Reed said quietly, almost to himself. He left three of them with her. He would have left more, Ned said, if he could have spared them. He swung down from the saddle. The leather of his jerkin was stiff with old salt sweat. He had ridden from the Trident with the smell of his friend's hammer still in his nose, and he had ridden through the smoke of kings, landing with the smell of murdered children in his hair, and he had ridden south through dust and heat and silence to come here, where the prince had hidden the only thing in the world Ned still loved, Lyanna. The name moved through him like a prayer the old gods had not yet answered. He set his hand on the hilt of ice and walked forward. The three Kingsguard came out of the doorway into the hammered light. The eldest of them, Sir Gerald Hightower, the White Bull himself, was bare-headed and gray, and he walked as a man walks who has decided not to walk much further. Sir Oswell went stood to the bull's right, helm beneath one arm. To the left, in white plate without device or enamel, was Sir Arthur Dayne, and at his hip was Dawn. Ned stopped a dozen paces from them. The wind put his hair into his eyes, and he did not lift a hand to move it. "I looked for you on the Trident," he said. "We were not there," Sir Gerald answered. The voice was a soldier's voice, kept for parade and oaths. "Woe to the usurper if we had been," said Sir Oswell. "When King's Landing fell, Sir James slew your king with a golden sword, and I wondered where you were." "Far away," Sir Gerald said. "Or Ares would yet sit the Iron Throne, and our false brother would burn in 7 hells." Ned looked at Arthur Dayne. There was no man in the 7 kingdoms he had less wished to fight, and there was no man on this side of the doorway who would let him pass. Dawn's hilt caught the sun and held it. "I came down on Storm's End to lift the siege," Ned said, "and the Lords Tyrell and Redwine dipped their banners, and all their knights bent the knee to pledge us fealty. I was certain you would be among them." "Our knees do not bend easily," said Sir Arthur. "Lord Kennington fled across the narrow sea. Sir Willem Darry has taken the Queen and Prince Viserys to Dragonstone, and word is that the Princess Rhaella is brought to bed of a child. I had thought you would be with them, sworn to guard what's left of the line." "Sir Willem is a good man and true," said Sir Oswell. "But not of the Kingsguard," Sir Gerald said. "The Kingsguard does not flee." "Then or now," said Sir Arthur, and put on his helm. "We swore a vow," said the White Bull. Ned drew ice. The great sword's weight was an old comfort against the lighter weights of doubt. He felt his men dismounting at his back, fanning out in a half-moon, 6 against 3. 6 against 3 on any ordinary day on any ordinary field would have been a slaughter against the 6. Today the math made a different sound in him. "And now it begins," said Sir Arthur Dane. "No," Ned said softly. "Now it ends." They came together with the dry sound of swords meeting at noon in a country where nothing grew. Ned never afterward remembered the order of the blows that ended 6 men's lives, nor exactly who killed whom in those first seconds. He remembered the heat in the back of his throat. He remembered Ethan Glover going down with Sir Oswell's blade through his belly. He remembered Mark Riswell's face when he died. He remembered the way Sir Arthur moved, not like a man but like the hour hand of a clock no one had wound, smooth, inevitable, impossible to outrun. Theo Wull went down. Lord Dustin went down. Martin Castle went down. The number of standing Northmen winnowed and winnowed, and at the end of it, Ned Stark stood in the dust with his greatsword, and his cousin Howland Reed's small dark figure crouched among the dead. And across from him Sir Arthur Dane came on with dawn raised. The first Stark blow Sir Arthur turned aside without effort. The second drew sparks the wind carried away. On the third, Ned felt his shoulder grate and almost gave up. He saw Howland rise and run forward low and silent, the way a marsh fox runs through a reed bed. And he saw the small spear in Howland's hand go up and in beneath the skirt of Sir Arthur's white plate, and he saw the sword of the morning falter for the first and last time in his life. Ned stepped forward then, and ice came down, and Arthur Dane died with a smaller man's spear in his groin and a Northman's greatsword through his throat. The wind kept moving over the rock as if nothing had changed. For a long time Ned stood with his sword's tip in the dirt and looked at the dead. He had loved one of these men briefly, in the way men loved each other in tournaments and feasts. The other two he had not known well enough to love. He thought he might have wept, but his eyes refused him. The sun pressed down on his crown like a hand. "My lord," Howland said. The Cranugman had blood on his hands and on his face. "My lord, the tower," Ned nodded. He could not yet speak. He cleaned ice on the cloak of the white bull because the white bull would have understood. He sheathed the sword. He went to the door of the tower. It was a narrow door for a tall man. He stooped under the lintel. Inside, the air smelled of sweet rushes and of birth, and beneath those smells of something darker, the iron and the rot that meant blood that had been there too long. He climbed. The stairs spiraled tight and steep, and at the top there was another door and a woman's voice from beyond it, hoarse and low, singing. He listened. The song was northern, an old one. It was the song his father had sung when his sister had screamed at 3 years old over a scraped knee, and when she had screamed at 8 at a bad dream, and when she had refused to be sung to at 12 because she was too old for songs. Lyanna had always loved that song and pretended not to. Ned put his hand on the door and stood for a moment with his forehead against the wood and pushed it open. She was on the bed, propped half upright against a bolster soaked dark. Her hair was matted with sweat and stuck to her cheeks in long black ropes. Her face was the color of old parchment under the brown of long sun. There were rose petals on the floor, dried and gone brown, and there was a bowl of water on the table that someone had left untended too long. In her arms there was a bundle. The bundle moved. Ned. The word came out of her in a voice he had not heard in 2 years and would never have mistaken for any other voice in the world. "Ned, I knew you would come." He crossed to her in 3 strides and went down on his knees beside the bed. The smell of blood was in his throat. He took her free hand in his, and her fingers were cool, and they tightened around his with all the strength left in her. "Sister," he said. She made a small sound that might have been a laugh. "I look terrible," she said. "Don't say I don't, I know I do. You're alive. For the moment." She turned her head to look at him properly. Her eyes were the same gray he remembered, the same color as their father's eyes, the same color as his own. They were too bright. "The midwife is downstairs." She's old and she's frightened and she's been gone for most of an hour because I sent her to fetch hot water and she didn't come back. She has decided I'm dying." "Are you?" "I don't know," Lyanna said. "Probably." He put his other hand over their joined hands. He had no words for any of this. "Look at him," she said. He looked. He had not yet looked. Now he made himself look because she had asked. The bundle in her arm was a small living thing wrapped in unbleached wool. The little face that emerged from it was red and ugly with newness, and it was sleeping, and one tiny hand was clenched against the cloth in a fist that nobody had yet told it to unclench. The hair on the small head was dark, almost black. The mouth was a mouth Ned had seen in 100 old portraits at Winterfell, in the mouth of his sister at a year old, in the mouth of his brother at 3. The boy was stark. Then the babe stirred and opened his eyes, and the eyes were the color of evening. Ned's hand tightened on his sister's. "Aegon," she said. He looked at her. "His name is Aegon," she said. "Aegon Targaryen. He was named in his father's tongue before his father went to die at the Trident. I did not give him the name, Ned. His father did. I will not take it from him." He was very quiet for a long moment. "Lyanna," he said at last, the way he had said it when she was a girl who had broken something she should not have touched. "Lyanna, do you know what you are saying to me?" "I know exactly what I am saying. Robert, I will not speak Robert's name in this room. Lyanna, I will not speak it." She turned her face away from him then, just a little, just enough that he could see the place where her jaw clenched under the wet skin. "I was promised to him because he was rich and well-connected and a good friend of yours, and because father liked him. I never asked for him. I never wanted him. I tried to tell father what kind of man he was, and father did not listen. Ned, I tried to tell you, I know. You didn't listen either. I know." His own voice surprised him with how small it had become. "Sister, I know." She turned back to him. Her eyes were wet. "Rhaegar was not what they will say of him," she said. "He was not the man in the songs the Robert-loving lords will sing now. He was sad and he was strange and he believed things I did not understand, and he loved me, Ned, the way nobody had loved me before. He read me poems he had written. He played the harp for me. He asked my opinion on questions of state and listened to my answers and changed his mind sometimes because I had spoken." She was crying now, in the loose, unshamed way she cried as a child. He was wrong about so many things. He was wrong about his father. He was wrong about the war. He was wrong about leaving me here. But he was not wrong about loving me, and I was not wrong about loving him, and our son is here and he is not a bastard. Ned did not say anything. His own throat was thick. "He is not a bastard, Ned. He is a prince. He has a father who married my mother before any gods who would still have me, in the godswood at Harrenhal, with witnesses. The papers are in a chest at the foot of the bed. You can read them yourself. Maester Wallis would have signed it if Maester Wallis had been there. The High Septon would have refused, but the gods of the wood do not require the High Septon. Lyanna, he is not a bastard. Lyanna, listen to me." He reached up and turned her face back to him with all the gentleness he had in his hands. "Lyanna, listen. The Mad King is dead. The Crown Prince is dead. The little prince and princess in the Red Keep were murdered by the Mountain at Tywin Lannister's command. The babe still in Rhaella's belly is across the narrow sea on Dragonstone, if he lives at all. There is no Targaryen left in this realm who can wear the crown. And Robert Baratheon sits the Iron Throne, and Robert Baratheon has killed Rhaegar with his own hand, and Robert Baratheon believes you are his. I am not. He believes it, Lyanna. He has built 3 years of war upon it. He has built a kingdom upon it. Then he built upon a lie. I am no man's prize. And what shall we do with this child?" She looked at him then with the gray eyes that were her father's and his and the boy's grandfather's, and her voice when it came was very steady. "You will take us home, Ned," she said. "You will take us home, and you will not call my son a bastard, and you will not give him a Stark name to wear like a hood. You will tell Robert Baratheon what has happened, and you will tell him the truth, and you will tell him that if he wants my son he must come and take him, and that he will have to come through Winterfell to do it. He will go to war for this. Will he? He has just gone to war for it. He has just emptied half a kingdom of its men for it. Gods, Lyanna. He has just spent half a kingdom of his good father's gold on it. Lyanna corrected, with a small twist of her mouth that he had not expected, and that almost made him weep, because it was hers, exactly hers, the mouth she had made at 12 when she had been told she could not ride in the lists. And the gold is gone, and the good father's gold is gone. And the realm is tired, Ned. The realm is so tired. He cannot pay for a war against the North on top of everything else. Not for a bastard he has never seen and a wife he has not yet wed. He stared at her. You have been thinking on this, he said slowly. I have had 9 moons in this tower. She said, and not very much else to do. Lyanna. Ned. Her hand found his again and clutched him. Ned, please, do not give me a kindness now that costs my son his name. He has so little, do not take that too. He bent his head against the bed and stayed there for a long time. He could feel the babe's small, steady breathing against his sister's body. He could feel his sister's hand in his hand. He could feel the dust of 3 Kingsguard and 4 good Northmen in his hair. He thought of Robert. He thought of the way Robert's face had looked when the news of Elia and her children had come, the way Robert had laughed, and how he had wished in that moment that he had never met the man. He thought of the promises he had made, and the ones he had not yet been asked to make. I will take you home, he said, both of us, both of you. And he will be Aegon, he lifted his head. Lyanna. Outside this room he cannot be Aegon, not yet, not until he is old enough to defend it. We will say his name in stark walls and in stark voices, and the rest of the realm will hear something else for a few years yet. Will you let me give you that? She watched him. He watched her back. The babe stirred in her arm and made a small wet sound and settled again. After a while she nodded. In stark walls, she said. Aegon. In stark walls, Aegon, outside Jon, after my father. Father would have been pleased. Father would have skinned us both. Yes, she said, he would have, and smiled, small and exhausted and real. He stayed with her, until the midwife came back with the hot water and a fresh cloth, and a story about being lost in the corridor. He sent Howland down to bring up Willa, the wet nurse the prince had hired from the village beyond the hills, who had been tending the boy since his birth 2 days before. He sent 2 of his surviving men to dig graves for the 4 who had died at the foot of the tower. He sent another to tend to the bodies of the 3 who had stood there in white. He gave orders, and his voice did not shake. When the midwife at last said that there was nothing more to do but wait, and that she had stopped the bleeding she could stop, and that the rest was the gods' affair, he stayed in the chair beside the bed and watched his sister sleep with her son tucked against her side. The boy's eyes were closed. The boy's small hand still held a fold of the wool against his mouth. Outside, somewhere above the tower, a kestrel cried. He sat there a long time. After a while he reached out and laid his hand very gently on the small dark head. The hair was so fine he could barely feel it. He thought, and he tried not to think, and he thought again. He is not a bastard, his sister had said. He is not a bastard. He is a Targaryen, Ned thought, and he is also a Stark, and the second of those things will keep him alive as long as he stays in the north, and the first of those things will kill him if he ever leaves it. Promise me, Ned. She had not made him promise this part. Not yet. He waited for her to wake, and decided that he would make the promise anyway, before she asked. There was a night, 4 days after the tower, when Ned thought she would not last to morning. She woke in the small hours weeping and could not stop. Willa had the babe at her breast in the next room. The midwife was asleep on a pallet by the hearth. Ned sat beside the bed in a chair that was too small for him and held his sister's hand and let her cry. "I should have come sooner," he said. He had not meant to say it. His voice surprised him. "You came when you could come." She did not open her eyes. "Stop punishing yourself for the world being slow. Brandon would have come sooner." "Brandon," she said, "would have ridden up to the tower screaming and gotten himself killed by Sir Arthur in the first pass. Brandon was no use to anyone alive after father got at him. Brandon thought a sword was the answer to every question." She turned her face on the bolster and opened her eyes, and they were red and wet and entirely her own. "Brandon was a wonderful brother and a fool, and father was a wonderful father and a fool, and they both went south to make a fool's noise at a king who was beyond all reason, and they both died for it. I will not have you join them, Ned. Promise me you will not." "I promise." "Easier promise than the other one I will ask you for tonight." He waited. "I want you to swear to me," she said, "that you will not let this child be told he is a bastard. By you, by Robert, by anyone wearing your colors. Not one time, Ned, not as a slip, not as a kindness. He will hear it from 100 mouths in his life. He will not hear it from yours. I swore that already, swear it again. I swear it. Old gods, old gods. By the heart tree at Winterfell, by the bones of every Stark in the crypts, by the snow that has fallen on this house for 8,000 years. She squeezed his hand and then loosened her grip and lay quiet a moment. "Thank you," she said. "I wanted to hear it twice. Lya, MMM. What do I tell our father when I see him in the godswood? When the wind moves and I know he is listening." She did not answer at once. Her free hand had moved without her looking to her belly, where a child no longer was, and lay there a moment and went away. "Tell him," she said finally, "that his daughter chose. Tell him that she chose badly by the world's reckoning and not at all badly by her own. Tell him that she is sorry for the trouble she caused him in his last years. Tell him that she is not sorry for loving the man she loved, and that if he cannot understand that, then he is not the father I remember, and he can take his judgment back with him to the place fathers go. I will tell him." "Good." Her eyes had closed again. "Now go and sleep, Ned. You have not slept in days. I can hear you not sleeping through the wall. I do not know how to leave you in this room. Try. There is a chair just outside the door. Try the chair." He did not try the chair. He sat in the small chair inside the room and slept where he was, with his hand still in hers and his head on the bedclothes near her hip. Sometime before dawn, he woke long enough to hear her breathing steady, and looked at her face in the candlelight and saw that it had less of the old parchment color in it than the day before, and slept again. The midwife in the morning said it was a turn. The midwife in the morning said the bleeding had truly stopped, and that the fever had broken in the night. The midwife in the morning crossed herself in the South Ron way, and went off to the village to bring back fresh bread and a jug of milk. And Ned sat in the chair until the sun came in through the high arrow slit and warmed the back of his neck. And his sister opened her eyes and looked at him and made a sound that was very nearly a laugh. "You look terrible," she said. "You said that to me before. It is still true." It was 3 weeks before they were strong enough to travel. Lyanna mended slowly. The midwife stayed in the tower for a fortnight, and then went back to her village with more silver than her family had seen in a generation, and a story she had been told sternly never to tell. Willa, the wet nurse, came north with them. She was a steady, soft-voiced girl of 18 with dark hair and gentle hands, and the babe took to her at once. In the years that followed, when the question of the boy's blood came up in places where Lyanna's voice could not yet answer it, the dark-haired wet nurse would be the convenient story Ned offered to anyone who asked. "A girl named Willa," he would say, and shrug and let men assume what men would assume. It was a lie that bought the boy his childhood. Lyanna hated it and accepted it. Ned hated it and kept telling it. They traveled in a small party. There were no banners. They passed through the prince's pass and into the reach in plain wool, with the babe in a sling against Willa's body and Lyanna riding behind a hooded man who was sometimes Ned and sometimes Howland and sometimes one of the others. They avoided the King's Road. They took the long inland tracks. Ned had sent a single rider ahead to King's Landing with a letter sealed in white wax. The rider had carried that letter at full gallop. Ned did not know yet what the letter had done. He found out at Bitterbridge. A knight in the colors of House Caswell met him at an inn south of the town. The knight was young and nervous, and clearly bearing a message he had not asked to bear. He said that there was a raven from the hand of the king, Lord John Arryn, addressed to Lord Eddard Stark, and that the raven had been sent on by Lord Caswell in the hope that it would find Lord Stark on the road. The knight gave him the small parchment and went away as quickly as the rules of courtesy would allow. Ned took the parchment outside, into the inn yard, and read it standing in the sun. "Ned, your letter is received. I have not yet shown it to the king. I will not show it to the king in any chamber where he might break the table. I will not show it to him in any room where there are knives. When I show it to him, I will have Stannies at one elbow and 3 of the King's Guard at the other, and I will read it aloud myself slowly, and we will see. For the moment, hear me. Do nothing to inflame this. Do not pass through any city that may guess your business. Do not let your sister be seen by any man who might know her face. Bring her north and bring the babe with her, and do not stop in any keep you do not own. I will buy you the time I can. The Tully girl is at Riverrun, and your wedding will be done as agreed. You will go to her after this, not before. Stannies will hold the Stormlands. The realm will hold itself together a little while longer. I am old enough to remember many storms, Ned, and this is not the worst of them, and we will weather it. There will be terms. When you reach Winterfell, write to me again, and we will speak of them. Your friend, John. Ned read the letter twice. He stood in the sunlight with it in his hand, and after the second reading he laughed, very quietly, with his head bowed. He had not laughed since the Trident. The laughter had no joy in it, but it had relief, and it was the first warm thing he had felt in a great many days. I am old enough to remember many storms, Ned, and this is not the worst of them. He folded the letter into the breast of his jerkin. He went back into the inn and ate his dinner and said almost nothing. That night, he lay awake on a pallet beside Lyanna's curtained bed in the inn's best chamber and listened to her breathe, and to the babe's smaller breath beside her, and to the slow, steady breath of Willa on the trundle by the door. He thought about the storms John Arryn had remembered. Not the worst of them, not yet. They were a moon and a half on the road. Lyanna grew stronger. The babe grew rounder. By the time they crossed the Trident, the boy could grip a finger and would do so seriously, with the whole strength of his small fist, and would scowl when the finger was taken from him. By the time they had passed the twins, his eyes had deepened from evening to dusk. Not the violet of his father's house, not yet, but darker than any Stark eye had ever been. In the inns and farmsteads, Willa carried him as her own. Ned wore plain wool, and Lyanna kept her hair under a hood and her voice low, and they were taken for what they pretended to be. A small northern lord with his men, escorting his bastard son and the boy's mother home from a long sojourn in the south. There were 2 nights on that road that Ned remembered better than the others. The first was at a roadside in 3 days out of Stony Sept, where the innkeeper recognized him. The man had served at Riverrun in his youth, in some lower kitchen capacity, and had seen the young Lord Stark once or twice when the heir had come down for tournaments. He knew Ned's face. He brought the bread and the salt himself, and said only, "My lord, the upper rooms are quiet, and I have closed the door at the foot of the stair," and went away. Ned put a heavy purse in his hand on the way out the next morning and did not say thank you, because thank you was the wrong word for what the man had done. The man bowed his head and did not say anything either. The second night was at a crossroads inn called the Old Stone Bridge, 3 days north of Harrenhal. There was a tinker in the common room playing a small reed pipe for coppers, and a half-drunk hedge knight at a table near the door, and 3 serving boys who ran themselves ragged because the inn was full of travelers heading home from a war that was over. Ned had thought he would not be recognized in such a crowd, and he was not, but Lyanna was. A woman across the room, gray-haired and wide-shouldered, looked at her once and looked away and looked back, and her face did something that Ned saw and did not understand. And then the woman got up from her bench and walked across the common room and sat down on the bench opposite Lyanna without asking. "Begging the Lord's pardon," she said, not looking at Ned. "But I served Lady Lyanna Stark when she was a girl in this part of the country, and I served her at her wedding, and I held her firstborn son the day he was named, and I know a Stark face when I see one twice over. The babe's mine, you might say. I know your eyes, lady. I know your mouth." Lyanna had gone very still. The woman looked at her steadily. The woman did not seem afraid. "I bear no grudge for whatever quarrel the realm has with you," she said. "I never bore the realm much love. I was glad when your brother killed my husband at Castle Serwyn for a thing your husband did not do, because my husband was a worse man than the king who sent him to die. I am not in the king's pay. I am only here because my back hurts, and I have a son in salt pans, and the boy is a fool, and I am going to fetch him home." She paused. "I will not say your name out loud, lady. I will only say it inside my own head, where the gods I trust can hear it. And I will say a prayer for you in the mother's name when I get to a sept I trust, and I will not speak of you to any other living soul as long as your brother takes you home and sees you safe. Do you understand me, lady?" "I understand you," Lyanna said. "Good." The woman put her hand once on the back of Lyanna's hand and patted it, briskly, the way a nurse pats a fevered child. "Eat your supper. The bread is better than it looks." Then she got up and went back to her own bench and did not glance at Lyanna again the whole night. Ned watched her go. He looked at his sister. His sister was not weeping exactly, but her eyes had become unmoored. She picked up the bread and ate it slowly and methodically, and did not speak for a long time. Later, when they had climbed the narrow stair to the small room he had paid for and were alone, she sat down on the edge of the bed and looked at her hands. "I had forgotten," she said, "what kind of country this is. Lya. Northern women keep their mouths shut for one another." That woman was northern. The South would have sold me to the first knight who would pay for the news, and the knight would have sold me to a courier, and the courier would have sold me to King's Landing, and Robert would have ridden out to fetch me before the moon turned. She turned her hands over and looked at her palms. "I will not be safe south of the neck, not ever, even if Robert bends. The Reach lords will sell me, the Westerlands will use me, the River lords have too many cousins. There is no place for me but Winterfell. There never was." "I knew that already. I am only saying I have remembered it." She looked up at him. "I did not love Rhaegar enough to forget that I am a northern woman. I want you to know that. I am still the girl father raised. The South did not eat me. Whatever else they said in the songs, they did not eat me." "I never thought it had." "You thought it had a little." He did not deny it. She lay back on the bed with her hair loose against the bolster and closed her eyes. After a while, in a voice almost too quiet to hear, she said, "The babe and I will not leave Winterfell, Ned. Not in your lifetime. Not in his. We will be a quiet thing tucked into your house, and we will stay quiet, and we will not give Robert any reason to ride. Will that be enough? It will have to be. And if it is not, then the North will rise. For me, for you," he said, "and for your son. And for our father who would have wanted it, whether he ever knew it or not. The Starks have been in this country a long time, Lya. We are not so easily bent to a southern bow." She did not answer. After a while her breathing slowed, and Ned put out the candle, and lay down on the floor at the foot of her bed with his sword beside him and slept poorly until dawn. It was at White Harbor that the second raven caught them. This one came from Robert. The seal on it was a stag rampant, and the wax had been pressed too hard, and the parchment beneath it was almost torn through. Ned took it down to the harbor wall and stood looking at the gulls before he opened it. He could imagine the writing of the letter. He could imagine Robert in the council chamber with his face the color of a beet, snatching the quill from a frightened scribe. He thought he would rather not read it. He read it. The letter was 3 sentences long. Stark, I will see you in King's Landing. Bring her. He read it twice, and then once more. He folded it carefully, because Robert's handwriting was nearly illegible, and folding it was something to do with his hands. Then he turned and walked back along the wall to the small inn where his sister was waiting, and he said nothing to her about the letter that day. He said nothing the next day, either. On the 3rd day, when she asked him directly, he gave her the parchment and watched her read it. I am not going to King's Landing, she said, I know. You are not bringing me anywhere, Ned. I know. She handed the parchment back. Write to him, she said. Write to him for me. Tell him that I am at home and that I will not be moved from my home, and that if he wishes to see me he may come north and see me as a guest, and that if he comes as anything else my brother's banners will be raised against him. Tell him I am not his. He will not take that from me well. No. She said, he will not, but he will take it from you better than he would take it from me. He wrote the letter that night. He did not soften any of it. He had been a soldier and a brother long enough to know that softening this would only mean writing it twice. He sealed it with the dire wolf in gray wax, and put it into the hand of the captain of a White Harbor cog, and watched the cog clear the harbor on the morning tide. Then he turned his small party north along the King's Road, and did not stop again until the gray battlements of Winterfell rose out of the trees ahead of them, and the gates opened, and his people came out of the gates to meet him. He had taken 200 men south to fight Robert's war for him. He came home with 3. He came home with his sister, whom he had thought he would never see again, leaning against him on a litter. He came home with a child swaddled in undyed wool, the only living true-born son of Rhaegar Targaryen and the Lady Lyanna Stark, in the arms of a wet nurse whose name in any future telling would be Willa. The household assembled in the yard. Old Nan, who had nursed his brother and his sister, made a small cracked sound at the sight of Lyanna and bent her face into her sleeve. Vayon Poole, the steward, stood very straight and managed not to weep. Maester Wallis, who would not be Maester Luwin for several years yet, came forward with his chain glinting and bent over the litter and took Lyanna's wrist between his fingers and was quiet a long time. The small folk pressed against the inside of the gate and were not driven back. They watched. Some of them prayed. Ned dismounted. He took his sister up off the litter with his own arms because he did not trust any other arms, and he carried her himself across the yard and through the great doors and into the keep. The babe and his nurse came after. Behind them came Howland Reed, and behind Howland came the 3 Northmen who were all that remained of 200. The gates closed. Inside the great hall, in the cold gray light that came down through the high narrow windows, Ned set his sister gently in his father's chair. His father's chair, not his own. He had not yet sat in his own chair. He stood beside her and looked out at the half-empty hall and at the people he had grown up with, and he said, "This is my sister Lyanna, who has come home. The realm believes her dead. The realm will go on believing her dead until the king says otherwise. She is alive. She is here. She will not leave this place again. Any man among you who speaks her name beyond these walls without her leave will answer to me." He paused. The hall was very quiet. "This is her son," he said. "He was born at a tower in Dorne. His father was the crown prince, who is dead. His mother is the Lady Lyanna, who is here. He will be raised in this hall." He will be called John, after my father, and he will have the Lord's table and the Lord's tutors and the Lord's protection, and any man who lifts a hand against him lifts a hand against me. Are we understood?" Old Nan's small, cracked voice rose first. "Yes, my lord." It went around the hall like that, low and ragged. "Yes, my lord. Yes, my lord. Yes, my lord." In the silence that followed, Lyanna laid her head back against the carved wood of their father's chair and closed her eyes. The babe in Willa's arms kicked twice and then was still. Ned lifted his face to the rafters and said, very softly, in a voice meant only for the old gods who had been listening to Starks in this hall for 8,000 years, "Old gods, you witness this." The wind moved in the chimneys and made a sound that was almost an answer. He did not sit in his father's chair. He pulled up a low stool and sat at his sister's feet and watched the door. There was a letter on its way south that would reach a king who hated him now. There was a Tully girl at Riverrun who would soon be his wife and who would not have asked for any of this. There was a child sleeping in a wet nurse's arms whose name in his mother's mouth was Egon, and in everyone else's mouth would be John, and whose face, when he was old enough to make it, would carry both Ned's grandfather and Ned's worst enemy in equal parts. That night, when the household had been fed and the fires built up in the hearths, and the great hall hung with the long quiet that came down on Winterfell at midwinter, Ned went up the narrow stair to the Maester's tower and knocked once at the door. Maester Wally's opened it himself. The old man's chain was off, and his hands were ink-stained, and there was a half-finished raven scroll on the desk behind him. He looked at Ned a long moment before he stood aside. "My lord." "I will not stay long, Maester." "Stay as long as you have need to. The hour is mine." He closed the door and went to the small fire and took up the kettle and poured 2 cups of something hot. He did not ask. He pressed 1 cup into Ned's hand and kept the other for himself. "I read the letter you brought," the Maester said, "from Lord Arryn. Have you any counsel for me?" "A great deal, most of it useless." Wally sat down in the small chair by the fire and rested his cup on his knee. "You will have to write to every lord of the north within the moon. They will hear of your sister's return through their servants long before any letter from me. They will assume the worst version of every story unless you give them the better one yourself. The Karstarks will not be a problem. The Manderleys will not be a problem. The Boltons," he paused. "The Boltons will be silent. That is what passes for an answer from a Bolton. I would not read it as agreement. I would not read it as opposition either. I would only know that they are watching. They are always watching. They are, yes." The Maester sipped his tea. "There will be a question, my lord, that the lords will ask in their letters. They will not ask it openly. They will ask it through other questions. Whether the boy is to be raised as a Targaryen prince or as a Stark bastard. Yes. And what is your counsel, my lord? I am a Maester. My counsel is to give them no answer at all for as long as you can. Let them assume what they will. Let the boy grow under your roof and the ladies, and let his name be John, and let the realm forget him as a name and remember him only as a face that runs in and out of the kitchens." Wally set down his cup. "If you give the lords an answer, they will repeat it. Some will repeat it as a boast. Some will repeat it as a warning. The repetition is what brings the king's notice. If you give them no answer, they will repeat that nothing was said, and the king will hear nothing, and the boy will be safe. And when the boy is grown, then it is the boy's question to answer. Not yours, my lord. And not mine." Ned was quiet a long time. The fire popped. A raven somewhere overhead made the low throat rattle that was its sleep. "My sister will not let him be hidden," he said. "No. She will say his name where she chooses to say it. She will. And the household will hear her say it, and they will keep it within these walls, because they love her and they are northern, and they know how to hold a thing in their teeth without showing it. The danger is not in the household, my lord." The danger is in any guest who passes our gate, in any septon who comes to bless a marriage, in any citadel man who comes to read your books. The danger is the south. Then we will keep the south on the far side of the gate, for as long as we can." Ned drank the tea. It was bitter and warm and tasted of bark. "You will help me with the letters," he said. "There will be many of them." "I have been a maester 30 years, my lord. I have written many letters. There will be many more, Wally's, my lord. What you read in that letter from Lord Arryn does not leave this tower." The old man inclined his head. "It does not, my lord. The chain teaches us many things. The first is silence." Ned set the cup down on the corner of the desk and went to the door. He paused there with his hand on the latch and turned. "My father trusted you," he said. "Your father did me the honor of his trust, yes. You have it from his son also, while you keep it well." "I will keep it well, my lord." Ned went down the narrow stair in the dark. He did not go to his own chambers. He went out across the yard, past the godswood gate, and into the long shadow of the heart tree. The white face on the trunk had wept its red sap 1,000 years before he was born, and would weep for 1,000 more. He stood under it for a long time, with the cold of the deep north beginning to come up from the stones beneath his boots, and he did not pray exactly, because Starks did not pray in any way the Southron men understood. He only stood and let himself be heard. "Father," he thought, "I have done a thing you would have hated and a thing you would have understood. I cannot tell you which is which yet. I am still working it out. I have brought your daughter home. She is alive, father. She is upstairs. She came home." The wind moved in the high branches. After a while he went back across the yard and into the keep and up the cold stair, and at his sister's door he listened until he heard her breathing slow and steady, and only then did he go to his own bed. Outside, the first snow of the year began to fall. It was not yet autumn in the south. It was already winter in the north. It had always been winter in the north in some way that the men of the south did not understand and would never trouble themselves to learn. Ned watched the door and the snow at the high windows and his sister's sleeping face, and he waited for the next storm to break. He did not have long to wait. Chapter 1 and Chapter 2. The king's wrath. Jon Arryn had been Hand of the King for less than 4 months, and already he had begun to wear his chain the way men wore old bandages. He kept it on under his outer robes whether the council was in session or not. He kept it on while he slept. He had taken to stroking the links with his thumb when he thought, the way other men might tell prayer beads, and the gold links at his collar had taken a small dull polish along their inner edge from the friction of his nail. There was nothing else for the chain to do but lie heavy on his shoulders. It might as well do that small, useful thing. He stood now in the small, windowless room behind the throne room that had once been the private oratory of King Jaehaerys I, and was, in this reign, a place where Jon Arryn went to read his more difficult letters. There was a single tallow candle burning on the writing desk. There was a small cup of watered wine he had not touched. There was the parchment in his hand, sealed in white wax with the direwolf of House Stark, and addressed in a script he had known since the writer was a boy at the Eyrie. He had read the letter twice. He read it a third time. Then he folded it precisely along its existing creases and slid it into his sleeve, and he sat for a long time with his hands flat on the desk and his head bent. And he did the thing every Hand of the King had done in this room since the chamber was built. He tried to find the shape of the truth that would do the least harm if it were spoken aloud at the wrong time. There was no such shape. There was only what was, and what would happen if Robert was told too quickly, and what would happen if Robert was told too slowly. The truth's shape did not matter. What mattered was the room. Jon Arryn rose from the desk, blew out the candle, and went to find his nephew Stannis. The small council chamber had a round oak table, and 7 heavy chairs, and a brazier that did not throw enough heat for the size of the room. By the time Jon Arryn had assembled the men he wanted, the brazier had been built up until it spat with sap, and the doors were closed, and the Kingsguard stood 3 thick at every entrance, and there were no sharp objects on the table except the eating knives, which had been blunted at Jon Arryn's quiet request the night before. Robert came in last. He was in his hunting leathers, which meant he had been out in the Kingswood since before dawn, and his beard was matted, and there was old blood on the cuff of his sleeve that he did not seem to know about. He dropped into his chair with the loose, heavy collapse of a man who had been a soldier all his life and had never quite learned to be a king, and he looked around the table with the friendly, half-belligerent grin of a man who already knew he was not going to like what he was about to hear. "Well, what is it then? Speak. Don't make me sit here while you all clear your throats." Pycelle cleared his throat. Pycelle always cleared his throat. The Grand Maester opened his mouth, but Jon Arryn lifted one hand from the table gently, and Pycelle subsided. "Robert," Jon Arryn said. "Don't Robert me. You only Robert me when something's gone to ruin." "What's gone to ruin?" "Ned has sent a letter." "Ned? Is he still alive then? I thought he'd been eaten by Dornishmen." Robert's grin did not move. The eyes above it did a fraction. "Read it out then." "What does my old wolf have to say?" "I would prefer," Jon Arryn said, "to read it to you in your own chambers with Stannis." The grin froze. The bloodshot eyes narrowed. Robert looked very slowly around the table at the 7 men assembled there, at the Kingsguard at the doors, at the closed shutters, at the brazier, at the blunted eating knives, and his upper lip came back from his teeth in something that was no longer any kind of grin at all. "Tell me here. Whatever it is, tell me here in front of these men so I do not have to watch my own face in a smaller room." Jon Arryn paused a long moment. Then he drew the letter from his sleeve and broke the seal a second time and read it, slowly, in the steady, careful voice he had used to read Robert his lessons at the Eyrie when Robert was 9 years old, and could not sit still through a paragraph of Septon Anselm's grammar. He read the part about the tower. He read the part about the 3 Kingsguard. He read the part about Lyanna alive. He read the part about the child. He read the part about the name. He read it all the way to the end, because there was no place in it where it would have been kinder to stop. When he was finished, the room was quiet enough that he could hear the brazier's wood spitting and the breath of the Master of Coin, and the dry, careful click of Stannis Baratheon swallowing. Robert had not moved. He had not moved through any of it. His big hands lay open on the arms of his chair. His face was the color of a man who has been struck on the brow with a hammer in his sleep and woken to find it true. "Read me the name again," he said. "Robert, read it again." "Aegon Targaryen." Robert nodded once, slowly. He was still not moving any other part of himself. Then his right hand lifted, very deliberately, and closed around the wine cup at his place, and he raised the cup to his lips and he drained it. He set the cup back down. He let go of it. He stared at his own hand on the table for a long moment, the way a man might stare at a tool he had used for a thing he did not yet understand. Then he stood up, and he picked up the cup again, and he threw it at the wall behind Pycelle's head with the full force of an arm that had once driven a warhammer through a prince's breastplate. The cup went through the tapestry of the conquest of Dorne and rang off the stone behind it and fell to the floor. Pycelle flinched. The Master of Whisperers did not flinch. Stannis did not flinch. The Kingsguard at the door behind Robert took half a step forward and then very deliberately did not take the other half. "Out," Robert said. Nobody moved. "Out," Robert said. "Out, all of you, out. Pycelle, out. Stannis, out, out. Jon Arryn, you stay. The rest of you out before I find a worse cup." They went. They went quickly and without speaking, and the door closed behind them, and Robert put both his hands on the back of his chair and bent his head between his arms and stayed that way a long time. his shoulders working in a way that was not quite weeping and not quite anything else. Jon Arryn stood and waited. After a long time, Robert said into the back of the chair, into his own arms, "She is alive. Yes, in Dorne, at a tower in the Prince's Pass. By now she will be in Stony Sept, perhaps farther. He is bringing her here. He is bringing her north. He will bring her here first. He will not, Robert. Read the letter again. He is not bringing her here. He is bringing her to Winterfell." Robert lifted his head. There was a vein at his temple Jon Arryn had not seen since Storm's End. The face below the vein was the face of a boy of 19 who had just been told his father's ship had sunk in Shipbreaker Bay and was trying very hard to find a way for it not to be true. Why is he bringing her north? Because she has asked to go north. Because she has not asked to come here. Because the boy was born and lived, and the boy is hers, and the boy is— Don't say it, Robert. Don't say it again, old man. I do not need to hear it from your mouth too. Robert pushed off the chair and walked the length of the chamber once. He came back. He stood with his fists on the table. "He killed my Lyanna." "He did not kill her. She lives. He took her, Robert. He took her. He took her and he chained her in a tower and he made her— the voice broke off. The big hands were trembling now just at the knuckles. She did not want him. She would not have gone. She would not have. Jon Arryn was very quiet. "Robert," he said, "sit down." "I will not sit down." "Sit down anyway." Robert sat. The chair creaked under him. He did not look at the older man. "Listen to me," Jon Arryn said. "Listen to me as you used to listen when you broke your nose chasing the kitchen girl down the long stair and would not tell the Maester how. Listen to me the same way. Will you?" A small, ugly noise from Robert that might have been assent. "I have known your sister by marriage, and I will call her that, because that is the rank a man owes to a woman he has not married. I have known her since she was a girl of 12, when your father took us both to Harrenhal for the great tournament. I watched her ride. I watched her fight in a melee. I watched her face the day Ares laughed at the wrong joke. I did not know her well, Robert, but I knew her well enough to tell you what I am about to tell you, and I am telling it to you now, because if I do not tell it now, you will never let any other man tell it to you, and you will live the rest of your days believing the wrong thing about your own life. And I will have failed you in the one office I still have left. May I tell it to you now?" Robert did not answer. Robert's hands were on his face. "I do not know," Jon Arryn said gently. "Whether the prince took her or whether she went, I do not know. Ned does not know. The truth of that, you may never learn, because the only person living who knows it is your wife that was, and she is on her way to Winterfell, and she does not seem disposed to write to you about it. But I know this, Robert. I know that whether she went of her own choosing or did not, she did not return. She had time. She had 3 years. She had a war fought across the whole of the 7 kingdoms in her name, and a crown prince who loved her, and who was therefore not in a position to keep her against her will if she was determined to go, and she did not return. You understand what I am saying to you?" Robert's hands were still on his face. "She did not write," Jon Arryn said. "Not to her father, not to Brandon, not to Ned, not to you. In 3 years there were ravens. The prince did not strangle every raven in Dorne. There were ways. She did not." "Stop," Robert said into his hands. "Stop now." "Stop." "I will stop." There was a long silence. Robert's shoulders shook once, twice, and then went still. He took his hands away from his face and they came away wet, and he did not pretend they had not. "What does she want?" he said. "She wants to go home." "That is not what I am asking. I know. She wants the boy to be hers. She wants the boy not to be hidden. She wants to live in the north in her brother's house and to be left alone. She wants me not to come for her. She wants you not to come for her." Robert was quiet a long while. His breathing settled. The vein at his temple beat and slowed. He looked finally up at Jon Arryn with eyes that were too tired for their year. "And the boy," he said, "Robert." What does she want for the boy? She wants the boy to be called by his name. Egon, Egon. I will not have it. Robert's voice was very low. I will not have a Targaryen prince raised in this realm, not one, not under any name, not under any roof, not while I sit this throne. Do you hear me, old man? I burned that house to the ground. I am not going to live to see the wallpaper smolder. Robert, not one. Robert, listen. The boy is in his mother's arms. The mother is your bride that was. The brother is your friend. The North is the North. If you ride for that boy, you will ride for him through every banner from the neck to the wall, and the banners will not bend. Not for this. The Starks have lost a father and a son and a daughter in this war. The North will not lose another. I am the king. You are. And you are also the man who has just told your only living friend in the world that you wish to take his sister's child and put it on a spike. Do you understand the position you have put yourself in, Robert? Do you understand what you are asking of him? He is my friend. He was your friend when you were boys at the Eyrie. He has been your friend through this war. He will not be your friend on the morning he is asked to pull a child out of his sister's arms for you. Robert closed his eyes. He opened them. He looked at the wall where the cup had broken the tapestry. His big hand went up and rubbed the side of his beard. What do I do? You do nothing, Robert. You do nothing for a year, and then you do nothing for another year. And then in 5 years' time you ride north with a small party of friends and no banner, and you accept your old friend's hospitality. And you sit down at his table, and you look the boy in the face the once. And you decide then whether the boy is a danger to the realm or a child. I will not look him in the face. You will not have to look him in the face for some long while. He is a babe at the breast. Time, Robert, time is what you have to spend on this. Time is what every king has to spend on every quarrel. Robert sat in the chair a long time, and the brazier spat, and the room cooled. He killed my Lyanna, he said again, but the words had less weight in them now. They were a thing he was saying because he had said it before. They no longer expected to be believed. He died at the Trident, Robert. You killed him for that. The matter is closed. It is not closed. It is closed for the realm. It is not closed for you. Those are different matters. You are going to tell me I cannot have her either. You are not going to have her, Robert. Not now, not in a year. I do not believe you will have her ever. I am sorry. It is the truth. You may want it to be a different truth, and I would change it for you if I could, but I cannot, and I will not lie to you about it now, or you will catch me in the lie within the year, and you will trust me less for the next 20. Hear it once, and have it done. Robert put his head back in his hands. After a while he laughed, a short, ugly laugh, not at any joke. You are a hard old man, Jon Arryn. I have tried to be a good one. There is some overlap. Write him back then. Write Ned. Write him whatever you write him. Tell him I will not ride. A pause. Tell him I will not ride yet. I will write him. And Jon, Robert, if she changes her mind. His eyes were shut. If at any time she changes her mind, if at any time she sends a raven to me and says she is willing, I will tell you the same hour, Robert. Good, good. He rubbed his face. Good, now go. Go before I think any more about it. Send Pycelle in for my head. I have a head coming. I will send Pycelle. And Jon Arryn paused at the door. Tell him. Robert lifted his head. He did not finish. He waved a hand. Never mind. Don't tell him anything from me. Don't tell him I asked. Tell him whatever you tell him. The man is your friend, not mine. Not anymore. Get out, old man. Jon Arryn got out. In the corridor, he leaned for a moment against the cold stone wall and put his head back against it. And he allowed himself one long breath, and he let himself feel the chain on his shoulders. Then he went to find Pycelle, and after Pycelle, Stannis, and after Stannis, the writing desk. And he sat at the writing desk for a long time before he chose his words. In the end, the letter he wrote to Eddard Stark was not very long. It did not need to be. It said that the king would not ride. It said that the king would not, for the present, force the question of the child's name. It said that the king would expect, in return, that the lady would not be displayed. It said that the king would expect also that no banner of the dragon would ever fly over any Stark holding while Eddard Stark drew breath, and that if any did, the king would be on the road north before the ravens had stopped flying. It said that the king would in his own time wish to come north and see the lady, when she would receive him, and that he asked his hand to ask his old friend to ask his sister whether such a visit, in some far year, might be possible. It said at the end, in a separate hand below the seal, "He grieves, Ned. Be patient with him. He is not what he was." He sealed the letter in white wax with the moon-end falcon of House Arryn. He gave it to a captain of the royal fleet bound for White Harbor. He did not give it to a raven, because some letters were too important to entrust to wings. That night, in his own chambers, he did not sleep. He sat at the window of the Tower of the Hand and watched the lights along Aegon's high hill, and he thought about a girl he had seen ride at Harrenhal 20 years before, and a boy he had raised, and a friend that boy had lost without knowing he had lost him, and a child in a tower in Dorne who was now coming north with a name that would change the shape of the realm in some year still hidden from him. He would not live to see the worst of it. He was not yet sure, on that night, whether he was sorry for that or grateful. At Winterfell the snow had stopped for 2 weeks and started again. The boy was a moon old. The boy had stopped looking like a creature and had begun to look like a person. The boy had a small mole behind his left ear that Lyanna had identified, with a kind of fierce wonder, as belonging to no Stark she had ever known and therefore unmistakably belonging to his father. The boy slept against his mother whenever his mother was awake and against Willa whenever his mother was not, and he had learned that there was a difference between hunger and cold and would cry differently for each. He had eyes the color of a summer dusk now. They had not yet darkened to the violet his father's house had been famous for. He did not look like any one thing. He looked like himself. Lyanna mended in inches. The Maester forbade her stairs for the first month and she ignored him. The Maester forbade her riding for the first 3 months, and she did not ignore him, because she did not yet have the strength to walk to the stable. By the time the second moon was up over Winterfell, she could climb into the godswood without being helped, and by the third she could carry the boy in her own arms across the yard, and by the fourth, under a sky the color of slate. She stood in the doorway of the great hall at Ned's elbow and watched the gates open for the household of Catelyn Tully of Riverrun, who had become Catelyn Stark by torchlight at the Sept of Riverrun 3 weeks before, and who had brought a babe of her own with her over hill and forest and frozen river, riding pillion with her father's master-at-arms, because she was a woman of 17 and afraid to ride alone with a child in the north in winter. Ned had not been at his own wedding. Ned had been on the road north with his sister and his nephew, and a wet nurse named Willa. The wedding had gone on without him, by proxy, with Brynden Tully standing in the husband's place, and a Septon making the words and Hoster Tully drinking himself to a halt afterwards. The bride had been wedded and then bedded, in the formal sense if not in any other, and the bride had then gone on a long bridal progress alone. And the bride had then crossed the neck in winter with a babe at her breast and a wedding ring she had not yet shown to her husband. And the bride had come at last to the gates of the great grey castle that was now her home, and she had stepped down from the wagon into the yard of Winterfell and looked up at the Lord. She had not seen since the morning after their bedding, and she had not said a word for a very long moment. Catelyn Tully was a tall, slim woman with auburn hair the color of burnished copper and eyes the dark blue of evening sky, and she carried herself the way her father had taught her to carry herself, which was very straight. She had her son in her arms. The son was 3 moons old and had his mother's hair already at the temples, and he had nursed all the way up the King's Road, and he was sleeping. She held him to her shoulder. She looked at Ned. She looked at the woman beside Ned. She looked at the babe in the woman's arms, the dark-haired babe with the eyes still indeterminate, who was at this moment awake and looking back at her with the placid, open solemnity of an infant who has not yet learned that some faces might be unkind to him. Catelyn looked at that babe for a long count, then she looked back at Ned. "My lord husband," she said, "my lady wife. This is your son Robb. He is a fine boy. He is your firstborn. He is my firstborn. He is your heir." There was a very small silence. It was not a long silence, but it was long enough for everyone in the yard to hear it. "He is," Ned said. "Thank you," Catelyn said. Ned took her hand and helped her down properly, although she had already dismounted, and he led her up the steps and into the great hall. Behind them came her father's master-at-arms and her septa, and her 2 serving women and a maester's apprentice, and the 4 guards House Tully had insisted she travel with. And behind them came Lyanna, walking at her own pace and carrying her own son, and not looking at her brother's wife at all. The introductions, when they came in the great hall, were performed by Maester Wallis, who had been schooled in such matters and who made them as smooth as he could. The Lord Steward read the names of the household. The bride was offered bread and salt. The bride received the bread and salt graciously, as a Tully had been raised to receive them. The bride sat in the chair on the Lord's right that had been prepared for her, with her infant on her lap, and she ate the small offering and she drank from the cup. And the household applauded as households did when a new lady came to a great seat, and the matter was, for the formal purposes of any court of arms in the 7 kingdoms, accomplished. When the household had been dismissed, and the doors of the great hall had been closed, and there were only Stark blood and Stark wives, and a single Stark child of 3 moons, and a single Stark Targaryen child of 4 left in that long, cold room. Catelyn Tully looked across the table at Lyanna Stark and spoke for the first time in her own voice. "I would have words with you, sister." "Words now," Lyanna said, "or words in private, if it pleases. It does not please, it is necessary. There is a difference. Come." She rose. She did not look at Ned. She walked past her brother and his wife and out through the side door into the inner corridor, and after a moment, Catelyn handed Robb to the septa and rose and followed. They went into Lyanna's chambers, which had been her chambers as a girl and had been redone for her again since her return, and which were warm with a low fire and smelled of milk and of the herbs Maester Wallis had been steeping for her. Lyanna laid the babe in his cradle by the hearth. He grumbled once and slept. She turned to face Catelyn and folded her arms across her chest, the way she had folded them in the practice yard at 12, when a master-at-arms had told her she could not lift a long sword. "Speak," she said. "You have come a long way to say it. Say it here where there are no servants to carry it out the door." Catelyn Tully stood very straight in the middle of the rug. Her septa had taught her that when a lady was about to lose her temper, the lady should arrange her body as if she were not, because the body would teach the mind in time. She tried this trick now. The trick did not entirely work, but it bought her something close to composure. "I will not pretend," Catelyn said, "that I came north expecting to find you here. No. You came north expecting to find a Stark bastard in the kitchens and a husband who would not look at you when you asked him about it. Instead, you have a sister-in-law who refuses to be hidden and a child everyone in the realm believes does not exist. I imagine that is an adjustment." "It is." "Will you make it, my lady?" "I am no lady. You are the sister of my husband, I am that. Yes, we are sisters now by the law. I had brothers once, I had 2, I have 1 now. The law gave me a sister to make up some of the difference. I have been thinking about it for the last 4 months. "And what have you concluded?" "That I do not know you, That you do not know me. That we are likely to dislike each other for at least a year, and that we will have to live in the same house for the rest of our lives, and that if we are clever, we will find a way to do it that does not poison our children. Will you sit? I would prefer to stand. As you like. Lyanna sat herself on the small hearth bench and looked up at the auburn-haired woman who was in her brother's bed now, and her gray eyes were very steady. Speak your piece, Catelyn Tully. You have come to say a thing, say it. Catelyn drew a breath. My son, she said, is your brother's heir. He is. He will be the Lord of Winterfell, he will. When my brother dies, may that be far off. Your son is not. My son is not. My son is the true-born child of a man who ruled this realm for a year as crown prince, and would have ruled it as king if your father had not put his banners under another house's pay. A small flicker behind Catelyn's eyes at that. She did not rise to it. Your son's name, she said, is dangerous. My son's name is his own. It is not for you to weigh on a scale, Lyanna. Catelyn's voice had hardened a little. I am not arguing with you about whether your son has the right to be called what he is called. I am telling you what every man in the realm will think when he hears that name spoken under this roof, including the king, including my father's bannermen, including, in time, my own son when he is old enough to wonder why his father's nephew bears a name that the king has put a 10,000 stag bounty on the head of. There is no bounty. There is no public bounty. There is a hand at every door in the kingdoms that will close on a Targaryen child for the price of a year's bread. You know this as well as I do. I do know it. Then what did you ask of me? Lyanna's eyes went up to the woman she did not yet know how to like. I ask that you treat my son as your husband's nephew, she said. No better and no worse than any other nephew that might have been placed in this house by the chance of war. I ask that you not let your son grow up to think of mine as a rival. I ask that when the king comes, in some year not yet named, you do not stand in his light. I ask that you not write home to your father about the things you see in this hall, because Hoster Tully has a long memory and a longer tongue, and the news of this house should not move down a Tully kitchen any faster than I can move it myself. I ask that you teach your son when he is old enough that the boy who is being raised beside him is his blood as much as any cousin he will ever have and is not an enemy. I ask, Catelyn Tully, that you be a sister. Catelyn stood a long moment. And in return, she said, in return. Lyanna said, I will not push my son in front of yours. I will not contest his place at the high table. I will not have my boy taught the song of his father's house at any age before he can keep it in his teeth without spilling it. I will not name him Egon in the great hall while there are guests under the roof. I will let him be John in the running of the household, and I will mother him as your husband's nephew at every supper. Is that enough? It is a great deal. It is. Yes, will you take it? There was a long quiet then in the warm room with the fire crackling, and the babe asleep in the cradle, and the snow falling in great soft handfuls past the high arrow-slit window. The two women looked at each other across the rug. I will take it, Catelyn Tully said at last. On my honor and the honor of House Tully, provided you keep your half. If you do not, I will not be your friend in this house. You are not my friend now. No, good, we have something to build toward then. Catelyn made a small sound that was almost a laugh but was not. She looked at the cradle by the hearth and at the dark-haired infant inside it, and her face did something very brief and very complicated, and then she looked back at Lyanna. He is a beautiful child, she said. He is. He has his father's mouth. He does. Lyanna's voice softened. It is the only piece of his father he has so far. The rest of him is mine and yours and ours, Stark, all of him. For now. For now. Catelyn nodded once. She turned toward the door. She paused there with her hand on the latch and turned back. Lyanna, Catelyn. My son has not been baptized in any sept in the north. There are no seps in this house. I know. There is the godswood. My husband prays there, I know. I will pray in the sept I make for myself in the second yard. I will pray for both of these children in that sept, including yours. By any name he is called by. Lyanna looked at her. She did not speak at once. The fire spat. After a while, Lyanna inclined her head just a fraction. Pray for him in your sept, then, she said. I will pray for him in the wood. He will have prayers from both ends. That is more than most boys get. Yes, Catelyn said. It is. She went out and closed the door behind her. Lyanna sat by the fire for a long time after she had gone, watching the small dark head in the cradle and the slow rise and fall of the small wool-wrapped chest. She put her hand once into the cradle and laid it on the boy's back and felt him breathing. He did not wake. He was warm under her palm. She kept her hand there until the fire died down and the room cooled, and only then did she rise and go to the bed and lie down with her son in her arm and her face against his hair, and she said into the dark of the room in a voice meant for only one listener, "There. That is one of them. There will be 100 more, my love. Your mother is not finished. Your mother will not be finished for a very long time." The babe slept. In the great hall, 3 corridors away, Eddard Stark and Catelyn Tully sat at opposite ends of a long table and ate a small supper they did not taste, and they did not speak at first, and then very slowly they began to speak about small things. The way 2 strangers who have been put in a room together by circumstance and asked to learn to live in it might begin. They were not friends yet. They were not in love. They had a son between them who was 3 moons old and a household around them that was older than either of their houses and a winter outside the windows that would be long. They began. They were both of them careful. They were both of them, in their different ways, brave. It was, in its way, a beginning. Outside, the snow fell on the roofs of Winterfell and on the godswood, and on the long, low rooflines of the smithies and the armory and the kennels, and on the small cradle window, where a boy with eyes, the color of evening, lay against his mother and did not yet know any of his own names. Chapter 2. End Chapter 3. Blood and Summer. Aegon Targaryen turned 7 in the white middle of an unseasonable summer that had brought lemon trees into reluctant flower in the godswood at Winterfell, where lemon trees had no business being. The trees had been an experiment of Lyanna's, a small wager with Maester Wally's to see whether anything from Dorne could survive a northern summer if she potted it in good earth and dragged it indoors before the first frost. The trees had not died yet. They had not flowered until this year. The flowers were small and white and barely scented, and Lyanna had cut a single sprig and put it on the breakfast table on the morning of her son's name day. And Catelyn Stark had looked at the sprig once and said nothing about it, and the matter had passed. The boy himself did not notice the lemon flower. The boy was outside in the practice yard before breakfast was finished, sitting on the top rail of the practice fence with his cousin Robb Stark beside him, watching Sir Roderick Castle put a 14-year-old squire through his sword forms. The boy's hair was still dark, the deep brown that was not quite black and not quite anything else, and his eyes had settled at last into something that was not violet and not gray but had elements of both, an unsettled dust color that changed in the angle of the light. His name in the household was John. His mother called him Aegon when there were no strangers under the roof, and John when there were. He answered to either. He did not yet entirely understand which name was for which company. Lyanna had not yet sat him down to explain. She had been waiting for him to ask. He asked on the morning of his 7th name day in the godswood, in front of the heart tree, with his mother kneeling on the cold ground beside him and her hands gentle in his hair. He did not ask the way she had expected him to ask. He did not ask the way she had rehearsed the answer for. He surprised her, the way he had been surprising her since the day he was born, and she gave him the answer she had not rehearsed, which was the truer one. "Mother," he said, "Egon." "Why do you call me Egon and Uncle Ned calls me John?" She had her hands in his hair. She did not stop having her hands in his hair. She tucked a piece of it behind his ear, and her fingers stayed on his cheek a moment, and she looked over the top of his head at the white face on the heart tree and did not look back at him at once. "Because," she said, "those are both your names. I know that. Old Nan told me." He twisted to look up at her. There was on his small face the patient frown of a child who has been told a thing many times and has decided to ask it anyway. "I want to know why. Because you have two names. You have a Stark name and you have your father's name. My father is dead. Your father is dead. You said he was the prince. He was the prince. Yes, the crown prince. He would have been king. He was killed in a war. He was killed in a war. By the king who is king now. By Robert Baratheon. Yes, with a hammer at a river called the Trident. Your Uncle Ned was at the same river. He saw it." The boy was quiet a moment. He turned his face away from her and looked up at the heart tree. The white face on the trunk had wept its red sap that morning the way it wept it every morning. The boy had not yet learned to be afraid of the face. He had been brought to it in his first month of life and brought to it every name day since, and he treated it the way he treated old men he knew well, with respect but not fear. "Mother, Egon. If my father had been king, I would be the prince. You are the prince. In the Godswood. In the Godswood, in this house, in this country. Anywhere your blood is known. You are the only living son of the man who would have been king. There are no others. Your father had a daughter and a small son before me, and they are both dead. There is no one but you. Why does Uncle Ned not call me prince?" She tucked another piece of hair behind his ear. The hair fell forward again. It always fell forward. He had her brother's hair in this one thing. "Because Uncle Ned is keeping you alive," she said. He turned his face back to her. The dusk eyes were very wide. He was not afraid. He was thinking. She could see him thinking. She had been watching him think since he had learned to think, and she had learned that he did not show the thinking the way other children showed it, and she had learned to read the small, still pause that stood in for it. "Are people going to hurt me? People might want to. Yes, the king might want to. The king who killed my father. That king. Why?" She knelt down properly then and put both her hands on his small shoulders and turned him to face her squarely. She did not speak for a long moment. She had thought about this conversation many times in 7 years, and had not found a way to give the answer that did not sound like a thing out of the songs old Nan told to scare children at bedtime. "Egon," she said, "you are 7 years old. You are old enough to hear this. You are not old enough to hear the long version. We will tell you the long version when you are older. Today I will tell you the short one. Will you listen?" He nodded. "There was a war before you were born," she said. "It was a great war with many men dying on both sides. The war was fought between your father's house, the Targaryens, and 4 other houses, including ours. Our side won. Your father's father, the king then, was a cruel man and had become mad in his last years, and he had done terrible things, and he had to be removed from the throne. He was killed by one of his own knights. Your father was killed in the battle I told you of. Your father's brother and sister were killed by their enemies in the City of King's Landing when they were small children. Your father had a brother who is still alive, perhaps, in another country across the sea. Your father had no other children but you. When your father died, Robert Baratheon became king, because he was your father's cousin many times removed and the strongest of the men who had won. Are you with me so far?" "Yes, mother." "There were Targaryens before your father, Egon, 300 years of them. They ruled this country since the time of the conquest. They built the Iron Throne. The kings who took the throne after them have not changed it. The throne is still Targaryen-shaped. Robert Baratheon sits on it now. He sits on it because he won, But every man in the realm who looks at the throne thinks of the old kings. That is just how it is. A throne is not a thing that forgets quickly. The boy nodded slowly. He was still listening. Some men, she said, would like to put a Targaryen back on that throne someday. They would not say it out loud. They might not even know they want it. But it is in them. And Robert Baratheon knows it is in them. And so Robert Baratheon does not love living Targaryens. Do you understand? He would kill me, he might. He has not. He has not for 7 years. He may never. But he has men who would do it for him without his asking if they thought it would please him. Some of them are far away. Some of them are closer. Where are they? The closest one of them is the king's wife's father. He sits in a castle in the west called Casterly Rock. His name is Tywin Lannister. He killed your father's brother and sister in their bedchambers when they were small. He paid the killers in gold and silver and titles. They are still alive and they still bear those titles. The boy was very still. Aegon. Yes, mother. You are safe in this house. You are safe under your uncle's roof. You will be safe here as long as you stay here. And you will stay here until you are old enough to defend yourself. And we will put off as long as we can the day when anyone outside this house thinks too much about you. That is why your uncle calls you John. That is why the household calls you John. That is why visitors who come through the gates will hear you called John, and you must answer to it without sulking, and you must not correct them, and you must not make a face. Are you willing to do that for me? Yes. Yes, what? Yes, mother. Good. She kissed him then on the brow, and her hands cupped his small face, and she looked at him a long moment. You are Aegon Targaryen. You are the son of Rhaegar of his house and Lyanna of mine. That name does not go away because we do not say it. It is in your blood. It will stay in your blood whether anyone calls you by it or not. And when you are old enough to choose what to do with that name, you will choose it for yourself, and not because anyone in this house has chosen it for you. Is that understood? Yes, mother. Good. She let him go. She sat back on her heels. The lemon flowers smelled faintly behind her. Now, tell me, what did you ask Uncle Ned for as a name-day gift? He grinned then for the first time that morning, and it was a small grin, but it was wide and white and uncomplicated, and Lyanna kept it inside herself for a long time afterward, like an ember she would keep through a winter. A horse, he said. You already have a horse, old friend. Old friend is a pony. He is a horse. He is a small horse. I want a tall horse. A tall horse will throw you. I will not let him. Aegon, a tall horse will throw you, then I will get back on him. She laughed then, and it surprised her, and she sat down on the cold ground beside him and let her son lean into her shoulder and looked at the white face on the heart tree and laughed once more quietly. A tall horse, she said. Yes, I think we can find you a tall horse. Your uncle will roll his eyes at me. That is fine. He has been rolling his eyes at me since he was 3 years old. He is good at it by now. The horse was a chestnut yearling brought down from the hills by a tall-heart farmer who had been told that a particular kind of yearling was wanted at Winterfell, and had ridden 3 days through summer rain to bring this one. The yearling was not, strictly speaking, the right horse for a 7-year-old. The yearling was the right horse for a 14-year-old who had grown up on a saddle. Lyanna had nodded at the horse the moment she saw it, and Maester Wallis had put a hand to his forehead, and Ned had looked at his sister with the particular flat expression he had inherited from their father, and then he had looked at his nephew. And his nephew had looked back at him with the dusk eyes very wide and very still, and Ned had sighed. You will fall off, Ned told the boy. Yes, uncle, you will fall off many times. Yes, uncle, your mother will laugh at me when you do. Probably, uncle, get on. He got on. He fell off. He got on. He fell off again. He got on again. With the small, unsmiling concentration Lyanna had once seen on her own face in a mirror at the age of 8. And the chestnut yearling, who had as much curiosity as cruelty in him, decided after the third fall that the small boy was not going to be eaten by him today, and stood for the small boy's mounting and stood for the small boy's settling. The small boy gathered the reins as he had been taught, and clucked his tongue as he had been taught, and the chestnut yearling walked. After a while it trotted. After a while longer it cantered, in a wide, slow loop around the yard, and the small boy on its back kept his seat, and his hands kept the reins steady. And his face was a small, still mask of concentration that Lyanna watched from the stable doorway with her arms folded across her chest and her eyes wet and not quite admitting it. "You did this on purpose," Ned said beside her. "I did. He could have been hurt. He was. Lya. He could have been hurt worse with a tame pony when he is 12 and proud and stupid. He learned today. He will not be 12 and proud and stupid in the same way as other boys. He has the lesson early." Ned grunted. They watched the yearling and the boy. The boy was laughing quietly where he thought no one could hear him. "He has your seat," Ned said. "He has Father's seat. He has yours. Father sat too straight. Father sat exactly straight. We sat too far forward. He sits exactly like you. He sits like himself." Ned laughed under his breath. They stood together a long time. After a while, when the yearling had come back to a walk and the boy had slipped down with help and was leading the horse around by the bridle as if he had been doing it all his life, Ned said, very quietly, "We have done well so far, sister. We have done well so far. He is a good child. He is a wonderful child. He is going to break my heart. Yes, he will. That is what they do. He will break mine first, though, because I am his mother. You will be second in line." Ned put a hand on her shoulder. She put her hand over his. They stood that way until the boy noticed them and called out to his mother to come and see how he was leading the horse. And Lyanna left her brother in the stable doorway and went out into the yard. And Ned stood watching her go with a small private quietness on his face that no one in the yard happened to be looking at. The Citadel Meister came in the autumn of that year. He came at the polite request of a Meister at Casterly Rock, who had written a polite letter to Meister Wallis at Winterfell, asking whether a young man of the Citadel might come north to study the climate of the deep north, and the husbandry of the long-haired sheep that grazed the winter heaths above the long lake. The polite letter had been unobjectionable in every line, and Meister Wallis had read it 3 times and put it aside for 2 days, and then gone to Lord Stark and laid it on his desk without comment. "They are sending a man to look," Wallis said. "To look at what?" "At everything they cannot see from where they are. He will see the boy. He will see the boy. Will he write of it? He will." Ned had been quiet a long moment, and then he had said, in the flat voice he used when he was making a hard decision he had already made, "Let him come. Let him see what we want him to see. Brief the household. The boy is to be kept in the kitchens or in the godswood when the Meister is in the keep. The lady is to be seen by him once formally at supper, and not seen again. The boy will be presented as a fosterling, say a castle cousin's son, the second son of a small house that does not exist and cannot be checked. We will not lie about the boy's looks. We will lie about his name, make it a small lie. The smaller it is, the longer it lives. Yes, my lord." And Wallis, "My lord. Make sure he stays only the fortnight. Find a way. He will stay only the fortnight." The Citadel Meister arrived 8 days later. His name was Meister Marwyn, not the famous one. This was the other Marwyn, a mild, dry man of 40 with weak eyes behind a pair of round spectacles, and a careful manner, and a chain that had 9 links of 9 different metals on it. He was put in the guest chambers in the second tower, given a thick wool robe against the cold, and shown the long-haired sheep, the climate stones, the Meister's chambers, the godswood, and the great hall. He met Lord Stark formally on the first night. He met Lady Stark formally on the second. He met a small dark-haired boy, briefly, in the great hall during the third day, who was introduced as Master John, fosterling of the house, son of a castle cousin's bastard girl, and who bowed politely without a word and was led away by a steward before he could be questioned. The Citadel Meister noted the boy in his journal that night. He wrote 3 sentences about the boy. The 3 sentences were as careful as the boy's introduction. They said the child appeared healthy and well-formed, and that he resembled his nominal father not at all and his nominal mother only in the colorings of the hair. They said no more. Lyanna found out about the journal because Meister Wallis read every page of it in the Meister's chambers when the Citadel Meister was at supper. And because Meister Wallis had a very particular face he wore when he was bringing news that he did not want to bring. And because Lyanna had learned to read that face 2 years before, she intercepted Wallis outside her own chamber door on the 3rd night. What did he write, my lady, Wallis? 3 sentences. About John. They are not damning, they are observant, they will be in a Citadel archive within the moon. They will be read by perhaps 3 men in the next 10 years. They will not in themselves hurt the boy, in themselves. In themselves, no. And out of themselves. Out of themselves, my lady, I do not know. The Citadel holds many records. Records are a kind of seed. Some seeds sleep a long time. Some sleep forever. I do not yet know what kind of soil this seed has fallen on. She had gone very still. Meister Wallis had watched her go still, the way a man might watch weather come down from the hills. My lady, he said softly. It is one observant man's 3 sentences in a journal that will not be opened for a long time. We have known this would happen. We have not been able to keep this from happening forever. The boy is a person. People are seen. I know, Wallis. Then take it as it is. It is not the worst thing that could happen this season. We will manage it. I know, my lady. I am going to walk in the godswood. Tell my brother where I have gone if he asks. She walked in the godswood for a long time that evening, alone, with a wool cloak over her shoulders and her breath making small clouds in the cold air. She stood under the heart tree until her feet were numb. She did not pray in the way the Southron men prayed. She let herself be heard. After a while she went back to the keep, and went up to her chamber, and sat on the edge of her bed for a long time, and did not weep. 3 days later the Citadel Meister left, without ceremony, with a thick winter cloak the household had pressed on him as a parting gift, and a leather-wrapped packet of long-haired wool samples for the Citadel archives. He bowed to Lord Stark in the yard. He bowed to Lady Stark on the steps. He did not see the boy on his way out. The boy was in the godswood, watching from behind the heart tree with Robb beside him, and the chestnut yearling nibbling at the grass under the smaller white-bark trees. And the boy did not understand at 7 what the boy would understand at 12 about the sort of thing he had just been hidden from. That night, Lyanna went to her brother's solar without knocking. Catelyn was there. Lyanna paused at the door. "Sister," Catelyn said, "Catelyn, will you come in?" "I will come in." She came in. Ned looked up from his desk. He had been writing the small northern court records he kept in his own hand the way his father had kept them. He set the quill down. "He is gone," he said. "He is gone." "Yes." Wallis says he wrote 3 sentences. Wallis read the journal. Wallis reads the journal of every guest who carries a journal under his roof. He does. Lyanna sat down on the small bench by the fire. She rubbed her hands together. 3 sentences, she said, and the rest of the boy's life trying to live around them. They are not damning. Wallis says so. They are observant, Wallis says. There is a difference. There is not enough of a difference. Lya. Ned. We need to think about what we are doing here. We have been doing this for 7 years and we have been winning the small game, but we have not been winning the long one. The boy will be 10 in 3 years. The boy will be a man at 14. The boy will be a man with a face and a name in any country that wants to ask, and the country will eventually ask. We are not going to be able to keep him in the kitchen forever." Catelyn was quiet on the other side of the room. She had her embroidery in her lap. She was not embroidering. "I have been thinking on this," Ned said. "Have you?" "I have." "Yes. Lyanna, I have been thinking on this for longer than you. I have been thinking on this since the day I carried you down the stairs of the tower in Dorne. I have been thinking on it every winter night for 7 years. I have not yet had an answer to give you. I do not have an answer to give you tonight. I will not give you a bad answer because we are tired." She looked at him then, and her gray eyes were her father's and tired. "What do we do, Ned?" "We keep on. We keep on with what we are doing. Visitors will come. We will brief the household. The boy will grow. When the boy is old enough to be told the long version of his story, we will tell him the long version, and he will choose what kind of man he is going to be with that story in his teeth, and he will be his own from that day on. That is what we do. It is not a great answer. It is the answer we have." "And the king has not ridden in 7 years. He may never ride. John Arryn writes me every solstice. The king has not asked of us. The king has asked once in the 3rd year whether you would receive him. I wrote back what you told me to write. He has not asked since. He has not given up. He will not give up, but he will not ride. There is a difference there too, sister." Catelyn cleared her throat softly from across the room. They both looked at her. "My lord husband," she said. "May I speak?" "Always, lady wife." She set her embroidery aside. She folded her hands in her lap. She did not look at Lyanna directly. She looked instead at the small fire between them. "My father wrote me last moon," she said. "He wrote a long letter, as he writes long letters. Most of the letter was about my brother Edmure and a tournament. There was a paragraph at the end of it. The paragraph asked, not asked, but suggested, as my father suggests things, whether the time had come for the household here to consider sending the boy to be fostered south, in a small house, under another name, where his face would not be seen by every visiting maester. My father did not say which house. My father knows several. My father would, I think, advise the Tully cousins at Stonehenge." There was a long silence in the solar. Lyanna's voice when it came was very quiet. "Your father," she said, "is going to put the boy in a small house in the Riverlands where the king's small council will know exactly where he is within the year, and he will not last past his 8th name day. Your father knows this. Tell him no." "I have not yet replied." "Reply tonight." "Lyanna," Ned said. "Reply tonight, Catelyn. Reply with my voice if you must. Tell your father that the boy is not for the Riverlands and not for fostering and not for any house that is not this one. Tell him I have said so. Tell him my brother has agreed. I will tell him so. In your own words, soft, as you do. But the answer is no, and the answer is no for as long as there are any of us drawing breath in this house. Will you tell him that, Catelyn?" "I will." "In those words, in words that mean those words." Lyanna held her gaze. After a long moment Lyanna nodded. "Thank you," she said. Catelyn took up her embroidery again. She did not embroider. After a while she set it down and rose and excused herself, and went out into the corridor and closed the door behind her, and stood for a moment in the corridor with one hand on the cold stone of the wall and her eyes shut. And then she went on to the nursery to look at her own son. In the solar, Lyanna and Ned sat for a long time without speaking. "She is on our side," Ned said at last. "She is on her son's side," Lyanna said. "And ours is the side her son's side is on for now. That is enough. That is more than I had hoped for when she came up the road that first time. I will take it. Lyanna, Ned, you should sleep. You should sleep too. I will. After me, after you." She rose. She went out. She paused at the door of the nursery on the way to her own chamber, and looked in, and saw her son asleep in his small bed with his cousin Rob in the next bed, and the chestnut yearling's painted wood model on the windowsill where he had set it before bed, and she did not go in. She closed the door very gently. She went to her own bed. Arya Stark was born the following spring, and the household on that day had a small new red-faced creature in it whose first act, when she was placed in her mother's arms, was to wail at a volume entirely inappropriate to the size of her lungs. Catelyn had laughed in the exhaustion afterward, in a way Lyanna had not heard her laugh in 7 years. Arya grew quickly. She walked early and ran earlier. She refused her hair to be brushed and refused her dresses to be laced, and refused her Septa's lessons with a patient, immovable stubbornness that had a quality her mother did not recognize in herself or in her husband, and that Lyanna recognized with a small private wince. The moment she first saw it, "That is mine," Lyanna said, the first time she saw Arya plant her 3-year-old feet in the middle of the great hall and refuse to walk to her Septa. "That is not yours," Catelyn said. "That is hers. She is her own. She is yours and Ned's. And mine by some long-distance current. She is my mirror at 3. My mother had to drag me by the wrists out of the practice yard, twice. My condolences to your mother. My mother was not a woman who took condolences kindly." Catelyn laughed again, almost despite herself. Arya, at 4, attached herself to her aunt the way a small wolf attaches itself to a larger wolf, quietly, possessively, with no apparent intention of ever being detached. She rode in front of Lyanna in the saddle. She demanded that Lyanna brush her hair because Lyanna brushed it less. She demanded that Lyanna sing the northern songs, because Lyanna sang them out of tune. She demanded to be called by her aunt's name, and her Septa was scandalized, and Lyanna was delighted. And Catelyn, after a silent moment, told her daughter very gently that her own name was a fine one and ought not to be exchanged for any other, but that there was nothing wrong with admiring one's aunt, and the matter passed. Arya followed Jon everywhere when she could outpace her Septa. Jon was 9 to her 4 when this began. He bore it with the grave, amused patience of an older boy who had been raised among many children, and had learned that the smallest of them were not to be brushed off, but were, instead, the one constituency whose loyalty was easiest to keep and most dangerous to lose. He let her sit in the top of the apple tree with him. He let her ride pillion behind him on the chestnut yearling, who was now 5 and had become a dignified gelding called Storm. He let her sit beside him at the high table when no guests were present. He answered her questions, of which there were many. "Why do you have 2 names?" she asked him once in the stable when she was 5½ and he was 11. He paused at the brush a moment. He looked at her over Storm's withers. "Because," he said, "I have a Stark name and I have my father's name." "What is your father's name?" "My father's name was Rhaegar, like the prince in Old Nan's story. That same prince." She looked at him a long moment. She was stark-faced even at 5½, the long bone, the gray eyes, all of it. She looked exactly the way Lyanna had looked at 5½. He had seen the small painted miniature in his mother's cabinet many times. He knew the face. "Were you the prince's son?" "Yes." "Then you are a prince." "I am. Don't tell anyone." "Aunt Lyanna has told me not to, so I do not." "I will not either." She pondered the brush in her hand a moment. "Will you let me ride your horse alone someday, when you are 7? That is 2 years. Yes, that is a long time, it is. Will you teach me your father's words? Not yet, when you are older." "I am older than I was." "You are, but not enough when you are 9. That is too long." "It is the length it is, I am sorry." She narrowed her eyes at him. He returned to the brush. After a while, satisfied that she had wrung from him every concession that could be wrung from him on a single afternoon, she went to find old Nan and demand a story. Jon stood a long time in the stable, brushing Storm in long, slow strokes that the horse had grown accustomed to and now demanded. He did not think of his father, particularly. He did not think of the king on the Iron Throne particularly. He thought, in the vague, unformed way that a boy of 11 thinks about such things, about his small cousin and her small, stark face and the certainty in her voice when she had told him that he was a prince. She had said it the way old Nan said the words of a story she had told 1,000 times. She had said it as if it were settled. She had said it as if it had not been a question. He realized, brushing Storm, that for him it had not been a question for a very long time either. He realized also that this was new. There had been a year when he was 8, when it had felt like a question. A year when he had walked the halls of the keep and watched the way men's eyes moved past him, and the way some of them did not move past him, and he had not known what to make of any of it. That year had passed without his quite noticing. By 9, he had stopped wondering. By 10, he had begun, very quietly, to set himself small private tasks, the way a young man might set himself to a slow, long apprenticeship. He had begun to listen at the edge of conversations he was not supposed to be in. He had begun to sit very still during meetings of the small northern lords that came through the keep. He had begun to ask Maester Wallis for books on the wars his father's house had fought, for the names of the small lords of the south, for the heraldry of the 7 kingdoms. He had asked these things one at a time, never too many in a moon. He had not told his mother. He had not told Uncle Ned. He had not told Rob, who was his closest friend in the world and his closest cousin, and who would have minded knowing, in the way young heirs sometimes minded, even though he loved John better than any other living person who was not his own mother and father. John stood in the stable and brushed Storm and thought, not in words exactly but in the slow shape that thoughts had at 11, that there were a great many things he had not yet learned that he was going to need to learn, and that he had, perhaps, 8 or 10 years to learn them in before any of it began to matter. He decided that he would start with the books. He would start that very night. He brushed Storm a long time. The light in the stable yellowed and went soft, and then went away, and old Nan called from the great hall that the boys were wanted for supper. And John set the brush back on its peg and gave Storm a final pat on the neck, and went out into the yard with the cold air coming down off the godswood and the smell of supper coming up from the kitchens, and he thought, walking, that he was happier than he had any right to be, and that he was in more danger than he yet knew, and that both of those things were true at once, and he was going to have to live with them. In the great hall, his mother was waiting at the high table with his uncle and his uncle's wife and his cousins, and his mother lifted her hand to him as he came in, and he went to her, and sat at her shoulder, and ate, and listened, and watched. Outside, the long northern summer was ending. Inside, his life was beginning chapter 4. 2 mothers, Sansa Stark, at the age of 7, had a small private list of her cousins and brothers and uncles and aunts arranged in the order she preferred them, and she revised the list once each season. On the morning of the changing of the lemon trees in the godswood, she kept the list in her head, because her mother had told her that lists about persons should never be written down, and Sansa was a girl who took her mother's advice at the same intense solemnity at which it was offered. Rob was at the top of the list, because Rob was her older brother and her father's heir, and because he had let her braid his hair once and had not made a face. Arya was at the bottom, because Arya had pulled Sansa's hair in the gallery the previous winter, and because Arya did not understand that lists existed at all, and because Sansa, in her secret heart, was afraid of her younger sister in a way she had not yet been able to name. Her father was 8th, between old Nan and Maester Wallis, because she had not yet decided whether her father liked her any more or less than he liked Rob, and because Sansa was a careful child and did not place a person in any final position until she was sure. The most difficult position on the list was Jon's. He had been 3rd, behind Rob and her mother when she was 4. He had been 7th, behind her father and old Nan and Meister Wallis and the cook, when she was 5 and a half. He had been at the very end below Arya in the brief winter when she was 6, and had decided that she did not like him at all. He had risen since. He was, this season, 4th, and Sansa was not sure whether he ought to be 3rd instead. The trouble with Jon on Sansa's list was that he was not exactly any of the things he had been told he was. He was not a brother, because her mother had told her so, very gently, when she was 3. He was not a cousin, exactly, because cousins did not live in your house and eat at your table and have a mother who lived in the room next to your aunt's. He was not a bastard, because her mother had told her once in the same gentle voice that she was not to use that word for him, and the gentleness with which her mother had said it had told Sansa that the word was a worse word than she had thought. He was Jon. He was her father's nephew. He was her Aunt Lyanna's son. He had a long northern face and dark hair and dusk-colored eyes, and he was 9 years old now, almost 10, and tall for his age, and he could ride better than Robb already, and he could read Meister Wallis's Southern Court histories for fun, and he had, on the previous Maiden's Day, given Sansa a small carved wooden sparrow he had made himself in the woodshop, painted in 3 small careful colors, which now sat on the windowsill of her bedchamber, and which she would not let her septa dust, because she was afraid the septa would knock it from the sill. She did not entirely know what to do about Jon. Her mother had said she was to be polite to him. She was polite to him. Her mother had said she was to treat him as her father's nephew and her cousin, and not as anything else, and she did. Her mother had said that he was a good child, and that she should love him as she loved her brother, and Sansa had said yes, mother, and had not quite been able to. Jon was not Robb. Jon was something else, and she did not have a word for what he was, and she suspected, in the way clever children sometimes suspect, that the absence of a word was the entire problem. This was the household at Winterfell in the year that Catelyn Stark was carrying her 4th child. In the autumn of the year Jon was 9, when Meister Wallis, who had served the Starks for the last 27 years, finally allowed himself to die quietly in his sleep on a cold morning in late autumn. The household mourned him for the customary 2 weeks. The Citadel sent word that a new Meister would arrive before the snows. The new Meister arrived 3 days before the first snow, on a bay mule, with 2 saddlebags of books and a chain of fewer links than Wallis had worn. His name was Luwin. He was small and gray and quiet, and his hands were ink-stained in a different pattern than Wallis's had been, and his voice when he spoke had the dry, careful precision of a man who had been schooled by Citadel masters to make every word do work. He met the household at supper on his first night. He bowed to Lord Stark. He bowed to Lady Stark. He bowed, quite formally, to Lady Lyanna, who had not been bowed to formally by any guest of the keep in 9 years, and who paused half a beat at the bow before she returned a small grave nod in answer. After supper, Meister Luwin asked Lord Stark for a half-hour of his time in the Meister's tower. Ned gave him the half-hour. Luwin used it precisely. He had read, he said, the small, careful note Meister Wallis had appended to the household records before his death. He had read it once, in the Meister's chamber that afternoon, by the fire that Wallis had left untended. The note had said many things. The note had named the boy. The note had laid out the household's policies regarding the boy, in terms so courteous that Luwin had recognized the courtesy as a careful hand on a sheathed knife. Luwin had read the note twice. He had then burned it in the fire, in the way Wallis had clearly intended for him to burn it. My lord. Luwin said, I will keep the same policies. I will not write of the boy in any letter that leaves this tower. I will not speak of him to any colleague of the Citadel. I will not, when I write the climate notes the Citadel asks me for, mention him by any name or any face. If he asks me, in any year of his growing, for a book about his father's house, I will give him the book and not record the loan. If he asks me for instruction in the Targaryen tongue, I will give him the instruction in the small library where there is no one else, and I will write nothing of it. If you wish to discontinue this policy at any point, my lord, you have only to tell me, and the policy will be discontinued. Are we agreed?" Ned looked at the small gray man for a long moment. Then he stepped forward and he took the Maester's hand, the small ink-stained hand, in his own, and he shook it once firmly, the way northern men shook hands. "We are agreed." "Thank you, my lord. There is one more matter." "Name it." "Your lady wife is approaching her time. Your bannermen will want to know whether the labor went well. I will write the announcement myself. I will write it on the day, not before. If there is difficulty, I will write the truth on the day also. I will not write any pretty version. I will not pretend in either direction." "Is that the form Lord Stark prefers?" "That is the form he prefers." "Good. I will be in the Maester's chambers if I am wanted. Good night, my lord." "Good night, Maester Luwin. Welcome to Winterfell." Catelyn's labor with her fourth child began on a clear, cold morning 2 weeks after Maester Luwin's arrival, with a thin frost crisp on the godswood paths, and the great hall not yet warmed, and the kitchens just beginning to send up the smells of the morning bread. She was sitting in her solar with her embroidery in her lap, and Sansa beside her practicing a new stitch with great seriousness, and Arya across the room being insufferably bored. The first contraction came in the pause between 2 stitches. Catelyn set the embroidery down. She sat very still a moment. She set her hand on her belly. "Sansa, my love," she said, "go and find the Maester." "Mama, now, Sansa." Sansa went. Arya, who had been told nothing, looked up from the corner with the alert sudden interest of a child who has heard the sound of a different bell from her mother's voice. Arya did not move. Arya watched. Arya was at the door of the solar before Maester Luwin was, having decided without being told that she would go and fetch her aunt. The labor was long. The labor was harder than the labors with Sansa and Arya had been, and harder, by the recollection of the household, than the long labor with Robb in Riverrun 9 years before. Maester Luwin and the midwife and Catelyn's septa attended her in the chamber. The household was kept quiet. Ned was in the great hall, where he had been since the first hour, with his hands folded very still in front of him on the high table, and Robb beside him, and Jon beside Robb, and Sansa on the step below at her father's feet because she did not know where else she ought to be. Arya had vanished. Arya had gone, by the time the household had thought to look for her, into the chamber upstairs where she was officially not allowed to be, and had taken Lyanna by the hand and pulled her up the stairs and through the door before any of the women inside had thought to send her out. Lyanna had not been at any of Catelyn's previous labors. Lyanna had not been asked. Lyanna had not asked to be asked. The 2 women had built, over the 9 years since the day in Lyanna's chamber that Catelyn had first laid out her terms, a small, careful peace, with mutually observed distances, in which they did not enter each other's rooms unless invited. Catelyn was in pain now, and Catelyn had not invited anyone except the women who had been present at her previous labors, and the midwife at the door of the chamber stood up quickly when Lyanna came in with the small Stark girl by the hand. "My lady, it is well." Lyanna's voice was flat. "Go on as you were. I will sit by the fire. I will not be in the way." She did not look at Catelyn yet. She nodded to the midwife. She let go of Arya's hand. Arya, having delivered her aunt, stood looking at the bed for a long second. The bed was wet. Catelyn was on her side, her copper hair stuck to her face with sweat, her eyes shut. Arya, who was 4, had not yet seen a labor. Arya did not, at 4, fully understand what she was looking at. She understood that her mother was hurting and that her aunt could help. She had wanted to bring help. She had brought it. "Arya," Lyanna said gently. "Out, please, down to the great hall, to your father." "Aunt, down, my love." Arya went, very slowly, with her small face white and her gray eyes very large. She pulled the door shut behind her with both hands. Lyanna crossed the room to the small bench by the fire and sat down. She did not approach the bed. She had been, in her own labor, the kind of woman who hated visitors during her pain, and she had assumed Catelyn was the same kind. She would sit by the fire. She would be there if she was needed. She would not impose, Lyanna. Catelyn's voice from the bed was thin and tight and clear. "Come here." Lyanna paused, half a breath. "Are you sure? Come here, please, now, quickly." Lyanna went. She went to the side of the bed. She knelt down. Catelyn's hand was lying on top of the bedclothes, palm up, and it was open, and it was waiting. Lyanna took it. Catelyn's fingers closed on hers with the careful, controlled, surprising strength of a woman who knew exactly how hard she was permitted to squeeze and was using all of it. "You have done this," Catelyn said. "I have not done this so badly. You have done this worse." "I have. Tell me what to do." "You are doing it. There is nothing to tell you. Breathe. Do not push yet. Maester Luwin will tell you when. Listen to his voice. Look at me when you cannot listen." "My eyes will keep you here." Catelyn's eyes were closed. She nodded. She did not open them. She kept her hand in Lyanna's. She said into the bolster in a voice no more than a whisper, "Do not tell my husband I asked for you." "I will not tell him. He would not mind. I know." "I will still not tell him. Some things go between women only. This is one of them. Thank you." The labor went on a long time. It went on through the morning. It went on into the afternoon. The light at the small window slanted from the high gold of midday to the slow yellow of evening. Catelyn drifted in and out of words. She held Lyanna's hand through all of it. She did not let go even in the moments when she could have. Lyanna did not move. Her knees ached on the floor stones. She paid the ache no attention. The midwife and Maester Luwin moved around the bed with quiet, efficient hands. The septa wept once, very briefly, at the foot of the bed, and was sent out by Luwin's small, steady gesture. The babe came at last as the bells were tolling sundown in the small sept Catelyn had built in the second yard. The babe was a boy. The babe was small and quiet and not blue. The midwife held him up, slick and red and yelling thinly. He had hair the color of his mother's at the temples and the long bones of his uncles. He had been named in advance by his mother in case he came, Brandon, after his father's brother who had died. The midwife laid him on Catelyn's breast. Catelyn opened her eyes. She looked at the babe for a long count, and her face did the small, private, soft thing women's faces did when they first looked at the children they had delivered, and her hand was still in Lyanna's, and she did not yet let it go. "He is a fine boy," Lyanna said softly. "He is. He is a quiet boy. He will not stay that way. None of mine have." Catelyn's other hand had gone up to the babe's small back. Lyanna shifted. She did not yet move her own hand because Catelyn had not yet released her. She watched the woman she had not, in 9 years, allowed herself to know any deeper than she needed to. She watched Catelyn's face in the gold late afternoon light. She watched the small private smile that came onto Catelyn's lips and was real for a moment, and then composed itself again into the formal Tully smile she gave her household. Catelyn turned her face on the bolster. She looked at Lyanna properly. "Go and find my husband," she said. "Tell him he has another son." "I will, and Lyanna, Catelyn, take Jon with you when you tell him." "Why?" "Because it is his cousin. Because he has been waiting in the great hall all afternoon. Because he should be one of the first to hear it." A pause. "Because I have not been a good aunt to him for 9 years, and I would like to begin to be one now." Lyanna held her eyes. "You have been a good aunt to him," she said quietly. "You have not pretended to be his mother. That is the better gift. Even so." I will take him with me. Thank you. Lyanna untangled her hand at last. She stood. Her knees protested. She did not let it show. She bent and kissed Catelyn briefly on the forehead, the way northern women kissed their sisters on a name-day morning, and she went out into the corridor and down the stair to fetch her son. And the small new boy on his mother's breast made a small wet sound and began to nurse. Catelyn called the new boy Brandon at his naming. The household called him Bran within the moon, because Brandon was a long name for a very small thing. He was, by the second moon, a quiet, watchful, peaceable infant who had learned to grip a finger and turn his head toward voices, and who was passed from arm to arm in the great hall in the evening with the easy custom of a northern household, and who came eventually into Lyanna's arms. The first time, on a quiet afternoon in his second moon when Catelyn put him there without ceremony and went away to write a letter to her father. "There," Catelyn said, depositing the small bundle. "He is your nephew. Hold him a quarter of an hour. Mind his head." Lyanna held him a quarter of an hour. She held him longer. She held him until Catelyn came back from her letter and found her sitting in the window seat with the child against her shoulder, looking out over the snowy second yard at the small sept Catelyn prayed in. Catelyn paused in the doorway and watched a moment without speaking. "Sister," Lyanna said without turning, "sister, he is a good baby." "He is. You make good babies. My husband helps." Lyanna laughed once, very softly, and turned. The little boy was sleeping against her shoulder. She handed him back. Catelyn took him, settled him expertly on her hip, and stood looking at Lyanna a moment. "Lya," she said. It was the first time Catelyn had ever called her Lya. The name was small in Catelyn's voice, formal in the way Tully's made things formal, but it was the name, and Lyanna heard the name, and she did not let her face change. "Cat," she said. "That is not my name. It is now. It is fair, Cat for Lya, or take it off again if it does not suit you." "It will suit me. I will take it." A pause. "Will you walk with me in the godswood after supper?" "I will." "Thank you." "For what?" "For sitting in the chamber when I asked you to." "I would have sat outside the door if you had not asked. I sat inside because you asked. There is no thanks owed there." "Even so. Even so. Thank you back, then, for asking." They had not quite begun in those first moons to be friends, but they had stopped being merely careful. There was, between them now, a small running thing that had been started, the way one started a small clear stream in a garden by digging a channel for it. The stream might find the river over time. The stream might dry up at the next bad winter. They had at least dug the channel. They had at least let some water in. The godswood walk happened that night, after the household had been put to bed, with the snow falling in big soft handfuls over the heart tree and the white bark birches around it. The two women walked side by side, hooded against the cold, and they did not, for the first while, speak. The heart tree was the same as it had been in Lyanna's 7th name-day morning with her son, and the same as it had been at every other name-day of every Stark for 8,000 years, and it would be the same in 8,000 more if any of them lasted that long. The white face on the trunk had wept its red sap in the old way. There was a small ring of cleared snow around the roots where the heat of the sap blood kept the snow from settling. Lyanna stepped onto that small clear ring of earth. Catelyn paused at the edge. She did not step onto the cleared earth at first. "You may," Lyanna said. "It is not forbidden. He does not mind. It is not my place. It is your husband's place. Your husband's place is your place. He will not mind. I have asked him before in my own way." Catelyn stepped onto the clear earth. She stood looking up at the white face. She was Tully trained in the 7 gods and had been baptized in the sept at Riverrun, and she had built her own small sept in Winterfell's second yard the year after her wedding. And she had not yet, in 9 years, stood under the heart tree without an open umbrella of formality between her and it. She stood under it now. She looked up. The white face wept its small red sap. "It is not what I thought," she said. "No, it is not unkind. No, he is not unkind. He is old. He has been heard by Stark women for a long time. He is patient with us." Catelyn tilted her head. The snow fell on her hood. She let it fall. She did not at once speak. After a while she said, "Lya, Cat, I have not been your enemy, I know. I have not been your friend either, I know. I would like to make a different settlement now if you will hear it. I will hear it. Robb," Catelyn said, "is 15 this year. In 2 years he will be ready to lead men. In 4 he will be Lord of Winterfell, may that day be far off, and he will need a brother by him. He has had Jon. Jon is the only brother Robb has had. The new boy is a babe and will be a babe for a long time. Robb has had Jon, and Robb has trusted Jon, and Robb will go out into the world when he goes with Jon at his back, and there is no other man my son trusts more in this realm than your son. Whatever names they each go by, whatever the king thinks, whatever the South thinks. They are brothers in their bones now. I have watched them grow. I cannot undo that. I would not undo it if I could. I know. I would like to stop pretending that I am only enduring this. I would like to admit that I have been grateful for this, more often than not. That my son is the better for having yours beside him. That my daughters are the better for knowing you. That I am the better for it also, in a way I have not yet allowed myself to say out loud. Cat, let me finish. I am letting you finish. Thank you." Catelyn's voice had thickened a fraction. She did not let it move further. "I would also like, if you will permit me, to say a thing about your son. He is going to be a great man, Lyanna. I have seen Tully boys and Stark boys and Southern Lord sons, and your son is going to be a great man. He is steady. He is grave. He is kind in a way that does not advertise itself. He is going to be loved by men who know him and feared by men who do not. I am proud of him. I am proud of him as I would be of any nephew of my husband's. I would like you to know that I am proud of him." Lyanna was quiet a long moment. The snow fell. The heart tree wept. "Thank you, Cat. You are welcome. He will be a great man, yes." Lyanna's voice, when it came, was very low. "He will also be a target. He has been a target since the day he was born. He will be a target every day of his life. I have not forgotten it. I do not get to forget it. You are saying these things to me on a clear, cold night in our godswood, and I am letting myself hear them. And tomorrow I will be a mother again with her teeth set against the world, because the world has not stopped wanting my son. You understand? I understand. Good, Lya, Cat. I am going to teach my son the same prayers I taught my older son. I am going to teach my daughters the same. I am also going to teach all my children that their cousin Jon is to be defended, with words, with bodies, with my name behind them, by every Tully connection I have on the day they need to. This is not a thing I will have written down. This is a thing I am telling you here in the godswood in front of this tree where things get heard. Will you hear it? I will hear it. Good. Then we have an agreement that is more than the agreement we had 9 years ago. I would like to mark it. Mark it how?" Catelyn drew off her glove. She knelt. She placed her bare hand for a moment on the cold red root of the heart tree, where the sap blood ran, and it stained her palm a faint warm pink, and she lifted her palm and pressed it once to the back of Lyanna's hand, briefly. The way northern women had marked covenants among themselves for as long as there had been northern women. She rose. She put her glove back on. She did not wipe the pink from her palm. "There," she said. "It is done. I will not unsay it. You will not unsay it either." Lyanna stood looking at her. Her own gloved hand had gone up almost without her noticing, and her thumb had pressed once, gently, against the place where Catelyn's hand had pressed. "Catelyn Tully," she said, "I would not have thought, 10 years ago in my chamber, that you would ever come to know how to do that. 9 years. 9. My septa will be appalled. Your septa is a fool and has always been a fool. Forgive me. Catelyn laughed then, more openly than Lyanna had ever heard her laugh. The sound did not last long, because the night was cold and the godswood absorbed sound the way it absorbed snowfall, and because a Tully woman did not laugh long out of doors. But it was a laugh, a real one. They walked back to the keep through the falling snow, slower than they had come out, and they did not speak much. But the silence between them now had a different quality than the silence had had on the way out. The next morning, in the Maester's tower, Maester Luwin received a letter from King's Landing. The letter was in the personal hand of Lord Jon Arryn, Hand of the King. The letter was a friendly letter. The letter said many things. The most important thing the letter said was in its third paragraph. It said that the king, after long consultation with his council, had determined that he would in the coming spring take a small royal procession north, on a hunting tour through the Wolfswood and the Last Hearth, and that the royal procession intended to honor Lord Eddard Stark with a visit to Winterfell of 3 weeks' duration in the high summer, and that Lord Eddard's lady wife and his sister and his children were all of them invited to attend the king's pleasure during the visit, and that Lord Eddard was kindly asked to write to Lord Arryn at once with any concerns that the household might have about the timing or the duration of such a visit. Maester Luwin read the letter twice. He folded it carefully. He sat for a long time with his hands flat on the desk. Then he rose and took the letter up to Lord Stark's solar, and he laid it on Lord Stark's desk without a word, and he stood by the door waiting while Lord Stark read it. Lord Stark read it once. He did not read it twice. "How long do we have?" he said. "By the dating of the letter, 3 moons. He will set out in late spring. He intends to be here for the high summer. My sister, my lord, will need to be told. She will, my lord. Today, my lord. I will tell her." "Yes, my lord." Ned put the letter down. He looked at Maester Luwin a long moment. "Has the man been waiting all this time?" "Yes, my lord, I think so. 9 years, 9 years. It is not patience, Maester. No, my lord, it is not patience. It is something patience-shaped." "Yes." Ned rose. He went out. Maester Luwin stood by the door a moment longer, then went back to his tower. The letter remained on the desk. Outside the window, the snow that had fallen all night had stopped, and the sun had come up over the godswood for the first time in a fortnight, and the white roofs of Winterfell were blinding in the new light. The first ravens of the morning were lifting from the Maester's tower with small dispatches to small lords, and the small lords would be answering their own ravens, and the news would move through the north, the way news moved through any house held together by paper and string. In the chamber upstairs, where Catelyn had laid Bran in his cradle and was sitting beside him with her embroidery in her lap, she was singing the small Tully song her own mother had sung to her, in a voice barely above a whisper. And she was not yet aware that her household was about to lose its long-held quiet. In the godswood, where Jon and Robb had come out before breakfast to chase each other through the snow, the 2 boys had stopped now beside the heart tree and were looking up at it together, with the sun coming through the red leaves and laying small fire-colored patches on their faces. And Robb was pointing at something high in the branches and laughing. Lyanna was in her chamber. The door was closed. She was at her writing desk. She had a quill in her hand. She had been answering a letter from her cousin in White Harbor for the last hour. She had not yet heard the bells. She would hear them. She would hear them within the hour. She would close the letter without finishing it, and she would not finish it for many weeks afterward, and the world that her household had so carefully built over 9 years would begin, that morning, to come down. But the godswood walk had been the night before, and the agreement between 2 mothers had been struck before the news, and the channel had been dug between them in time, and that, in the end, was not a small thing. That, in the end, was what would carry them through what was coming next. Chapter 4 and Chapter 5. A king in the north, the royal procession was sighted from the watchtower above the King's Road on the afternoon of the 23rd day of the 7th moon, 4 years and a hand of seasons after the letter from Jon Arryn had come up the Maester's stair on a snowy morning. The boy at the watchtower was not yet of age and had been told to ring the bell when the dust on the road resolved itself into men, and he had waited until he could count the standards before he rang it. He counted 3. He could see the crowned stag of House Baratheon, the lion of Lannister, the falcon of Arryn, and he stopped counting at 3 because the procession seemed to have no end, and the dust was thick. He rang the bell. The bell at the watchtower was a small bell. The bell at the great gate of Winterfell, which the watchtower's bell triggered, was not. The deep gate bell rang twice, and the household began to move in the careful prearranged way it had been rehearsing for 2 months. Maester Luwin went to the Maester's tower to ready the rookery for the formal announcement ravens. Vayon Poole, the steward, went to the great hall to inspect the trestle tables for the 3rd time that day. The kitchens, who had been cooking for 60 hours, redoubled. The grooms, who had been preparing the stables for 2 days, took their last positions. Sir Roderick Castle, whose hair had gone gray in the years since Lyanna had returned from Dorne, and who had taught 2 generations of Stark boys to swing a wooden sword, gathered the household guards in the inner yard and gave them their final, quiet, careful instructions. In the Lord's chambers, Catelyn Stark adjusted the pin on Sansa's cloak for the 3rd time. Sansa, who was 11 now, stood very straight and let her mother adjust the pin. Sansa understood that this visit was important. Sansa did not understand all the reasons why this visit was important. Sansa had been told by her mother, very gently, that the king of the 7 kingdoms had once been engaged to be married to her aunt Lyanna, before her aunt had married into the Targaryen house, and that the king had not seen her aunt in 15 years. And that there might be feelings in the great hall during the visit that nobody had asked for, and that Sansa was to be on her best behavior, and to defer to her mother and her aunt at every turn, and not to volunteer any opinions of her own about anything until they were back in this same chamber afterward and the doors were closed again. Sansa had nodded gravely and asked one question. "What do I call him, Your Grace? And the Queen, Your Grace? And the Prince?" Catelyn paused. "Your Grace on the first introduction. After that, my Prince, only when you are addressed by him directly. Otherwise, do not speak to him." "Why, Sansa?" "Why, Mama?" "Because I have been told things about Prince Joffrey that I do not entirely believe and that I do not entirely disbelieve. And until I know which of the things to believe, I would rather you not be in his way more than is necessary. Are we agreed?" "Yes, Mama." "Good. Stand still. Let me look at you." Catelyn stood back and looked at her daughter, and her daughter was beautiful. In the long copper way her own grandmother had been beautiful. And Catelyn had a small, brief, complicated thought about it that she did not let her face show. Then she went to find Arya and to fight, very briefly, the small, hard, cold daily war of the dress. And Arya one part of it and Catelyn one part of it, and they came down the stair together, with Arya's hair half escaping its plait and her face a thunder cloud, and joined the household assembling in the inner yard. Lyanna had not come down yet. Lyanna had not come down yet because Lyanna was, at that moment, in the small private antechamber of her son's room, helping him pin a small grave silver wolf to the breast of his cloak. The cloak was stark gray. The wolf had been her father's. The wolf had been her brother Brandon's. The wolf was now her son's. She had taken it from the small chest under her bed an hour before, and she had given it to him without ceremony, and he had taken it the way he took everything, with the small still pause that stood in for surprise. He was 14 this summer. He was tall. He was as tall as Rob and would, by the next moon, be taller. He had a face that was no longer a child's face, and not quite yet a man's face. He had her brother Brandon's mouth in some lights, and Rhaegar's around the eyes in others, and the long bone of his Stark grandfather always, and his hair was still the dark brown that was not quite black, and there were the first small signs of beard on his jaw. Eyes. The eyes had decided. They had darkened by his 11th year into a real violet, and at 14 they were unmistakable. He could not anymore pass as a Stark to anyone who looked at him properly in the right light. He had not, for the last year, tried. He stood very still while she fastened the wolf to his cloak. When she was done, he set his hand once over hers on the breast of the cloak. "Mother, Aegon, he will hate me, he may. You do not need to make me ready for it. I am ready for it. I have been ready for some years. I want you to know that I am ready so that you do not have to spend the visit looking at me." She looked up at him, her son, her tall, serious son. She put her free hand on his cheek. "You are a good boy." "Yes, mother, you are a better boy than I was at 14. That would not have been difficult. You are smug. Do not be smug at the high table. It will not go well. I will not be smug at the high table. And do not look at the queen too long. I will not look at the queen too long. And do not look at the prince at all if you can help it. I will not look at the prince at all if I can help it. And if Robert speaks to you, if the king speaks to me, I will answer him with respect, and I will hold his eye, and I will not bow lower than my uncle does. I have been instructed in this for 6 weeks, mother. By you, by Uncle Ned, by Maester Lewin, by Sir Roderick. I think I have it." She laughed, a small, dry laugh. "Yes," she said. "You have it. Forgive me. I have been instructing things since the day you were born, and I do not know how to stop. Come, let us go down. We will be late." He paused at the door. He turned. He looked at her a moment longer. "Mother, Aegon, are you ready?" She did not answer at once. The question had not been the question she had been waiting for him to ask, and it had been asked with the small, grave kindness he had carried in him since he was 3.5 years old. She put her hand once on his shoulder. She let it stay there. "No," she said. "I am not ready. I have not been ready for 15 years. I will go down anyway. Will you go down with me?" "Yes, mother." "Then we will go." They went. Robert Baratheon came through the gates of Winterfell on a horse too large for him, and wearing a cloak too heavy for the weather. And the first thing he did when he stopped in the inner yard, before he dismounted, was look up at the long line of Starks waiting on the steps of the great hall. And he looked along the line of them, and he found Lyanna. She was standing 1 step below her brother, in a dark gray gown without ornament, with her hair plaited up the way northern women plaited their hair at funerals, and she was not smiling. She was not unsmiling either. She was looking at him with the same flat, steady gray eyes she had looked at him with in the lists at Harrenhal 20 years before, when she was 14, and he was 17, and the world had been a different shape. She did not move. Robert sat on his horse. He did not dismount. He looked at her a long, slow, ugly count. Then he came off the horse. He did not look like a man dismounting. He looked like a man falling off something he had been holding with the last of his strength. His boots hit the dirt. He caught his balance against the saddle. He stood a moment with his back to the household, with his hand on the saddle, and he breathed. When he turned, he had composed himself. He had not entirely succeeded. "Stark, your grace." Ned came down 2 steps. He bowed, the small northern bow that did not bend the back further than was absolutely required. "Welcome to Winterfell. It is colder than I remembered. It is summer, your grace. It is colder than I remembered. It always is." Robert grunted. He came up the steps. He stopped at Ned's level. He clapped his old friend on the shoulder, hard, in the old way, and Ned bore it without moving. Then Robert went past him slowly, his eyes finding Lyanna again and not letting her go, and he stopped 1 step below her, and there was the smallest possible movement of his head that might have been a bow and might have been nothing at all. Lady Lyanna. Your Grace, it has been some years. 15 by my count. 17 since you saw my face when I was awake. 16. The night before you went. 16 then. Your count is better. He looked at her. He looked at her a long time. He had been a young man at 21 with a black beard and a hammer at his hip and a hard, certain joy in him. And he was now a man of 36 who had drunk too much for too long, and ridden too little for too long, and slept badly in a bed too soft for him for 15 years. The face under the beard was puffed and red. The eyes were not. The eyes, when they fixed on her, were the same blue eyes she remembered from the bedchamber on the night before she had run, and they had in them, for half a heartbeat, the same cold hunger they had had then, and then the cold hunger was tucked away. And what was left was something duller and older and almost more dangerous. You are well. I am well. I had been told you were well. I have been well for 15 years, Robert. I am sorry no one wrote to tell you. The use of his name in front of his household, in front of his queen still on her wheelhouse, was a small, deliberate stone dropped in a still pool. He flinched. He covered it. He nodded slowly. Yes, he said. Well, we will speak of all of that later, lady, in some quieter room. We will speak in the great hall, with my brother present. I will not receive you alone. I have not changed my mind on that, Robert. I told you so by Raven. I tell you so now in person. The flush at his neck went a shade darker. He held it in. He nodded again. He stepped past her up to the next step. He paused there with his back to her, and looked into the great hall through the open doors and rolled his shoulders once. He moved on. Behind him came his queen. Cersei Lannister came down from the wheelhouse on the arm of her brother, who was in white of the Kingsguard. She was 33 this summer. She was, the gossipers in the South said, the most beautiful woman alive in the realm, and the gossipers were not wrong as a matter of plain fact. She was tall. She was gold. She wore her hair loose down her back the way a girl might, and she wore a deep red dress under a heavy fur, and she walked across the inner yard to the steps of the great hall the way a queen walked, which was the way a woman walked who had been told from the age of 3 that the world was a road that had been built for her and she should not stop on it. She came up the steps. She paused at Catelyn's level. She offered Catelyn the small Lannister smile. Catelyn returned the small Tully smile. The two women, who had never met, recognized each other at once for what they were, the way two cats recognize each other in a corridor, and they recognized also that they were, in this matter, not enemies. Catelyn presented her children. Robb bowed low. Sansa curtsied beautifully. Arya managed a curtsy. Bran was held up by his mother and waved a small fat hand at the queen, and the queen smiled at him, and the smile reached her teeth and did not reach her eyes. Then Catelyn's hand went, almost without her thinking, to her left, where Lyanna was standing, and Catelyn made the introduction the way the household had agreed she would make it. Your Grace, may I present my husband's sister, the Lady Lyanna of House Stark, and her son, Jon. Cersei looked at Lyanna, the smile thinned by a fraction. Lady Lyanna, we have heard much of you in the South. I am sorry to hear it. We have heard you keep to the North. I do, and this is your son. This is my son. Cersei turned her gold head. She looked at Jon Snow Targaryen, 14 years old, the only living true-born son of Rhaegar of his house, standing a step below his mother in his stark gray cloak with the small silver wolf on its breast, and her green eyes moved over him slowly, top to bottom and back again, the way a butcher's eyes might move over a cut of meat that had been brought to her table by a servant of unsure provenance. The smile did not move. The smile widened, a fraction. The smile became, by some small adjustment of the muscles around it, that Lyanna saw and Catelyn saw and Ned saw from one step up. The smile of a woman who had just been shown a very dangerous animal and had decided that she had, on the whole, a use for such animals, given the right circumstances. Given enough time. He is a handsome boy, he is. He has his mother's coloring, he has. And his father's eyes. The yard went still. Cersei did not move her smile, she did not raise her voice. She had said it the way she said most things, conversationally, evenly, the way one might remark on the weather. There was no triumph in her face. There was no malice in her tone. There was only the small, precise placement of a stone on a board. She had, in 3 sentences, named the boy at the door of his uncle's house, in front of his queen and her brother and her household. And she had named him politely. Ned's hand moved a fraction toward the hilt of the long knife at his belt and stopped. Lyanna's hand moved a fraction toward her son's shoulder and stopped. Jon, who was 14, who had been told for 6 weeks how to behave at this moment, did not move at all. He held the queen's eyes. He did not blink. He did not bow. He did not flinch. He did, after a count of 3, smile the small, grave smile he had inherited from his mother, the one that touched his mouth and not his eyes, and he said, in the careful, steady voice he had been practicing for a year, "My father is dead, Your Grace. I have been told he was a man worth seeing the eyes of. Thank you for the kindness." It was a perfect line. He had not rehearsed it. He had thought of it in the half-heartbeat after the Queen's 3rd sentence, and had said it in the half-heartbeat after that. And Lyanna heard it, and Catelyn heard it, and Ned heard it, and Cersei Lannister heard it, and the 4 of them understood in their 4 different ways. That the boy had just done something that boys did not, in the ordinary course of things, do. Cersei held his eyes a long moment. The smile widened a fraction more. It became, very briefly, real. "You are well brought up, my prince. My lady mother thanks you, Your Grace. I shall remember it." "As you will, Your Grace." She inclined her head a fraction, and moved past him up the steps and into the great hall, and her brother in white followed behind her with his hand on his sword pommel, and his face entirely empty of expression. And the rest of the procession followed them, and the introductions went on. The Lannister men, the Kingsguard, Renly, the Queen's cousins, the dwarf brother who alone among the Lannisters had stopped on his way past and looked up at Jon for a long second with bright, intelligent, considering eyes and had not said a word. The household held its breath. The household exhaled when the doors of the great hall closed at last on the last of them, and Lyanna allowed her hand to descend at last onto her son's shoulder and to grip it hard for one long moment. "Well done," she said. "Mother. Well done. Hush, we will speak later. Go and find Robb. Stay with him. Do not be alone in any corridor from this hour until they leave." "Yes, Mother." The dinner that evening was a long, careful, dangerous thing. Robert sat in the high seat at the Lord's right, where Ned had insisted he sit, and he drank steadily, and he ate hugely, and he laughed twice, neither time at anything anyone else thought funny, and he watched Lyanna across the high table with an attention that did not flag through 6 courses. Lyanna did not look at him. She did not look at Cersei. She talked quietly to Catelyn on her other side and to her son one place down. She ate. She drank watered wine. She did not raise her voice. Cersei sat at the king's other side, and the queen's cousin sat below her in a pretty gold cluster. And the queen's younger son Tommen, who was 8 and round and good-natured, ate a small piece of bread with butter and did not say anything. And the queen's daughter Miechella, who was 9, ate her meat and watched the new place with bright open curiosity. Joffrey, the heir, who was 13, sat between his mother and his great-uncle Kevin Lannister, and he drank wine that had not been watered enough, and he said, into the 3rd course in a voice intended to be carrying, "I had not been told in the South that there was a Targaryen prince at Winterfell." The table, briefly, went quiet. Robb's hand on the table closed slowly into a fist beside his bread plate. Ned did not turn his head. Jon, 3 places down from Joffrey, finished cutting his meat. He put his knife down. He looked across the high table at the heir to the Iron Throne, 14 feet of carved oak between them, and he said, in the same careful, even voice he had used in the yard, "There is no Targaryen prince at Winterfell, your grace. There is only my mother's son. Forgive me. The South is ill-informed. Are you correcting me? I am answering your grace's question. The two are not the same. The two sound very much the same." Jon was quiet. He looked at the boy across the table, and he held the look, and after a moment he picked up his knife again and went on cutting his meat. He did not bow. He did not lower his eyes. He did not, for that matter, look away. He simply finished cutting his meat. It was an exquisite small refusal, performed without insolence and without compliance, and Cersei Lannister at the head of the table watched it happen with her eyes half-lidded over her wine cup, and she did not interrupt her son, and she did not interrupt Jon. And she filed the entire exchange away, neatly, with the other small filings she had been making since the moment she had stepped down from the wheelhouse. Robert had drunk too much by then to hear the exchange clearly. He had heard something. He looked up at his son, at his good brother's nephew, and his eyes went briefly hot under the wine, and his mouth opened, and Lyanna, 3 places down, said in a voice intended to be carrying in a different way, "My lord brother, we have not yet drunk to the king's health. The household has been remiss. Will you give the toast?" Ned rose. He raised his cup. The household rose. The household raised its cups. The toast went round the long table in the practiced way toasts went round northern tables, and the small dangerous moment passed under it, the way dangerous moments did when they were given a polite cover and put aside. Joffrey drank and looked across at Jon, and Jon raised his own cup and met the boy's eyes once, briefly, over the rim of it, and drank. Lyanna watched her son drink. She did not let her face show what she was thinking. What she was thinking was that her son had just made a friend in Cersei Lannister and an enemy in her son, and that the friend was more dangerous than the enemy, and that she did not yet entirely know what to do about it. Robert came to her chamber that night. He came alone. He came drunk. He had told no one. He climbed the back stair from the kitchens, the way he had climbed it as a young man 20 years before when he had visited Winterfell as her brother's friend, and he stood outside her door a long time before he knocked, and when he knocked quietly. She was awake. She had been waiting for him. She had not been expecting him this same night, but she had known he would come within the visit, and she had decided that the first night was as good as any. She rose from her chair by the fire. She put on her wool robe over her shift. She went to the door. She did not open it. "Robert, Lyanna, open the door." "I will not, Lyanna." "I will not, Robert." A long silence. "I will not hurt you," he said, "into the wood." "I know you will not. I will still not open the door. Speak through the wood. I will hear you." A longer silence. She heard him put his forehead against the wood. She heard the small, hard sound of his breath against it. She had not heard that particular sound since their bedchamber the night before she had run. She had remembered it for 15 years. It had not changed. "Lyanna." "Robert." "I have spent a great deal of money to ride here. I am aware. I have spent a great deal of patience. I am aware of that also. I have not married any other woman in my heart in 15 years. Robert, I have not. I do not know what to do with that, Robert. I do not know what answer to give you. I am sorry. I do not love you. I never loved you. I am sorry. I tried to tell you. I tried to tell my father. None of you would hear me. I am not going to come back to you. I am not going to come south. I am not going to leave this house. I have a son. I have a brother. I have, lately, even a sister I did not expect. I have a life, Robert. It is not yours. It cannot be yours. Will you leave me alone now, a long quiet? I want to see the boy." "You have seen the boy. He stood in my brother's hall and bowed to your queen, and his answers were better than your son's. You have seen him." I want to see him alone. You will not in this visit, not in any visit. He is the son of the man who, stop, who took you. He is my son. He is a child of 14. He is going to grow into the kind of man you would have liked in the time before the war. He is steady. He is brave. He is mine. He is also Rhaegar's. I do not get to subtract one from the other for your comfort. Robert, you are my brother's friend. You are my king. You are not my husband. You have not been my husband. I am sorry, Robert. Go back to your wife. My wife is a viper. I know. I am sorry. My son is a... I know that too. Lyanna opened the door. No, Robert, listen to me. I will say this once. If you ever come to this door again at this hour, with this much wine in you, I will write to my brother in the morning and I will tell him that I felt unsafe, and he will be the more dangerous man in this house from that hour, and you do not want that. We are old, Robert. We are not the children we were. Do not come to this door again. Do you understand me? A very long quiet. I understand. Good. Good night, Robert. Go and sleep. Robert, I am sorry, Lya. It was a thing he had not said to her in any version of him she had known. It was the voice of the boy of 17 at Harrenhal, before her brother and her father and her sister and her pride and his own appetites had built him the shape he had grown into. It was the boy who had asked her to dance. It came through the door very quietly. She stood with her hand on the door. She stood a long time. She did not open it. She rested her forehead, briefly, against the wood on her side, where his forehead had been on his side, and she closed her eyes, and the corner of her mouth turned very faintly, in something that was not a smile but was the shape a smile would have been if a smile had been possible. I am sorry too, Robert, she said. Go and sleep. She heard him move. She heard the slow, heavy descent of his boots on the back stair. She listened until the boots were gone. She stood at the door a long time afterwards. After a while she went back to the fire and sat in her chair and put her hands over her face. She did not weep. She had not wept over Robert Baratheon in 15 years. She did not weep now. She sat with her hands over her face for a long time, and then she went to bed, and she did not sleep. And the long northern night pressed down on the keep with all the cold patience of the country it had always been. In another wing of the keep, in the Queen's rooms, Cersei Lannister was sitting before her looking-glass with her gold hair down over her shoulders and her brother in white sitting on the bed behind her, watching her unpin the small ornaments from the day's gown. Well, she said, into the mirror. Well, what? What did you make of him? Of whom? You know of whom, Jaime, the boy, the Targaryen boy. A pause. The reflection in the mirror showed Jaime Lannister at 31, golden as his sister with green eyes harder than hers. He had not yet spoken in this conversation. He is 14. He said, he is. Yes, he has his father's eyes. He does. He answered the Queen's first remark better than the Queen's first remark deserved. He did. He answered Joffrey better. Yes. What are you thinking, sister? Cersei laid the small ornament on the dressing table. She picked up the next one. She unpinned it. She said, conversationally, into the mirror, I am thinking that there is, in this house, the only man in the 7 kingdoms whose claim to my husband's throne is older and better than my son's. He is not a man. He is 14. He will be a man. He has been raised in the north. He has been raised by Stark. He has been raised by Lyanna. That is a different matter. She has not allowed him to forget what he is. She has not asked him to forget what he is. She has not raised him as a Stark fosterling. She has raised him as a Targaryen prince held in trust by Stark hands. There is a difference. The whole keep tonight saw the difference. Robert saw the difference. Robert will not sleep tonight. Robert will be drunker tomorrow than he was today. We have seen this before. He is 14. Stop saying that. I heard you the first time. He is 14 and he is not going to be 14 forever. He will be 16. He will be 20. He will be 25. Joffrey will be 23 at the same time. and Joffrey will be on the throne, and Joffrey will not be loved by the realm. And there will be men who remember that there is, in the north, a Targaryen who is not mad and not dead, and not in exile, and who has been raised in a great house under a Stark roof. And there will be other men who say to those men, very softly, that perhaps it is time to think again about which kind of king the realm wants. We have seen this before too. Jaime was quiet a long moment. "What do you propose, sister?" She smiled into the mirror. The smile did not touch the eyes in the glass. "I propose nothing tonight," she said. "I propose to sleep. I propose to be charming for 3 weeks. I propose to make a friend of his mother if I can. I propose to take what observations I can take in this visit and to think on them when I am in my own bed in my own keep. There will be time for proposals later. There is always time for those if one is patient. We have years. Cersei, Jaime, be careful with this one." "I do not like the look of his mother." "I do not like the look of his mother either," Cersei said calmly, "but his mother is not the problem. His mother is a northern lady on the wrong side of 40 who has raised an extraordinary boy. She is fierce. She is intelligent. She is loved in her household. She is also, on the day she dies, a woman, and the boy is the boy regardless of who is alive to raise him. I am not afraid of his mother, Jaime. I am only thinking about his eventual manhood and his eventual following and his eventual decision about what to do with his name. We have time. We have a great deal of time. Go to bed." He went to bed. She went on unpinning her hair. She watched her own reflection unpin her own hair. She smiled at it once, the way she would not smile at anyone outside that room. Then she put out the candle. Outside, in the godswood, the heart tree bled its small red sap into the cleared ring of earth around its roots, and the long northern summer night moved over Winterfell, and a boy of 14 lay awake in his chamber 3 corridors away, thinking. He did not yet know what the queen had said to her brother. He did not need to know. He had seen her face in the doorway. He had filed the face. He had been filing faces for some years now. He had already begun to plan, in the careful, slow way he planned things, what he would do about her face if it came to it. He did not yet know that he had time. He did not yet know that he did not have so very much of it. He slept, eventually, very late. Chapter 5. End Chapter 6. The Prince of Winterfell Jon woke before the household on the second morning of the king's visit, dressed without waking Robb in the next bed, and went down to the godswood through the kitchen passages, because the front passages had Lannister men at every cross corridor. He had not been told he could not use the front passages. He had not asked. He had simply decided that he would not, for the duration of the visit, place himself in any corridor where his only company would be men in red and gold cloaks, and he had revised his daily route through the keep accordingly. He had been making such revisions for 2 months, in his head, against the day the procession arrived. The day had arrived. The revisions had become his ordinary movement through the building. The godswood at dawn was empty except for the heart tree and the small grave wolves of fog that wandered between the whitebark birches. He went down the cleared path and stood under the tree a while, the way his mother had taught him to stand, with his palms open at his sides and his head not bent. He did not pray. Starks did not pray in any way the Southron men understood, and he was both Stark and not, and the prayers he was permitted by either side of his blood had never quite been laid out for him. He stood until his fingers were numb. Then he went to the small bench Maester Wally's had put under the heart tree 30 years before and sat down on it, because the bench was hidden from the keep windows by the tree's bole and was, in his estimation, the only piece of seating in Winterfell that no royal guest could see without leaving the keep entirely. He had been there perhaps a quarter of an hour when his mother sat down beside him. "You are up early. You are up earlier." "I did not sleep, nor did I much." She set a small flask in his hand. He opened it. It was hot tea with honey. He drank. He gave it back. She drank. The flask passed once more between them in the steady, silent way they had passed flasks all his life, and after the third pass, she capped it and set it on the bench between them and looked up at the heart tree. "He came to my door last night," she said. "He was quiet a moment. He did not turn his head. Did you open it? No, did he? He went away. He was drunk. He was sad. He was not dangerous in any way I cannot manage, Egon. I am telling you now, not because there is anything for you to do about it, but so that you do not hear it from a guard or from a serving girl. Your uncle does not yet know. I will tell your uncle this morning. He will be angry. Do not be angry at the same time, please. One of us being angry in this house this week is enough. Mother, I know he should not. He should not. He did not in the end. Listen to me. He did not. Egon, he did not. Look at me." He looked at her. Her gray eyes were clear. She held his eyes a long beat. Then she took his hand in hers, and it had been a long time since she had held his hand, and her thumb moved once across his knuckles in the way it had moved when he was 3. "You are not yet in any position," she said, "to defend me from anything in this house. You are 14. The king has 600 men with him in this castle. The smartest thing you can do for your mother right now is be a polite young man at her elbow and not give the king any reason to look at you twice. Will you give me that?" "Yes, mother." "Good." She squeezed his hand. She let it go. "Now. The hunt is today, I have been told. You will go. I would rather not, I know. You will go anyway. The king has asked for the hunt to include all the Stark men of an age, and your uncle has agreed, and your name is on the list. To refuse would be more notice than to accept. Go. Stay near your uncle. Stay near Robb. Do not separate from them in the wood. Do not let the queen's brother in white be at your back at any point in the day. If he comes near you, turn so that he is in your eye line. Are we agreed?" "We are agreed." "And when the king speaks to you, which he will, sometime today, I will speak to him with respect. I will hold his eye. I will not flinch. I will not bow lower than is necessary. I will not call him father." She paused. She had not been about to give him that last instruction. She looked at him a long moment. "You will not call him father," she said carefully. "There is no reason for you to call him anything but your grace. Egon, why did you think to say that? Because—" He looked away from her down the cleared path where the fog was lifting in the first sun. "Because the queen said yesterday that I had my father's eyes, and the king was watching me when she said it. And I could see in his face for half a moment that he wanted to ask me a question to which there is more than one answer. I would like today to make the answer plain to him without him asking it. I do not want him to wonder, Mother. I do not want him going home to the south wondering. The wondering is more dangerous than the knowing. If he knows, he can decide what to do. If he wonders, the queen will decide for him. I would rather it not be the queen." She stared at him. "Egon, Mother, how long have you been thinking like this?" "Some years. You are 14. "Yes, Mother, I am sorry. It is what is in my head. I have not asked it to be there. It has been there for some time." She did not speak for a long count. Then she put both her hands on either side of his face and turned him gently to look at her, and her gray eyes were wet but did not spill. "My son," she said. "Mother, you will not call him father today. You will not call him anything but your grace. We will discuss the rest after he is gone. Not before. We have 15 days yet to get through, and you will not, in those 15 days, do anything to make him decide a thing he is not yet ready to decide. Do you understand?" "Yes, Mother." "Good. Promise me." "I promise." She let his face go. She picked up the flask again. She unscrewed it. Her hands were trembling just at the very tips of the fingers. She drank. She gave it back to him. He drank. The flask was almost empty. They sat under the heart tree until the bell at the inner gate rang for breakfast. And then they got up together and walked back to the keep. And she put her hand briefly on his shoulder at the kitchen door and let him go in first. and she went around the side to come in the front. The hunt went out an hour after dawn. Robert led from the front on the largest horse the Winterfell stables had produced, with his great hammer slung at his saddle, though no man hunted boar with a hammer, and his face flushed and his eyes bright, and his voice carrying back across the riders in great red gusts of laughter. He had drunk wine with breakfast. He was all ready. Jon noted from his place 6 riders back, halfway to drunk again. Ned rode at Robert's right. Robb rode behind Ned. Jon rode behind Robb. Theon Greyjoy, who had been the household ward for 9 years, and who was 19 now and bored and mischievous in the way Theon was always bored and mischievous, rode beside Jon. Behind them rode the King's men, the Lannister men, the Kingsguard. Jaime Lannister was in the back. Jon had checked. "You are a serious boy this morning," Theon said. "I am a serious boy most mornings. You are more serious than usual today. My mother gave me instructions." "She always gives you instructions. You always follow them. It is one of your less endearing qualities, Snow. Greyjoy. Do not Greyjoy me. I have been here longer than you. You have been here 10 years. I have been here 14. It is a draw, then. We will continue to call one another by our surnames. I find it elegant." Jon allowed himself a small laugh under his breath. Theon was the most reliable annoyance of his daily life, and Jon had stopped, by the time he was 11, being annoyed by him. Theon did not stop trying. Theon was, in his way, fond. The wood took them in. The King's huntsmen, who had been brought up from King's Landing, knew nothing of the Wolf's Wood. The Stark huntsmen, who knew everything of the Wolf's Wood, had been very politely placed second behind the King's huntsmen and had said nothing. The result was that, for the first hour of the hunt, the procession crashed through the trees in a way that would not have caught anything more wary than a tame rabbit, and the King roared at his huntsmen, and the huntsmen apologized, and Ned said nothing. And the procession crashed further into the wood. It was in the second hour, on a small clear ride between 2 tracks of older trees, that Robert pulled up his horse and turned in the saddle and looked back along the line of riders, and his eyes found Jon. "Boy." Jon paused his horse. "Your Grace." "Come up here." Jon nudged the horse forward. He passed Theon. He passed Robb, who looked sideways at him as he went by with the small, worried look of a man's older brother. He passed Ned. He brought his horse alongside the King's. The King's horse was a hand and a half taller than Jon's. The King looked down at him from his saddle with the bright, bloodshot eyes of a man who had been waiting for a particular moment for some time and had decided to take it now. "Boy," Robert said, "you ride well. My mother taught me, Your Grace. She would. She rode like a man at 12. She rode better than most men at 15. She would have ridden in the lists at Harrenhal if her brother had not stopped her." "I did not know that, Your Grace." "You did not? My mother does not speak of Harrenhal. No, I would not in her place." Robert's eyes did not move from his face. "Look at me, boy." "I am looking, Your Grace. I want to see the eyes." Jon held the King's eye. He did not blink. He did not lower his face. He let the King look. The King looked a long time. The King's face under the wine flush did the small private thing his mother had told him to expect, the small slow undertow of an old wound being touched and decided not to be flinched at. "They are his eyes," Robert said. "My father's eyes, yes, Your Grace." "You are not afraid to call him your father?" "No, Your Grace, in front of me. Especially in front of you, Your Grace. I would rather you knew it from my mouth than from any other man's, with respect." A silence. Robert looked at him. Robert's lower lip pushed out a fraction. The lower lip did the small considering thing it did when Robert was not yet certain whether he was going to laugh or shout. In the end he laughed. It was a short laugh, with no real warmth, but it was a laugh. "Your mother put you up to that." "She did not, Your Grace." "No. My mother told me this morning to call you Your Grace and nothing else. I am calling you your grace, and I am answering your questions truthfully. I do not believe she would object to either. You are a clever boy, Aegon Targaryen. It was the first time he had been called by his own name aloud at Winterfell by anyone outside his mother's chamber in 14 years. It was said by the king of the 7 kingdoms in front of 40 riders on a clear ride through the Wolfswood. Jon did not flinch. He had been ready for it. He had thought the night before about every name the king might call him by, and he had decided his face for each of them. Your Grace. Look at me, boy. I am looking, Your Grace. I am not going to kill you today. I am glad of it, Your Grace. I am not going to kill you on this visit. I thank Your Grace. I am not going to kill you. There, I have said it. Tell your mother I have said it. Tell her the words. Tell her I gave you my word in front of my men in the Wolfswood. Will you tell her? I will tell her, Your Grace. Good. Robert's jaw worked once. He looked away from Jon's face, off into the trees. Your father killed my brother in his way. My father did not, with respect, Your Grace. My father did not know your brother. My father killed no Baratheon. Your father killed Lyanna Stark. He killed the girl I loved. The woman he gave me back was not the girl. I will never have the girl back. Your father killed her. My mother lives, Your Grace. Boy, I am here, Your Grace. Do not correct your king in front of his men. I am sorry, Your Grace. I will not do so again. I will only say that my mother lives, and that if there is any forgiveness to be asked of her on my father's behalf, it is mine to ask, and I will ask it of her this evening in your name and in his, with Your Grace's leave. There was a long, quiet ride between them. The horses moved together. The wood was quiet around them. After a while the king said, very low, almost not for Jon to hear, You are too like him, Your Grace. You are too like him in some ways. You are not like him in others. I do not yet know which of those is the better thing for you. Nor do I, Your Grace. Robert grunted. He spurred his horse forward. The conversation was over. Jon let his horse fall back to its place behind Ned. He did not look at Ned as he passed. Ned's hand had moved a fraction toward the rein of Jon's horse and stopped, and Jon had felt the not touch of it and had been steadied by it without needing it. Robb came up beside him. What did he say? He said he will not kill me today, or on this visit. Robb stared at him a moment. Robb laughed once, a short, startled laugh with no humor in it. That is a thing I did not expect to hear my king say to my brother today. Cousin, brother, cousin. I have been calling you brother for 10 years, Snow. I am not going to stop this morning because the king has come to dinner. You will stop tonight at the high table. I will stop at the high table. I will start again in our rooms. Get used to it. Jon did not answer. He rode on with Robb beside him, and Theon behind them, and the wood opening and closing around them, and the king up ahead booming again about boars he had killed in the south, and the queen's brother in white somewhere at the back, where Jon had not turned his head to see him in 2 hours, and where he had nevertheless been aware of him every moment. The hunt killed nothing of consequence that day. They came back to Winterfell at sunset with a small deer the Stark huntsman had found at the king's huntsman's expense. And the king roared and called for ale, and the household received him on the steps of the great hall. And Jon found his mother in the small antechamber of the hall before the supper began, and he gave her the king's words in the order the king had said them. She listened without speaking. She listened with her face very still. When he was done, she did not, for a long count, say anything. Then she took his face between her hands again, the way she had at dawn, and she pressed her brow once to his. You did well, my love. He named me mother in front of his men in the Wolfswood. I know, I expected he would. That is what the Wolfswood is for, in the way men like Robert use the woods. Things said in a wood are not said. Did you call him Your Grace? Every time. Did you call him father? No, mother, I called him Your Grace. Good. That is the fence, Aegon. We will hold the fence on our side. You held it. I am proud of you. He said he will not kill me on this visit. Yes, he said it because he wanted to hear himself say it. It binds him a little. It does not bind him much. We will not speak of it as a guarantee. We will be glad of it as a small private favor. She let his face go. She straightened. She heard through the door the household assembling in the hall. Go to your seat. Smile at the queen. Drink water. Do not look at the prince. Do not look at the queen's brother. Do not look at me too often or it will start to be noticed. Go. He went. Bran climbed the broken tower 3 days later. The broken tower had stood at the corner of the inner curtain wall since the second age of the keep, and 3 storms 100 years before had taken its top off and left it open to the sky. And it was on the household's list of forbidden places for the children, and it was therefore, to a 7-year-old boy who had been climbing every climbable thing in Winterfell since he was 4, the most attractive structure within the walls. Bran climbed it the way he climbed everything. Well, fast, without telling anyone where he had gone. He went up the outside on the east face because the east face had the best handholds. He went up past the 2nd floor window. He went up past the 3rd floor window. He paused at the 3rd floor window because the 3rd floor window was open, where it had not been open for years, and he heard voices from inside it, and the voices were not voices he had expected. He had heard the queen's voice at supper for 3 nights. He recognized it. He had heard the queen's brother's voice less, but he recognized that too. The 2 voices were inside the broken tower at the middle of a summer afternoon when the queen and her brother had been excused to rest by their household. And the 2 voices were not, in the way the 2 voices were arranged, the voices of a sister and a brother resting. Bran was 7. Bran did not entirely know what he was hearing. Bran knew that he had not been meant to hear it. Bran knew that one ought, at a moment like this one, to climb back down very quietly and to forget what one had heard. Bran was 7. He hesitated, for half a count, in the wrong place. Cersei Lannister, who at that moment was disengaging from her brother's embrace inside the 3rd floor chamber, with the small, careful smile of a woman who had been making the same careful smile in such embraces for 15 years, looked over her brother's shoulder through the open window and saw, framed in the late afternoon light, the small white face of a boy of 7 who had been climbing the tower wall and who was, at this moment, looking at her with the wide, grave eyes of a child who has just been shown a thing he was not meant to see. Cersei did not move at first. Her face did not change. Her eyes held the boy's eyes through the window for one long, deliberate count. Then she said very softly into James' ear, in a voice the boy at the window could not hear, "There is a child at the window." James turned. He saw the boy. The boy saw James see him. The boy began, with the slow, fatal hesitation of a child who has decided to act and is taking too long to do it, to climb back down. James moved. He was at the window in 2 steps. He had Bran's small wrist in his hand before Bran had let go of the upper handhold. He held him there. He did not pull him in. He did not push him out. He held him a long count with his green eyes on the boy's face, and Bran, who had been climbing rooftops for 3 years and had never been afraid of falling, was, for the first time in his life with regard to a wall, afraid. "Sir," Bran said. His voice was very small, "Boy." Behind Jaime, Cersei was buttoning her gown with the calm, deliberate motion of a woman who had not been interrupted in any meaningful way. She did not come to the window. She did not look at the boy again. "Jaime," she said, "I know. Do not let him fall. Sister. Do not let him fall, Jaime. Bring him in." He brought him in. He lifted Bran through the window with one hand and set him on his feet inside the room. Bran stood a moment in the dim chamber. Bran looked at the queen. The queen looked back at him. The queen was beautiful and cold and smiling a small smile that did not reach her eyes. "What is your name, child?" "Brandon, your grace. Brandon Stark." "Brandon Stark, of course. The new one, the Lord's youngest son." Yes, your grace. What were you doing on the wall, Brandon Stark? Climbing, your grace. Climbing. I climb things, your grace. I see. Climbing. And what did you see, Brandon Stark, when you were climbing things? Bran was 7. He was a Stark. He had been raised by the Stark women. He answered in the steady, serious voice he had been taught. I saw the Wolf's Wood, your grace. I saw the Kingsroad. I saw the gold of the Kingsroad in the late sun. It was very pretty. There was a long, quiet pause. The Queen's smile did not move. What a lovely answer, Brandon Stark. Thank you, your grace. You are a clever boy. My father says I am only stubborn, your grace. Cleverness and stubbornness are often the same thing in a child your age. They diverge later. She looked at Jaime over her shoulder. She looked back at Bran. Run along, child. Find your nurse. Tell her you were climbing the broken tower and that the Queen has told you not to climb it again because she is concerned for your safety. Will you tell her that? Yes, your grace. Good, run along. He went. He went to the door of the chamber and out and down the inner stair and across the inner yard at the small, careful run of a child who has been told to walk. And he went directly to his mother in her solar. And his mother knew at once from the color of his face that something had happened. She drew him to her. She listened. He told her in the words he had been told to use what the Queen had said. He did not tell her because he had not yet found the words for it, what he had seen. Catelyn Stark sat with her son on her knee for a long count. Then she rose. She set him gently aside. She told the Septa to take him to the kitchen for something hot, and to keep him there. She put on her fur and went out across the yard, by way of the Maester's tower, and she sent one quiet word to her husband by the Maester's apprentice, and she went up to Lyanna's chamber and closed the door behind her. Lyanna heard Catelyn out without interrupting. Then she said quietly, without standing up, He saw. How much did he see? Enough that the Queen took the trouble to invent a story for him to take to me. Enough that the Queen's brother took the trouble to lift him in through a window rather than push him out of one. Enough. Did Bran tell you what he saw? He did not yet have the words. He will find them. He may not. We will not press him. I do not yet know whether that is the right course. Lyanna stood up. She paced once across the room and back. Her hand was at her own throat. She brought it down. The Queen will not let this stand. No, she will not move while she is in this house. No, she will move on the road. Or after she is in King's Landing, she is patient. She told her brother so the first night. We have heard of it. From whom? A serving girl who turned down the Queen's bed on the first night and was sent out before the Queen began to speak. The girl is one of mine. She did not hear all of it. She heard enough. Lyanna looked at her sister by marriage a long count. Then she went to the door and opened it and looked into the corridor and closed it again and came back. We have to send the boys away. Lya, the boys, Bran, Robb, Jon, out of this, keep out of her sight. Today if we can. Tomorrow at the latest. To the Great Jon. To Last Hearth. Anywhere we can reach in 2 days' ride that has its own walls and its own banners and its own Stark loyalty. The Queen will not strike at Winterfell while she is under its roof. She will strike on her way home, with smaller hands, and she will strike at whichever of our boys she can reach. Bran is the most exposed because he is what she saw the answer through. Jon is the most valuable because he is what she has been thinking of since the moment she came up the steps. Robb is the heir. They are all targets. We have to move them, Lya. We cannot move them today without telling the king. Then we tell the king. What do we tell the king? We tell the king that there has been an accident at Last Hearth, and that the boys have been requested for a name day naming, and that they will rejoin the court at Winterfell within the week. We will lie. We will lie well. We will get them out of this keep before the Queen finishes her count of how to do this. Lya. The king will see through the lie. He will. He will not say so because he will not want to. The king does not want to know what his queen is planning. He has not wanted to know for 15 years. He will let us have the lie. The queen will know it is a lie. The queen will not be able to act on her plan with the boys gone. She will have to start again from a different angle when she is back in the south. That is what we want. Time, days, weeks, a different angle. Anything but the angle she has now. Catelyn looked at her a long count. Yes, she said. Yes, send the boys. You will write the lie, I will write the lie, to the great John with a real letter behind it that he will burn. Good, send it now, today I will tell my brother he will not like it. He will agree. Catelyn went out. Lyanna stood a long moment at the window, looking out across the inner yard at the broken tower, where 7-year-old Bran Stark had climbed 3 days into the king's visit, and seen what no boy of 7 should have seen, and she did not curse. Because she had stopped cursing in such moments many years before, she went to find her brother. Her brother was in the small council room behind the great hall with Maester Luwin and Vayon Poole. They looked up at her face when she came in. They cleared the room at her gesture. She told her brother. He listened without speaking. When she was done, he sat for a long time with his hands flat on the table. We have a week, he said, at most. We have less. Yes, I think so too. We move the boys tonight, quietly, before supper out the postern. North. The great John will keep them. He is loud and he is proud and he is bare stupid and he loves us and he will keep them with his life. And the queen will see it. The queen will not be able to act on it openly. The queen will write to her father in the west. Her father will think on it. Her father is more dangerous than she is. We will have at least a moon before the west moves, and by then we will have the boys placed and we will have written our own letters, and we will not be where the west thinks we are. And when the king goes south, then we will think about what to do when the king goes south. Today is today. Today we move the boys. Ned Stark put his head in his hands a long moment, then he stood up. Send for Robb, he said. Send for John, send for Bran, I will tell them myself. We have an hour. It was John who, sitting in his uncle's solar 2 hours later with his cousin Robb and his small cousin Bran and his uncle, said the thing none of the others had been ready to say. We do not all go, he said. Ned looked up. Egon. I will stay. Egon. Hear me, uncle. Robb and Bran go to the great John. They are children. They will be protected. They will be invisible. Bran in particular has to be moved. The queen will be looking for him. I am not invisible. I have not been invisible since the queen came up the steps on the first day. If I disappear out the postern, the queen will know within the day, and the king will know within the hour after that. And the king will not be told it was a great John naming. He will be told it was a flight, and the king will believe it. And the king will ride north before the week is out, with his wife at his shoulder, and the queen will get what she wants the same week instead of in some careful slow year. I have to stay in this keep until the king leaves it, so that the king sees me at every supper, so that the king goes south thinking he has seen me, so that the queen does not have an excuse to move openly. Will you agree to it? Ned looked at him a long count. You are 14. Yes, uncle, I have been 14 for a year. I am sorry, I am still 14. Egon, I will stay. Lyanna will not allow it. She will allow it. She will hate it. She will allow it. I have already thought through the conversation. I will speak to her tonight. She will not like it, but she will see it. We both know she will see it. Ned was quiet a long time. You will not leave the keep without your mother's leave. I will not. You will not be alone in any corridor. I will not. You will not, in particular, be alone with the queen, even for a moment, even by accident. You will turn and walk if she enters a corridor in which you are alone. You will not be polite about it. You will turn and walk. I will, uncle, and the prince. You will not draw on the prince in any matter. You will not be alone with him either. If he provokes you, you will swallow it. You will swallow whatever he gives you for 14 days. Will you swallow it? I will swallow it. Ned looked at his nephew across the table a long moment. He did not say anything more. He came around the table. He put his hand on the back of Jon's neck, briefly, the way northern men did when they were unable to find words for what was in them. Then he let go and went out and called for the Maester. Robb, beside Jon, said in a quiet voice that was not entirely steady, "Brother, cousin, brother, look at me, brother. If she touches you while I am gone, she will not. Brother, she will not. Robb, listen. The queen will not touch me in this keep. She will not touch me until she is in her own city. By then, I will have your father with me on the road south, perhaps, or you back at my shoulder, or a plan I have not yet made. We will not be in the position we are in tonight forever. Tonight we are in this position. Tonight we move you and Bran. We will deal with me later. Go." Robb embraced him then, hard, the way they had embraced as small boys in the practice yard after the day's sparring. He held him a long count. Then he let him go, and he went out to ready himself, and he took his small brother Bran with him, and Jon was left alone in the solar with the late afternoon coming in low and gold through the high arrow-slit window, and he stood there a long time, with one hand flat on the table where he had argued his way into staying, and he did not feel afraid, and he did not feel brave, and he felt, for the first time in his life, the exact precise weight of the name his mother had given him on the day he was born. It was heavier than he had expected. It was lighter, too. He put both hands on the table. He bowed his head. He stood like that until Maester Luwin came up the stairs to call him down to a supper at which his mother would smile at the queen and his uncle would laugh at the king's jokes, and the keep would pretend that nothing had happened, and the keep would pretend it well. Because the keep had been pretending things well for 14 years and was, by now, very good at it. Chapter 6, End Chapter 7. The web unravels. The raven from the eyrie came in at first light on the 7th day of the king's visit. It was a small raven and a slow one, and it had been sent on from Riverrun by Lord Hoster, who had received it from his own son Edmure, who had received it from a Maester at Gulltown, who had received it from a Maester at the eyrie. The chain of forwardings meant that the raven was 9 days behind the news it carried. Maester Luwin took the small parchment off its leg in the rookery before the household had risen, and he read it twice in the gray dawn light. And he stood at the rookery window for a long minute looking out at Winterfell below him and the white roofs, and the cold smoke of the kitchens beginning to rise. Then he went down. He did not pause to dress more warmly. He did not pause to rouse his apprentice. He went directly to the Lord's chamber, and he knocked once on the heavy door with the knuckle of his middle finger, the way he had been taught at the Citadel to knock on a door that bore important news. And Eddard Stark opened the door in his shirt with sleep in his eyes, and read the small parchment standing in his own doorway in the cold corridor, and his face when it lifted to the Maester's was the face of a man who had been told that an old friend was dead. "Jon," he said. The name was small in his mouth, the small private name of a 50-year-old uncle whom he had not seen in a year and would not see again. "Lord Arryn, my lord." "Yes." "How?" "A bellyache, the Maester says. A short illness. 6 days from first complaint to last breath. He is buried at the eyrie. The Lady Lysa has gone to King's Landing with her son for the funeral rites. 6 days. 6 days, my lord. Luwin, my lord." "Was he poisoned?" Maester Luwin paused. "I cannot say from this letter, my lord. The Maester at the eyrie does not say so. The Maester at the eyrie also does not say it was a natural death in any plain language. He speaks only of the bellyache. There are bellyachs that come from the sea, my lord. There are bellyachs that come from the cellars. There are bellyachs that come from the small finger of a Lannister cousin." Ned's voice was very low. He read the parchment a third time. He folded it. He tapped it once against his palm. He looked up at the Maester. "Luwin, the king does not yet know." "He does not, my lord. The raven came to me." The Maester at the Eyrie has not yet sent any other ravens, by what I can determine. He sent ravens out to the Stark, the Tully, the Greyjoy, the Tyrell, and to the hand of the king's own keep at the Eyrie. He has not yet sent one to King's Landing. He will when he composes himself. He has lost his master. Yes, my lord, we have a few hours. We have a few hours. Tell no one. Hold the news. I will tell the king myself today. I will not have it reach him through his queen's hand. Find me Lyanna quietly. I will tell her first. After Lyanna I will tell my wife. After my wife I will tell the king. My lord. Go, Lewin, quietly. He told Lyanna in her chamber, with the door closed, with the small fire burning down. She listened without speaking. When he had finished, she stood at the window for a long count looking out across the godswood, and she said, without turning, Jon Arryn. Yes. We have lost the only man in the small council who would have stood between us and the queen. Yes, he was poisoned, I think so. By whom? I do not know, yet. The queen, I think, or her father's hand on the queen's hand. It does not, in the end, matter. The Lannisters poisoned him, somewhere in the chain. I do not yet know what for. I will know when I know what he was doing. He was doing something. He had been writing to me oddly for the last year. There is a thread in the letters I have not yet pulled. I will pull it. We have a few hours. After today there will not be hours. She turned around. Her face had that particular quiet she wore when she was thinking very fast. Robert will ask you to be hand. He will. You will go. I will not, sister. You will. Listen to me, you will go. She walked toward him from the window. You will go because Jon Arryn was poisoned and was a friend. And you will go because the king is alone now. And you will go because the queen's reach into King's Landing is uncontested without you there. And you will go because the realm needs a sword in the small council that is not on the queen's payroll. You will go. You will leave my son in this house with me, and you will go, and you will do the work in the south that we cannot do from here, and you will come back to us in a year. Lya. I am not asking you, I am telling you. We have already done the easy version of this conversation. We have been having the easy version for 15 years. The difficult version is now. Go, Ned. Take Catelyn if she will go. Leave Catelyn here if she will not. Take some of your men. Leave most of them with me. Do not promise anyone you will come back. Promise me. Will you promise me, Lya? Will you promise me you will come back? I will come back. Look at me. I am looking. Promise me, Eddard. I promise. She held his eyes account. Then she did the small thing she had not done with him in a long time. She stepped forward and put her arms around him, briefly, the way they had embraced as children in their father's hall. He put his arms around her in return. They stood that way for a count, no longer. Then she stepped back. Now go and tell Catelyn before you tell the king. Lya, go, he went. Catelyn took the news with the careful Tully steadiness she had been raised in. She heard him out without interrupting. She asked 2 questions. The first was whether her sister Lysa was safe. The second was whether her sister Lysa had written to her directly. The answer to the first was yes, by all reports. The answer to the second was no. The second answer worried Catelyn more than the first. She did not say so at the time. She set the thought aside in the small, careful drawer she kept for thoughts about her sister, which had been getting steadily fuller for some years. You will go, she said. I will go. I will go with you. Cat, I will go with you. I have been 3 days in this house with the Queen of the 7 Kingdoms, and I have learned more in those 3 days about the woman my father wrote to me about than I had learned in 15 years of his letters. You cannot be alone with her in King's Landing. You will not see her at table. You will not see her at council. You will see her through the Queen's mother's brother, and the Queen's father's cousin, and the Queen's eunuch, and the Queen's banker, and the Queen's master of whispers. You will not see her hand. I will see her hand. I have a Tully sister sitting with my Tully nephew at her court right now, and I will use her as I can. I will go with you. Sansa and Arya will come south with us. Cat, they are old enough. I will not leave them in this house with the household reduced to my husband's sister and a maester. The queen has met them. She has placed Sansa beside Joffrey at the high table on 3 nights now. We have already pretended we did not see her do it. We will pretend less if Sansa is at our hand, instead of in another wing of a keep where I cannot find her in 5 minutes. Sansa will come. Arya will come. They will come and we will go south together, and I will see what I can see, and I will keep them in my eye line at every meal, and they will not be put behind a queen's curtain in a room where I cannot reach them. Are we agreed? Ned looked at her a long moment. You have been thinking on this. I have been thinking on this since the day the Queen's wheelhouse came up the King's Road. I am sorry, you did not ask. I have answers ready anyway. Bran. Bran will stay with my husband's sister, who is the most dangerous woman in this house, and who will not let him out of her sight for a moment until I am back. Bran is safer with Lyanna at Winterfell than he would be with me on the King's Road. Robb is at Last Hearth where he will remain until the Queen leaves the north. After that we will move him, you and I, by Raven, Cat. Eddard, you are a wonder. I am a Tully. We were trained for it. He took her hand. He kissed the back of it once, the way he had not done in years. She held his hand a moment in both of her own, and let it go, and went out to the wardrobe to find traveling cloaks, and the keep had begun to move, very quietly, around them. He told the king at noon in the great hall in the presence of the queen and Maester Luwin, with the small parchment in his hand. He read it aloud, because the king could not read it himself in this much wine. He read it slowly. He watched the king's face. Robert had been laughing at some small thing one of his men had said when Ned came in. Robert stopped laughing. The laugh did not finish. The mouth stayed half open. The wine cup in his hand stayed half raised. What, Lord Arryn is dead, your grace? What, Lord Arryn is dead? A bellyache. He died at the Eyrie 6 days ago. The Lady Lysa has gone to King's Landing for the rites. The hall was very quiet. Robert set the cup down on the high table. He set it down very carefully. He laid his big hand flat on the cup. He looked at the cup a long count, the way he had looked at his hand on the cup in his own council chamber 15 years before, in a room where another letter had been read to him by the same Lord Arryn. He did not lift his head. My old wolf, Robert said, into the wood. He was not speaking of Ned. He was speaking of his foster father. The two of them had been at the Eyrie together at the same age. Both of them had been the older man's wolves. Robert's voice was very low. Cersei, beside him, had become still in a particular way Lyanna recognized from across the hall. The Queen's hand on her knife had stopped moving. The Queen's eyes, which had been on Robert, were now on Ned. The Queen had not yet looked at the parchment. Stark, your grace. I will need a new hand. Your grace, Ned. Robert, sit down. Ned sat. He sat at the king's left where the chair had been left empty. Cersei was at the king's right. The Queen did not move. The Queen watched. Ned, I will not bury one hand and ride home alone. I will not. I will have a hand on the road south with me. I will have a hand who is my friend. I will have a hand who is not in that woman's pay. A small jerk of the head toward his wife, who did not move and did not flinch. I will have a hand I trust. I have one friend. I have one. He is sitting beside me now. Will you take it? Robert, will you take it, Ned? Robert, there are things you and I must discuss before I take it. Discuss them on the road, discuss them in my carriage, discuss them in your carriage. We have weeks of road. Take it. Tell me you will take it. Tell me here, Ned, in front of my wife, so I do not have to ask you a second time in a quieter room. Stark. Ned looked at him a long count. The king's face under the wine was not the face of the king. It was the face of a boy of 17 at the Eyrie who had just been told His father's ship had sunk in Shipbreaker Bay and was holding it together, badly. It had been the same face he had seen, 15 years before, on the news of Jon Arryn's first refusal of the hand's chain. It was the face Robert wore when he was about to lose another piece of himself. "I will take it, Robert," Ned said quietly. "On terms. Name them, quietly, quietly." "Yes." Cersei spoke for the first time. Her voice was even and low. "My husband is in mourning, Lord Stark. Perhaps these terms are best discussed between you and him in private." "They will be, your grace. Forgive me. I will not press them now. You are courteous." "I try to be." The Queen's eyes went to him account, and she smiled the small Lannister smile that did not reach the eyes, and she did not speak again. The terms, when Ned named them in the King's Solar that night, were 3. "Robert, you will permit my sister and my nephew to remain at Winterfell during my service. You will not visit Winterfell again in my absence. You will write to me before any decision touching the boy is brought before the small council, and I will be present when it is heard. Done. Robert, the Queen's father will not be invited to court while I am hand. Stark. He will not, Robert. I will not serve in the same keep with Tywin Lannister. I will resign in the first hour he sets foot in the Red Keep. The realm will know why. Ned. Robert. I am not negotiating." A long pause. "Done. Robert, the Queen's brother in white will not be on duty in any chamber in which I am alone. I do not trust him in a closed room with me. Stark, you have asked me to be hand. I am telling you the terms on which I will be hand. Refuse them and I will go home. We will both pretend this conversation did not happen. You will name another man. I will go home tomorrow morning at first light. Will you refuse them?" "I will not refuse them." "Ned, damn you, done, all 3, done. Then I am your hand." He said it without ceremony. There was no ceremony in the room. There was only Robert with his head in his hands and Ned across the table and the small fire spitting between them. Stark. "Robert, I am sorry about the boy, I know. I have not been a good king for the boy. You have not been a bad one either, Robert. You have been a king who has not yet decided what kind of king he is to be about the boy. There is a difference. There is no difference. There is a small one. We will talk about it on the road." "Yes, good, yes, the road. Get out, Stark. Get out before I find a worse cup." Ned got up. He paused at the door. "Robert, Stark, I am sorry about Jon." Robert did not lift his head. He waved one hand. Ned went out. The keep moved after that, with the speed of a household that had been preparing for a thing it had not known it was preparing for. Cloaks were packed. Saddlebags were filled. The hall steward made his lists. Maester Luwin wrote 2 ravens north and 3 ravens south in his own hand. All of them in code none of the king's maesters could read. Catelyn took down the small private box of letters her father had been writing to her for 15 years, and chose 3 to bring south and burned the rest in the fireplace in her solar. Because there were 3 letters in that box, she did not want any servant of kings landing to read. And she did not yet know which 3, and so she burned all of them but the 3 she meant to use, on a small private principle that her septa had taught her, that one ought never to leave a knife in a drawer where one could not reach it. Lyanna spent the day with her son. They walked in the Godswood. They rode out to the small ridge above the Wolfswood and back. They did not speak much. They did not need to. They had said what they had to say in his chamber in the morning, in the 15 minutes between his uncle telling him the news and Catelyn coming to his door with the Maester. It had been a short conversation. It had been the conversation Lyanna had been preparing for since the day she had named her son in a bed in Dorne. "You will stay with me?" "Yes, mother. Your uncle will go south, and your aunt will go with him, and your cousins. We will be the household here. Bran will come back from the Greatjon when the king is 2 weeks south of the Neck. Robb will come back at the same time. We will be the keep. We will not, in the ordinary course of things, be visited again by the king. The king has a war to fight that is not yet a war, and he will be fighting it with our uncle for the next year, and we will hear of it in letters, and we will not, until we have to, do anything about it. Will you accept that? I will accept that. And Egon. Mother, you are the Lord of Winterfell while your uncle is gone. Robb will be when he returns. Until Robb returns, you are. You will sit in the Lord's chair in the great hall. You will receive lords who come north. You will speak with my voice and your uncle's voice when you must. Your uncle has agreed. Mother, I am not the heir. You are the heir under this roof until Robb returns. There is no other man in this house old enough. You are 14. You are tall enough to carry your uncle's name for a season. You will carry it. I will be at your shoulder for the parts you cannot carry yet. We will together carry it. Will you do this thing for me? Yes, mother. Good. She kissed his brow. She stood back. Now go and find your aunt. Tell her she is to teach you how to conduct a small council in your uncle's absence. She has been doing it longer than I have. She will teach you better than I will. He went and found Catelyn. Catelyn was in her solar, packing a small sandalwood box with letters and small ornaments, and she looked up when he knocked, and she set the box aside. And she gave him an hour's careful instruction in the order of a small council, and the sigils of the small northern lords, and the standing complaints of each one of them. And she gave him the names of the maesters at each northern keep, and the personality of each maester, and the small confidence she had in each. And at the end of the hour he sat back in her chair with the small grave concentration he had carried on the chestnut yearling at 7. And Catelyn watched him a moment with a small expression on her face she did not entirely let him see. You will be a good lord, John. Aunt, you will be a good lord. I have watched you grow. You will be a good lord. Aunt, yes. Will you bring my cousin Sansa back? I will. And Arya, I will. And Uncle Ned, I will. All three, promise me. She paused. She looked at him. I will do what I can to bring all three of them home. Aunt, John, promise me. She held his eyes. Her own filled. She did not blink. After a count, she took his face between her hands briefly, the way Lyanna had taken his face that morning, and she said very quietly, I promise. Thank you. She let his face go. She turned back to the box. Now go, she said. Go and find your mother. You have an hour before supper. Spend it with her. He went. The royal procession left Winterfell on the 15th morning of the visit, in clear cold sun, with the dust of 600 horses and the small slow rumble of the Queen's wheelhouse, and the small bright cluster of the Stark riders heading south behind the King's banners. Eddard Stark rode at the King's right. Catelyn Stark rode in the wheelhouse with her 2 daughters and the Queen's daughter Miechella, who had asked pleasingly to ride with the Stark girls because she liked Sansa. Robert had granted it. The Queen had granted it. The Queen was paying very close attention to where everyone was sitting, and had been since the first hour of the morning. At the gates of Winterfell, Lyanna stood at her brother's right shoulder until the King mounted. She did not speak to the King. The King did not speak to her. He looked at her once, from the saddle, the long, full look of a man who had been in her doorway in the dead of night and had asked through a door for a thing he was not going to have, and he looked away, and he did not look back. She did not let her own face show what she was thinking. She had learned, over 15 years, what kind of face to wear at a gate. Catelyn she embraced briefly, formally, in the way northern women embrace sisters. The two of them held each other half a beat longer than the household saw. They did not speak. They did not need to. The thing they had said in the godswood under the heart tree 4 years before stood between them, and would stand between them through whatever came in King's Landing, and they had marked it once with sap blood on a glove, and would not unmark it. Sansa cried prettily. Arya kicked the wheelhouse step on the way in. Bran was not there to kick anything. Bran was at last hearth with Robb, and Bran would be home in a moon, and Bran had not yet been told that his father had ridden south. Ned at the gate paused once and looked back. He looked up at the great grey castle and at the white haloed banners on the towers, and at his sister at the door of it, and at his sister's son a step behind her. He looked at his sister's son a long count. The son looked back. Ned raised his hand. The son raised his. Ned turned and rode after the king and was gone. The household moved indoors. The household closed the gates. The household, for the first time in 15 days, was its own again. Lyanna stood in the inner yard a moment with her hand on her son's shoulder and did not speak, and after a while she said, very low, "It is done. They are gone. Now we wait. Yes, mother. You will sit in your uncle's chair tonight. Maester Luwin will read the small reports. You will hear them. You will say nothing tonight that you have not first said to me in the antechamber. We will go through them an hour before supper. Are we agreed?" "Yes, mother." "Good." She squeezed his shoulder once. She let go. She walked toward the keep. He followed her in the great hall. Maester Luwin was already at the small council table laying out the small northern letters that had come in during the visit and had been held back from the king's eye. There were many of them. Some of them would matter, most of them would not. They would have to read all of them. In the godswood, the heart tree wept its small red sap into the cleared ring of earth, and the wind moved in the high branches, and the wood was very quiet, the way a wood is quiet when it has just had 600 men leave it. At last Hearth, 4 days' hard ride to the north, in a hall 5 times draftier than Winterfell and a 10th as careful. A 14-year-old boy and a 7-year-old boy were sitting in front of the great John Umber's great brick hearth, eating rabbit pie that had been cooked too long and smelled faintly of the burner's hand. Bran had been quiet most of the 4 days. Bran had not yet told Robb what he had seen on the side of the broken tower, and Robb had not yet asked. Robb knew that something had happened, because Robb had been told by his mother at the postern, in the brief embrace before the postern was closed behind him, that something had happened, and that it was not for the road. Robb had agreed not to ask, and had not asked, and had, at 14, the patience of an older brother who was learning to be that. The great John was at the high table behind them with 2 of his sons, drinking a black ale that had been left out too long for any palate but his, and bellowing at the smaller of his sons about a horse. The hall smelled of dogs and tallow and old smoke. The dogs were everywhere underfoot. There were 3 of them in front of the hearth, one with its head on Bran's foot. "Brother," Robb said very quietly. Bran did not look up from the pie. "Brother, I know. Brother, you have not eaten. I have eaten some. You have moved the pie around the dish. I have moved it around with intent. I will eat it shortly. Brother." "Robb, please." Robb was quiet a count. Then he slid an arm around his small brother's shoulders and pulled him in against his side, and Bran, after a moment of resistance, leaned. The dog at Bran's foot lifted its head and put it down again. The great John at the high table said something hugely indignant about the horse. The 2 of them sat that way for a while. "I saw something," Bran said into his brother's sleeve. His voice was very small. "I know. I cannot tell you what it was. You do not have to. You will tell me when you know how. I want to. Then tell me. I will not tell." Bran lifted his head. His face in the firelight had the white look it had carried in the Queen's chamber. He looked at Robb a long moment. Then he turned his face into Robb's sleeve again and would not look at him, and his small voice, muffled, gave Robb the report he had been carrying since the broken tower in 3 sentences. Robb did not move. Robb listened. Robb did not speak for a long count after Bran had finished. "I see," Robb said at last. "Robb." "Bran, listen to me. You did right. You climbed down. You came to Mother. Mother sent us here. You are safe. You will stay safe. I will tell no one. I will not tell Father. I will tell no one." The queen is in our house and the queen is dangerous and we are here and we are not in our house and that is good. That is what Mother and Aunt Lyanna wanted. That was the right thing. Rob, the queen looked at me. I know, she knew. I know. Rob, she did not do anything. She did not do anything because she could not. She had only Jaime in the room. If she had had her men, it would have been different. Mother and Aunt Lyanna got us out before she could find a different room. We are safe. We are safe, Bran. Look at me. Bran lifted his face. His eyes were wet. He had not, in 7 years, cried at Winterfell over anything more than a skinned knee. He cried now. Robb let him cry. Robb did not, himself, weep. Robb sat with his small brother against his side and looked into the great brick hearth and watched the fire, and thought, in the slow, careful way of a 14-year-old who had been raised to be Lord of Winterfell, about what he was going to do with what he had just been told. He thought a long time. Bran fell asleep against his side. He gathered Bran up, eventually, and carried him to the small chamber the Greatjon had given them, and tucked him under the wool, and sat by the small hearth there for the rest of the night, awake. He did not, that night, write to his mother. He waited. He had decided, sitting in the great hall with his small brother against his side, that he would not entrust this in writing to any raven. He would carry it in his own mouth back to Winterfell, when the queen was beyond the neck, and he would tell Aunt Lyanna and Mother together. Until then, he would hold it. The dog from the great hall came in and curled against his feet, and the hearth burned down, and Robb Stark sat with his hands folded on his knees in the small high chamber at last hearth, and learned, that night, the particular weight that older brothers had carried in his family for a long time. In the morning, he wrote a short letter to Winterfell that said only that they were safe, and that the Greatjon was a generous host, and that they would come home in a moon. He sent the letter by the Greatjon's smallest raven, on the smallest possible scrap of parchment, in the most ordinary boy's handwriting he could manage. He signed it Robb Stark. He did not, anywhere in the letter, say what was in his head. In the wheelhouse of the Queen, on the 3rd day south of Winterfell, with the Kingsroad running gold and brown beside the small barred window, and the Queen's daughter Miachella playing a small game of Cyvasse with Sansa Stark in the corner. Cersei Lannister sat across from her cousin Lancel and her brother Jaime in white and watched the road through the window and did not speak for a long count. The cousin Lancel, who was 18 and not bright, was holding a small cup of summer wine that the Queen had handed him without instruction, and he had sipped from it twice, and he was waiting for the Queen to speak, and he was already, in the small private way Lancel was always already, beginning to be afraid. Sansa, the Queen said, without turning her head from the window. The Stark girl looked up from the Cyvasse board. Your Grace, will you take Miachella to the front carriage? The princess wishes to see the trees properly. The window in the front carriage is wider. Yes, Your Grace. The two girls went out. The wheelhouse rolled on. The Queen waited until the door behind them had clicked shut, and then she turned at last from the window and looked at her brother and her cousin in the order of importance, and her eyes were the green of an ice-bound river. Lancel, Your Grace, you will, when we reach the inn at Crossroads, take a private letter from me. You will carry it yourself. You will not entrust it to any raven. You will ride west, not south. You will go to my father at Casterly Rock. You will give the letter to my father in his own hand. You will speak to him about the boy. You will say only what is in the letter and no more. You will then return to King's Landing by the river road. Are we agreed? Yes, Your Grace, Jaime, Cersei. You will not, when we are in King's Landing, be alone in any chamber with the new hand. I have been informed. By whom? By the hand. Of course you have. Stark always does it through the king. He is methodical. He is irritating. He is also correct. Stay out of his rooms. I will. And when the boy in the north, sister. When the boy in the north begins in a year or 2 or 5 to make his own movements, we will be ready. We will be ready because we have used the time. We will not, between this hour and that hour, do any single dramatic thing. We will do many small, careful things. Are we agreed? What kind of small, careful things? Letters, marriages, gold to particular northern houses, a lord at White Harbor whose second son has been passed over and feels it, a cousin of the Boltons who has not been written to in a generation, a maester at the Citadel whose chain is shorter than it might be. Small things, slow things. We will do them well. We will do them quietly. By the time the boy is 20, we will have a northern faction that does not love its lady's son so much as it loved her. By the time the boy is 25, we will have a citadel ruling that has been quietly written and quietly archived and is ready to be drawn out when we wish it. By the time the boy is 30, if he ever reaches 30, we will have made his name a problem for him in his own country. He will have to leave. When he leaves, he is ours. We do not need to do this in a year. We need to do this in 15. Are we agreed? And in the meantime, we will keep the king alive. We will keep the king alive long enough for our son to be of age. After that, we may relax our care. James said nothing. Lancel said nothing. The wheelhouse rolled on. After a count, Cersei turned her face back to the window and watched the road, and her smile was the small private Lannister smile that did not reach the eyes. And outside, across the long rolling country of the Neck, the Kingsroad was running gold and brown, and the small, unhurried machinery of a long, quiet siege had begun to move under it. And the woman in the wheelhouse window was, for the first time in some years, content with the shape of her work. In the Maester's Tower at Winterfell, in a small chamber high in the Maester's Tower, in a closed wooden box that Maester Luwin had not yet shown to Lord Stark or to Lady Stark or to any other living person, was a single small parchment in his own hand, copied from a scratched-out marginal note he had found in Maester Wallis's old climate journals during his first month at Winterfell. The marginal note was 4 words long. The note was in a private cipher Wallis had taught Luwin during their one meeting in the Citadel a quarter-century before. The 4 words, when transcribed, were these: "The boy is king." Luwin had not yet decided what to do with the parchment. He had not, in 8 years, shown it to Lord Stark. He had not shown it to Lady Lyanna. He had not shown it to himself in any letter he had written to the Citadel. He had locked it in the wooden box on the day he had first transcribed it, and he had told himself that he would think on it when the time came, and the time, perhaps, had come. He stood in the rookery with the box in his hand a long count. He did not, in the end, take the parchment out. He set the box back on the high shelf. He went down to the great hall to read the small northern letters with Lady Lyanna and her son, and the door of the rookery clicked softly shut behind him, and the long, bright, cold afternoon of the north closed in around the keep, and for a brief, unrepeatable hour Winterfell was again only Winterfell. It would not stay that way long. None of them that afternoon supposed that it would. Chapter 7, End Chapter 8. Southern Fire. Eddard Stark had been Hand of the King for 2 months and 11 days when he found the small leather-bound book that Jon Arryn had been reading the week of his death. It was on the high shelf in the Hand's small private library, in the corner where the Maesters kept the genealogies, and it had been pushed back behind a row of taller volumes so that only the corner of its spine showed against the wall. It was a thin book, perhaps 100 pages, bound in plain brown leather with the seal of the High Septon's archive pressed into the inside cover. Its title, in faded gold leaf along the spine, was The Lineages and Histories of the Great Houses of the 7 Kingdoms by Grand Maester Mallion. It was not a famous book. It was a thoroughly tedious one. Maester Pycelle had remarked a fortnight before that Lord Arryn had borrowed the book from the Red Keep Library shortly before his illness. The remark had been made over a cup of wine. The remark had been made with the particular slow, careful drift of a Grand Maester who had been told to plant a seed in a man's ear, and was attempting to plant it without planting it. Ned had taken the seed. Ned had put it in the small drawer in his own head where he kept seeds. He had not, until tonight, gone looking for the soil. Tonight he was looking for it. He carried the book to his desk. He sat down. He opened it. He read the inside cover. He paged forward through the long, dry recital of small Riverlands houses, and through the longer, dry recital of small Reach houses, and through the longer, dry recital of small Stormlands houses, and his finger found the section on House Baratheon at last and stopped there. He read the heading. He read the paragraph below the heading. He read the paragraph below that. He read every line very slowly, and then he turned to the next page, and the next, until he came to the place in the manuscript where, for the last 7 generations, the great house of Baratheon had been described in a single recurring phrase that had appeared in every entry without exception: hair of the night, eyes of the storm, black of hair, blue of eye, every Baratheon, every cousin, every bastard the master had been able to verify in 2 centuries of tedious, careful work. Black, black, black. He turned the book back 2 pages. He read the entry on Robert Baratheon, hair of the night. He turned to the entry on Stannis, hair of the night. He turned to the entry on Renly, hair of the night. He sat for a very long time with the book open in front of him in the candlelight in the hand solar of the Tower of the Hand, and he did not move, and he did not speak, and a guard outside the door coughed once, and Ned did not look up. Then, at last, he closed the book. He did not, that night, do anything else with what he had learned. He sat with his hands flat on top of the closed book until the candle burned down to a stub, and he watched the stub burn, and when it had gone out, he watched the small thread of smoke that had risen from it, and he thought. He thought of his sister at Winterfell. He thought of his nephew. He thought of the king who had been his friend 20 years ago and was no longer his friend in any way the word had once meant. He thought of the queen and her 3 pretty children with the 3 pretty heads of Lannister gold. He thought of the small private corridor by which a man with the truth in his hand could walk safely out of the Red Keep, and he could not, for the moment, find one. He went to bed at last. He did not sleep. He lay awake on his back, with his hands folded across his chest in the formal Stark way, and listened to the city below him, and to the ravens crying on the high ledges of the tower, and to his own heart. And he thought through the long catalogue of every man living within 10 miles whose loyalty he could trust, and the catalogue was very short. In the morning he wrote 2 letters. The first was to Stannis Baratheon at Dragonstone, and it was 3 lines long, and it asked only whether Stannis would consent to come to King's Landing for a private audience at the Hand's earliest convenience. The second was to his sister at Winterfell, and it was longer, and it was written in the small private cipher he and Lyanna had learned from Maester Wally's when they were children, which had been their grandmother's wedding cipher, and which no Maester at the Citadel knew. The letter to Lyanna said many things. The most important sentence in it was the last. The Queen's children are not the King's. I know it now. The truth will not stay hidden a season. Make the keep ready. Move Bran home. Hold the gates. He sealed both letters with the direwolf in grey wax. He gave the first to a captain of a King's Landing galley, bound for Dragonstone. He gave the second to a northern man named Halin, of his own household guard, with the standing instruction that the letter was to be opened by no man but Lyanna Stark, and that the carrier was to die before the letter did. Halin rode out of the king's gate at first light. The galley to Dragonstone caught the morning tide. It went wrong before either letter arrived. The king had insisted on a tourney for his name day. The tourney had been the hand's first major irritation as hand. The realm did not have the gold for a tourney. The crown had been bleeding gold to the Iron Bank since the war 15 years before, and was, at the time of the tourney's announcement, in debt to the Westerlands by a sum equal to 4 years of crown revenue. Ned had said so, plainly, in the small council, and Robert had laughed, and Cersei had not laughed, and the tourney had been announced anyway. The tourney had been a great wretched expensive thing. The crown had paid for it on borrowed gold. The tourney had been over for 6 days when Robert went hunting in the Kingswood. He had been in a foul mood for a week. He had been in a foul mood since the hand had presented him with the accounts. He had been in a foul mood since the first day of the tourney. He had been in a foul mood, perhaps, since the day he had ridden out of Winterfell and looked back at the gates, and seen his sister by marriage standing at them with her son a step behind her. He had drunk steadily for the 7 nights between. He had taken his heaviest spear, and his largest horse, and his 3 favorite hunting companions, and he had ridden out of the Lion Gate at first light on a clear summer morning with a great drunken shout, and he had ridden into the Kingswood as though he could outride what was in his head. He had, the realm was later told, gored a boar through the lungs at the moment the boar had gored his horse through the foreleg. The horse had thrown him. The boar's tusk had taken him through the leather of his hunting jerkin and through the skin under it, and through the muscle, and through the bowel. The wound was a wide, deep wound. The men had carried him back to the Red Keep on a hunting blanket. The Maester had cleaned the wound. The Maester had said that the bowel had been torn. The Maester had said that there was nothing more to be done. Robert Baratheon, the first of his name, lay dying in a great bedchamber in the Red Keep 3 nights and 4 days, and he sent for his hand on the 2nd night, and he sent for his good brother Renly, and he sent for the High Septon, and he sent 3 times in a slurred, unsteady voice. For a woman whose name he no longer entirely remembered how to pronounce, Ned was at his bed when the king died. He had been there since the 2nd night. He had heard the king's last instructions. He had taken them down himself, in his own hand, on small parchment by candle. The king's last instructions had been many. Some of them had been incoherent. Some of them had been very lucid. The most lucid of them had been the instruction that began, "It is my will that the rule of the 7 kingdoms shall pass to my heir until he is of age." It had not at first named the heir. The king had paused. The king had looked up at Ned with the bright pain-glazed eyes of a man drowning slowly and aware of it. "Stark. Robert. Write Joffrey. Write his name, Joffrey. Robert. Stark. I am dying. I have not the time. Write his name." "He is my son." Ned had paused. He had paused half a breath. He had thought, in that half breath, of every promise he had made to his sister, and of the small leather book in the hand's library, and of the letter to Stannis on its way to Dragonstone, and of his nephew at Winterfell, and of the city outside the windows of the Red Keep, in which the queen had 7 of her cousins, and her father had 3,000 men in the city in plain clothes, and Petyr Baelish had an account in every brothel within 4 streets of the Mud Gate. He had written Joffrey's name. He had written it because the king had asked. He had not believed the name. He had not, in the half-breath, decided not to believe it. He had only decided that he would deal with the truth of the name when the king was dead, and not before, because the king was dying and the king had asked, and the king would not be denied what little he had left. The king had died at first light on the 3rd day. The Maester had pronounced him. Ned had stood at the foot of the bed, and Renly had stood at the head, and the queen had not been present, and the High Septon had been weeping in a corner. Ned had folded the king's last instruction into his sleeve. He had walked out of the bedchamber. He had walked down the long corridor to his own chamber in the Tower of the Hand. He had taken the king's last instruction out of his sleeve. He had set it on the desk. He had sat down at the desk. He had crossed out Joffrey's name. He had written in the same hand, in the space below, "It is my will that the rule of the Seven Kingdoms shall pass to my brother Stannis Baratheon. Signed and sealed by my hand and my hands this day." He had signed it. He had set the king's last instruction in his locked drawer. He had risen. He had walked, very deliberately, down the long stair of the Tower of the Hand and across the bailey to the throne room, and he had presented himself to the small council, where Cersei Lannister was sitting in the king's chair, and Joffrey at her right and Tywin Lannister, who had arrived at the city the previous afternoon by river barge with 200 men in plain clothes at her left. Ned read the king's last instruction aloud. The chamber was very quiet. "Lord Stark," Cersei said, in the small, even voice she used for the most dangerous moments, "that is not what my husband instructed. It is what your husband instructed, your grace. It is not. I was at his bed. You were. I have his hand here. Will you rate it? You have your hand. There is a difference, your grace. My son is the heir, Lord Stark. The realm knows it. The small council knows it. The court knows it. I will not have my husband's last word forged by his hand for my husband's brother. Your grace, Stannis Baratheon is the king's brother, the king's eldest brother. The king has named no other heir before this hour. The king's son. Yes, Lord Stark. The king's son." The chamber went still in a particular way Ned had not intended. He had not, at this moment, meant to say it. He had meant to say only that Stannis was the elder brother, and that the king had named him in the moment of his dying, and that the small council was bound to the king's last instruction, and to leave the rest for a later hour, in a different room, with witnesses he had chosen. He looked at Cersei across the table. He had, in his 3 months at this court, watched her closely. He had watched her at supper. He had watched her in the small council. He had watched her with her 3 children. He had watched her with her brother. He had read the small leather-bound book. He had, last night and through the king's 3 days of dying, watched the queen's face every time the king had moved or moaned or spoken a name, and he had seen on her face no grief at all. He had seen a small, careful counting watch. He was a northern man. He was an honor-bound man. He was also the brother of Lyanna Stark. He had been raised by the same father who had raised her. He had, in the moment, the same bone-deep impatience with cruelty, wearing fine clothes that she had carried since she was 12. He said it. "Your son," he said, "is not the king's son, your grace. Your son is Jaime Lannister's son. So are your other 2. I know it. The small council will know it within the hour. I will not write Joffrey's name into the king's last instruction. I will not put a Lannister boy on the Iron Throne and call him a Baratheon. The realm will not be served by the lie. The lie ends today." The chamber was very, very still. Tywin Lannister, who had not yet spoken in the meeting, lifted his face for the first time and looked at Ned. And the Lord of Casterly Rock was 63 this summer, and his pale gold eyes had not lost any of their cold, and he looked at Ned a long count. Then Tywin said in a voice that was almost gentle, "Lord Stark, may I see the king's hand?" "You may, my lord." Ned slid the parchment across the table. Tywin took it. Tywin read it. Tywin set it carefully back on the table. Tywin looked at Ned again. "The hand is the king's on the first half. The hand below the cross-out is yours." "It is. You have changed the king's instruction." "I have set down the truth of his line of succession, my lord. The crown belongs to Stannis. The crown does not belong to a boy who is not the king's son. That is for the council to determine, Lord Stark. That is for the truth to determine, Lord Tywin. Truth is a thing the council weighs, Lord Stark, as any sensible man knows. Truth is not a sensible thing, Lord Tywin. It is rarely heavy. It is often awkward. It will, in the end, weigh more than this council. A long count passed. Cersei spoke. Her voice was very low. Her voice was calm. Her voice was the voice she had used in her chamber on the night she had told her brother in white that she would do many small, careful things over 15 years. Lord Stark, you have made a great mistake. I have done my office, your grace. You have committed treason against the lawful heir. I have served the lawful heir. Guards, the doors of the council chamber opened. The men who came in were not the Kingsguard. They were Lannister men in red and gold who had been waiting in the antechamber for some count of minutes. They were already in the chamber before Ned had risen. There were 10 of them. There were 6 in the chamber and 4 at the doors. They had their swords out. Ned stood. He did not draw his own sword. He looked at the men. He looked at Cersei. He looked at Tywin. Lord Stark, Cersei said, you will be lodged in the black cells until the council has had time to consider your treason. Do not resist. I have no wish to see you killed in this chamber. There would be ink on the floor, and ink does not come out of these stones easily. Will you go quietly? He looked at her a long count. I will go quietly, your grace. The truth will follow. The truth will follow as I instruct, Lord Stark. He went. He went down the long corridor to the cells with 6 Lannister men around him and his hands not bound, because he had not given them cause to bind him. The door of the black cell closed behind him. He sat down on the small stone bench. He was alone in the cold dark. He did not weep. He thought of the letter that had ridden out of the king's gate 3 days before, in the hand of a man named Halyn, in the cipher of his grandmother, telling his sister to make the keep ready and to hold the gates. He thought, in the dark, that the letter would arrive within the moon, and that his sister would do what she had been told, and that the Stark banners would rise in the north within the moon after that, and that he, in his cell, was likely to die before either of those things happened. He thought also that he had done his office. He had done what the hand was meant to do. He had laid the truth on the table. He could not undo it now. He had time to make peace with the dying. He had been on a battlefield once or twice. He had seen good men die badly. He had taken Lyanna out of a tower in Dorne, and he had brought a child north, and he had married a Tully, and he had raised children who were good, and he had served a friend who had not, in the end, deserved the friendship and had still been worth giving it to. He had had a long life by the count of men of his country. If it ended in this cell, it was not a bad ending. He sat on the stone bench. He set his back against the cold wall. He closed his eyes. He waited. The letter to Lyanna arrived at Winterfell 3 weeks after the king's death, and 4 days after the news of Ned's arrest. The news of the arrest came faster, by Raven, in a letter from a northern lord with a son in the city. The letter from Halyn came slower by horse, because Halyn had ridden it himself, and Halyn had been 3 days in a Riverlands ditch with a knife wound in his shoulder before he had been able to find a horse he could trust. Halyn had still managed to deliver the letter in his own hand, into Lyanna's own, in the inner yard of Winterfell on a clear cold morning in early autumn. Lyanna read it standing in the inner yard. She read it twice. She did not speak for a long count. Then she folded the parchment. She put it inside her cloak. She set her hand on Halyn's shoulder very briefly, and she said, "Get to the Maester. He will see to your shoulder. Do not speak of this letter to any man in this house but myself and my brother's wife and the Maester. Tell the Maester I require him in my chamber within the hour. My lady, go." He went. She turned. Her son was standing in the doorway of the keep, with his stark gray cloak over one shoulder, with the small silver wolf at the breast of it, with his 14-year-old face that was no longer a child's face. He had come out into the yard at the sound of the rider. He had not yet been told. She crossed the yard to him. She took him by the elbow without ceremony and walked him through the great hall and up the stair to her own chamber. She did not speak on the stair. She closed the door behind them. She turned to face him. "Mother, Egon." "What?" "Your uncle is in a black cell in King's Landing. Your aunt and your cousins are confined to the Tower of the Hand under the Queen's guard. The king is dead. Your uncle has named Stannis as the lawful heir. The Queen has named Joffrey. The lie of Joffrey's father has been laid out on the council table. The realm has not yet been told. The realm will be told within the moon. The north will rise." He looked at her a long count. "Mother, Egon, mother, I am sorry, my love. Mother," she took his face in her hands. She held it. She did not, for a long count, speak. "Listen to me," she said at last. "Mother, listen to me. You are 14. The thing that is about to happen is the thing I have been afraid of since the day you were born. It is not the thing I would have chosen for you. I would have chosen for you a long, quiet life as a northern lord under a different name, with a wife and a son and a stable of horses you fell off of when you were 15. That life is not coming. I am sorry. The other life is coming. I will not pretend to you that it is not. We will have to choose in the next hour, in the next day, in the next week, what kind of war we are about to fight and what kind of man you are going to be in it. Do you understand me? I understand. Are you with me, my son? I am with you, mother. Then we will sit down together with your aunt by marriage and the Meister in this chamber in 15 minutes, and we will lay out what we know and we will decide. Not before, not after. We will decide today. Will you stand at my shoulder? I will. Good. She kissed his brow. She let him go. She turned to her writing desk. Her hands, as she lifted the quill, were steady. They had been steady for 15 years in moments like this one. They would be steady through this one too. Egon, mother, go and ring the great bell of the inner ward 3 times, then 4. That is the call to council. The household will know. The household has been waiting since the king came up the road. Ring it now. He went. He went down the stair and out into the inner yard, and he climbed the small stair to the bell on the inner ward, and he rang it. 3, 4. The sound went out across Winterfell, and across the Godswood, and across the Wolfswood beyond it. And it was the sound that had been called for the assembly of the household at every great moment of Stark history for 8,000 years. And it was being rung now by the only living son of Rhaegar Targaryen. On the day the Starks called their banners against the Iron Throne, in her chamber, Lyanna Stark sat at her writing desk with her quill in her hand, and she began to write. In the great hall, Maester Luwin came down from his tower with the small wooden box from the high shelf, and he opened it for the first time in 8 years, and he laid the 4-word note on the table in front of him. The boy is king. In the inner yard, the household began to gather. Catelyn Stark was confined to the Tower of the Hand for 9 days. The Queen's guard stood outside her door. She was not chained. She was not struck. She was permitted her 2 daughters and her septa and a single serving girl. She was not permitted writing materials. She was not permitted ravens. She was not, in the formal sense, a prisoner. She was, in the informal sense, a hostage, and she understood the difference, and she did not pretend she did not. She had, on the second night, written a letter to her father in her own blood on the back of a torn page from her septa's prayer book. She had given the page to Sansa with very specific instructions about which serving girl would deliver it to which boatman at which gate. The page had gone out the gate before the morning bells. The page had been at Riverrun within the moon. Hoster Tully had read it. Hoster Tully had put down his cup. Hoster Tully had begun, that same hour, to call his banners. Catelyn had not, the night she had cut the small wound in her finger, told her daughters what was in the letter. She had only told them that they were to obey her in every small instruction over the coming days, and that if she were taken from them in any sudden way they were to do exactly what her septa instructed, and that they were Stark girls, and that they would be brave. and that they would be home before the summer ended. Sansa had wept. Arya had not wept. Arya, on the second day of confinement, had stolen a small kitchen knife and hidden it inside her sleeve. Catelyn had found it that night while undressing her, and had taken the knife from her and had given it back. They had not spoken of it. The knife had stayed in Arya's sleeve. On the 9th night, very late, the Queen had come herself to the door of the Tower of the Hand. She had been admitted. She had stood in the doorway of Catelyn's small private chamber. She had not entered the room. "Lady Stark, Your Grace, I will not pretend that I am here as your friend. I am here because we have a small private matter to discuss, and because I would prefer to discuss it with you in a room without my brother in it. Speak. Your husband has refused to acknowledge my son. Your husband is in a black cell. Your husband will not, by my decision, be put to death by my hand. I will not be that kind of queen on the first day of my regency. He will be sent to the wall. He will take the black. The realm will be told that he has confessed his treason and chosen the wall over the headsman, and the realm will believe it, because the alternative is too tedious to think about. He will live. You will live. Your daughters will live. They will be returned to your care within the moon, on the road to White Harbor under royal escort, and they will be put on a ship to Winterfell, and they will be home before the snows. Will you accept this?" Catelyn looked at her a long count. "And in return, Cersei's voice did not change. "You will write a letter to your husband's sister at Winterfell. You will tell her in your own hand that her brother has confessed and has been sent to the wall. You will tell her that his confession is final. You will tell her that the realm must move on. You will tell her, in particular, that the boy at Winterfell is in danger of becoming a tool of pretenders, and that the proper course is for the boy to be sent south, in the keeping of the new king, where he will be honored as the queen's ward and held safely, and where he will not be used by men who would set him against the lawful king. You will tell her this in your own voice. The letter will go north under your seal." Catelyn looked at her. The candle on the small table between them burned down a fraction. "I will not, Your Grace. Lady Stark. I will not write that letter. With respect, I will not write it. You may keep me here. You may keep my daughters. You may, if you will, kill me. You will not have my hand on a letter to my good sister telling her to send her son into your keeping. You will not have it tonight. You will not have it next year. You will not have it ever." Cersei watched her a long count. "You are braver than I had assumed. My father raised me to be a Tully. The Tullys are not famous for many things. They are passingly famous for this. Yes, Hoster did teach you that once. I had wondered whether the marriage had taken it out." A small pause. "Your husband will live, Lady Stark. He will live regardless of whether you write the letter. I am not in a position to kill him. The realm will not stand for it. He goes to the wall. Your daughters will live also. I am not, contrary to popular belief, a woman who is fond of killing children. I do not have my father's appetites in that direction. The girls will go home to you. The matter of the boy in the north we will settle in some other way in some other season. You may keep your hand off the letter." Catelyn watched her. "You are giving me this. I am giving you this. Why? Because I prefer not to have the north rise. Because my father wishes the north not to rise. Because my regency is a small, unsteady thing in its first hour, and the realm cannot afford to spend the next year putting down a northern war when there is a new king to be crowned and a wedding to be arranged for him. Because I am, in my own quiet way, a careful woman, Lady Stark. I have not yet won this game. I do not pretend that I have. I am giving up the small piece on this square in order to put a larger piece on a square 3 turns from now. I will deal with your good sister and her son in some other way. Will you take what I am offering you? I will take it for my husband and my daughters. I will not in the same hour lift my hand against my good sister's son. I have not asked you to lift your hand. I have only asked you not to write a letter. Even so, Cersei watched her a long count more. She inclined her head a fraction. "You are dismissed, Lady Stark. Your daughters will be returned to you in the morning. Your husband will be put on the road in 7 days. The royal escort will leave with you the day after. Your Grace. Good night, Lady Stark." The Queen went out. The door closed. Catelyn sat down in the small chair by the candle, and she put her hands over her face, and she did not weep, because she had not been raised in a house where Tully women wept in front of locked doors. She sat very still until her breathing was steady, and then she stood, and she went to her daughter's chamber, and she sat on the edge of Sansa's bed, and she watched the two of them sleep until morning came up over the Red Keep. Robb Stark and his small brother Bran came home to Winterfell on the 3rd day after the bell had been rung, on the road from Last Hearth, riding through a thin, cold rain that had been falling all morning. Robb had had the letter from Maester Luwin 2 days before. The letter had been 3 lines long. The letter had said only that their uncle had been arrested, that the Queen's children were not the King's, and that the household had been called to council. The letter had been signed by Lyanna in the cipher. Robb had read the letter twice. Robb had not woken Bran. Robb had ridden out of Last Hearth at first light with 20 of the Greatjon's men at his back and his brother on a small pony beside him, and the Greatjon himself, who was 40 years old this summer and had a beard down to the 2nd button of his jerkin. Riding at his right hand with an axe across his saddle and a great red face that did not, that morning, smile. They came into the inner yard with the rain falling. The household was waiting. Lyanna stood on the steps of the great hall in a stark gray cloak, and the small wolf at her breast and her gray eyes very steady. And beside her stood her son in his own stark gray cloak. And behind them stood Maester Luwin and Vayon Poole and Sir Roderick Castle, and the small assembled body of the keep. Robb dismounted. He took Bran down from the small pony. He carried Bran in his arm up the steps and set him gently against his aunt's hip, and Bran went immediately into Lyanna's arms. "Aunt, Bran, be welcome home. You are safe, you are home. Hush! Where is mother? On her way home, Bran. She will be here within the moon. Where is father? On his way also. Hush, we will tell you all of it inside. Come." She lifted him. He was 7 and small for 7 and not heavy. She carried him across the threshold into the great hall, and Robb followed, and the Greatjon followed, and the household followed, and the great doors of Winterfell closed against the rain. In the hall, the trestle tables had been set up, and the maps of the north had been laid out, and Maester Luwin had set the small wooden box on the head table, and the 4-word parchment lay open on the cloth in front of it. And Lyanna placed Bran in the small chair to her right and her son to her left, and she did not sit. She stood. She set both hands flat on the table. She looked at the Greatjon. "My Lord Umber, my lady. You have been told nothing on the road, my lady. I have been told the boys were to come home. I have not been told why. I have an axe, my lady, and I have a guess. I would prefer, with respect, the rest of the news from your own mouth." "You will have it now," she told it. She told it in flat, plain northern sentences. She told it in front of the household. She told it without flourish. She told it the way her brother would have told it, if her brother had been at the head table, because her brother was not at the head table and was, instead, in a stone cell 3,000 miles to the south, and the keep had no other voice. When she had finished, the Greatjon stood up. He picked up his axe. He set it on the table in front of him with the heavy, clear sound an axe made on oak. He looked around the hall. "My lady, my Lord Umber, I have a question, with respect. Ask it. The boy at your shoulder, my son." "Yes, my lady, the boy, his name—" She paused. She looked at her son. He looked back at her. He was very still. "His name, my Lord Umber, is Aegon Targaryen, the son of Rhaegar of his house and Lyanna of mine. That has been his name since the day he was born." The household has called him Jon for 15 years, by my brother's wish and by mine, in deference to the realm. The realm is going to ask the question soon. We will not at this table dodge it any longer. The great Jon looked at the boy. The boy looked back. The boy did not flinch. My prince. My lord Umber, you are 14. I am, my lord. You are not yet a man. I am not, my lord. By another year I shall be. By another year, my prince. This realm will have crowned a Lannister boy and burned half the Riverlands and emptied your aunt by marriage's father's coffers. And the question you and I will be asked is not whether you are a man. The question we will be asked is whether the North rises for the boy with the dragon name, or whether the North rises for the wolf, or whether the North rises for nothing and waits out the war and lets the South do as it likes. I have an axe, my prince. I am asking you in front of your mother and your cousin and your uncle's household what you would have me do with it. The hall went still. The boy stood up. He was not as tall as the great Jon. He was taller than the great Jon's question deserved. He set his hand on the table beside his mother's. He did not look at his mother. He looked at the great red northern lord with the axe in front of him. My lord Umber. My prince. I would not have you raise your axe for my name. Not today. Not while there is another man living who has a better claim to the throne than mine and who is honest. My uncle Ned has named Stannis Baratheon. Stannis Baratheon is the lawful king of the 7 kingdoms by my uncle's reading of my father's brother's blood. Stannis Baratheon is on Dragonstone. Stannis Baratheon will call his banners. The realm will hear 2 calls and will choose. I will not in this hour be the 3rd call. The North will rise for my cousin Robb under his father's banner, to free his father, to return his sister, and to put the lawful king on the throne. That is the call I would have us answer first. The other call I will answer when the time for it comes. Will you accept it? The great Jon stared at him a long count. Then the great Jon laughed once, a great booming laugh that rattled the cups on the table. My prince, by the gods, by the old gods and the new, you are a Stark. I am, my lord. You are also a dragon. I am that also, my lord. The gods made me both. I cannot help it. I do not propose to apologize for it. Nor should you, lad. Nor should you. The great Jon picked up his axe. He set it across his shoulder. He inclined his head, the small northern inclination northern lords made to one another at the high table. I will raise it for your cousin, my prince. I will raise it for the king in the North if the North chooses to crown one. And on the day, my prince, that you call for it for yourself, in your own time, in your own voice, I will raise it for you also, and so will every Umber after me to the 3rd generation. That is on my axe and on my house. Are we agreed? We are agreed, my lord. Thank you. The great Jon nodded. He sat down. He picked up his cup. He drank. Around the hall, the small northern lords who had ridden in over the previous 3 days began, one by one, to nod, and to set their hands flat on the table in front of them, and to make the small northern gestures that bound a man's house to a thing for the duration of a war. Lyanna stood at the head table with her hands flat on the oak and her son standing at her shoulder, and she watched her household commit to the long thing that was coming, and she did not weep. The North was rising. It was rising for the Starks first, by her son's word, and it would rise for the dragon later, by his choice in his time. He had bought himself the choice. He had bought it with the steadiness of a 14-year-old at a high table in front of 40 northern lords, and she had watched him buy it, and she would not, that night, undo it for him by being a mother where a queen mother was needed. She was a queen mother now. She had not, before this hour, used the word for herself even in her own head. She used it now. She would have to use it more. The wind moved at the high windows of the great hall. The household sat. The fire spat. The maps were laid out. The names of the small northern lords were called. The war began. Chapter 8 End Chapter 9. Wolf and dragon, the north marched south on the 17th day of autumn. The ground was already hard. The leaves on the long ride down out of the wolf's wood and along the King's Road were red and gold and dry, and the wind that came off the heaths above the last river had a little knife in it. The army that came down out of Winterfell was not, by southern reckoning, a great army. It was, by northern reckoning, every Northman who had ever lived. The Manderley men came up from White Harbor. The Glover men came in from Deepwood Motte. The Karstarks came in 3 days ahead of schedule with 2,500 bows. The Mormont men came in late under their bear, with 200 riders and the old lady who led them riding her own horse at the head of them, and refusing all offers of a litter. The Reed men came up out of the swamps without standards or banners and joined the column without ceremony, the way Crannog men always joined. The Serwins and the Hornwoods, the Tall Hearts and the Floors. The small mountain houses, who had not been called for in 3 generations, came in with 20 men apiece and shaggy mountain ponies, and they said little, and they ate less, and their eyes were the gray of the country they had ridden out of. At the head of the column rode the king in the north. He had been crowned at Winterfell on the 3rd night of the assembly, in a small ceremony in the great hall, with his mother weeping in the 2nd row, and the great John's voice booming the proclamation, and Maester Luwin standing at the high table with his hands folded and not saying anything at all. Robb Stark wore the bronze and iron crown his ancestors had worn, the small spiked crown the kings of winter had worn before the dragons came, which had been brought up out of the crypts by Maester Luwin himself with a small careful ceremony that Lyanna had insisted on. He wore it lightly. He was 15 this autumn. The crown did not fit him perfectly. He wore it anyway. He had the long, stark face and the auburn touch in his hair, and he sat his horse the way his father had sat his horse. And Maester Luwin had remarked privately to the household steward, the morning of the crowning, that the boy looked in some lights very like Brandon Stark at 15. And the household steward had agreed and had told nobody. At the king in the north's right hand, 2 ranks back from the standards, rode a dark-haired boy of 14 in a stark gray cloak with a small silver wolf at the breast and the violet eyes that were no longer hidden. He had ridden out of Winterfell at his cousin's right hand, and he would ride at his cousin's right hand for the duration of the campaign. And he had a sword at his hip that his uncle had brought him a year before from a White Harbor smith, and he had Sir Roderick's lessons in his hands. And he had his mother's instructions in his head, and he had, that morning, a small private letter inside his cloak, which his mother had given him at the postern before the column moved out. He had not yet opened it. She had told him not to open it until he was beyond the neck. He had, like a good son, not opened it. He opened it on the 7th day, on the road, by candle, in a small inn at a place called Moat Cailin, where the column was holding for 2 days while the Reed men brought their boats up. The letter was short. Egon. If you are reading this, you are south of the neck. I have not been able to come south with you. I would have. Your uncle has been my brother for 30 years, and I would have ridden any distance to take him out of any cell. I am not coming because someone must stay at Winterfell in case the South sends a force north while the column is gone, and because Bran is here, and because Bran is too small to be dragged to a war he did not ask to fight, and because Catelyn will be home within the moon and she will need the keep ready when she gets here, and because my place is at the keep until the keep is no longer threatened. I have explained this to you in my own voice. You did not argue. I am proud of you for not arguing. 3 things. 1. You will not, on this campaign, let any man place you in front of your cousin Robb. He is the king in the north. You are his cousin. You will be at his right hand, and you will be his sword arm, and you will be his counsel, and you will be his shadow, and you will be his shield, but you will not be his rival. He will not let you be. The great John will not let you be. You will not let yourself be. Do not, in a council tent, accept any seat at the head of the table. Do not, in a battle line, ride ahead of him. Do not, in a parley, speak before him. He is the king. You are the prince of a different country. The two ranks do not collide as long as you do not let them. 2. You will not, when news comes of Daenerys Targaryen across the narrow sea, and news will come, my love, if it has not come by the time you read this. You will not write to her. You will not pledge to her. You will not name yourself her heir or her competitor. You will not, in any letter or in any room, speak of her as anything but your aunt. She is your aunt. You have never met her. She is younger than you. She will be a stranger to you for some long time yet. The South will try to set you against her or her against you, depending on the day. The South will fail, you will fail it. You will refuse to be set. Are we agreed? 3. The most important. You will, when this campaign ends, in whatever shape it ends, come home to me. Not to King's Landing, not to Dragonstone, not to a wedding in the Riverlands. Home. Your home is Winterfell. Your home is your mother's chamber and your cousin's hall and the heart tree in the godswood. Your home is the keep that has been keeping you for 15 years. The Iron Throne is not your home. It will never be your home. If the realm asks you for it, you will give the realm what answer you give. You will give it from Winterfell. Will you give me that? I love you. Be brave. Come home to me, mother. He read the letter 3 times in the candlelight in the small inn at Moat Cailin. He folded it. He put it back in the inside of his cloak. He sat with his hands flat on his knees a long time. Then he blew out the candle and he went out into the small inner yard of the inn, and Robb was standing there, leaning against the rail, looking at the moon. Brother, Robb said. Cousin. Cousin then. In a council tent we are cousins. Out here, brother, brother. Robb laughed briefly without humor. What did she write? What she always writes. She wrote you instructions. She did. 3 of them. Was one of them about not riding ahead of me? It was. She wrote me a letter too. One of mine was about not letting you ride ahead of me. We are bracketed. I find it comforting. Yes, brother, Robb. If we do this, if we win this, if we put my father back at Winterfell and my sisters back at my mother's table and Stannis on the throne, there will still be the question of you, I know. My mother and my aunt will not have it asked twice. They will only have it asked once by the ones who must ask it. I will be the first to ask it. I am asking it now. What kind of man do you propose to be? Jon was quiet a long count. I propose to be the kind of man, he said, who does not go into a thing without thinking on it. I have been thinking on it for 3 years. I will think on it for 1 more, perhaps, before I decide. I will not decide here on a northern road in autumn with my mother 3 weeks behind me and my king at the rail beside me. I will decide at home. I will tell you. You will be the first man I tell. Will you accept that? I will accept that. Good, brother, Robb, if you decide to be a king. Robb, if you decide, we will not be enemies. We will not be enemies. My mother says the same. My mother says the same. We have been raised by the same women. We will not be enemies. There is no version of this in which we are enemies. Are we agreed? We are agreed. They stood at the rail in the small inner yard of the inn and looked up at the moon, which was nearly full. And after a while Robb went inside. And after a while longer Jon went inside, and the column moved out at first light and rode on south. It went very quickly. War in the books was always slow. War on the road was either very slow or it was very fast, and there was little in between. This war was fast. The Lannister forces had been laying siege to Riverrun. Hoster Tully, who had lifted his banners on the day the small bloody letter from his daughter had come in, had moved his forces to engage them at the small junction of the Red Fork and the Tumblestone, and he had been pushed back into Riverrun, and the siege had settled. Catelyn Stark's brother Edmure had been captured at the stone mill. Catelyn's uncle the Blackfish, who at 62 was the most dangerous old man in the realm in a 30-mile radius of any river, had not been captured, and had been operating in the woods behind the Lannister lines with 300 Tully men, and was alive. The northern column, with 25,000 Northmen and a young king with a bronze and iron crown and his cousin at his right hand, came out of the King's Road onto the riverlands at the small town of Seaguard, and it did not stop. It did not lay over. It moved. It moved with the northern speed that Northmen moved at when they had decided to be somewhere by a particular morning. And the Lannister scouts on the eastern side of the siege did not see it until the morning. The column came out of the trees 3 miles east of Riverrun and rolled across the plain in the wide, loose northern formation. And the Lannister commander, who had been certain he had a fortnight, did not. The Battle of the Whispering Wood was fought on the second night after the column emerged. Robb Stark led the line at the front. Jon Snow Targaryen led the second wave on the right flank. The Greatjon led the third. The Lannister commander, Stafford Lannister, who had been Tywin's nephew and not, by household reputation, the brightest of the Lannister men, did not survive the first hour. The Lannister lines folded twice. The Lannister forces were broken before dawn. The siege of Riverrun was lifted before midday. Hoster Tully came out of his castle on a horse he had not ridden in 5 years, and embraced his grandson the king in the north in the inner yard of Riverrun in front of his banners, and his bannermen and his weeping septa. And he kissed the boy on both cheeks the way Tully men kissed at homecomings. And he turned then and looked across the yard at the dark-haired boy of 14 in the gray cloak with the violet eyes who was standing at his grandson's shoulder. And Hoster Tully's face did the small private thing it did when he was about to say a thing he had decided not to say, and he did not, in the end, say it. He inclined his head. He went past the boy into the keep. It was Edmure, ungraciously rescued from his cell in the lower tower, who walked across the yard to Jon and offered him a hand and said, in an undertone, "My nephew tells me you held the right flank." "I did, my lord." "He says you held it well. My cousin is generous." "My cousin is not generous when there are battles. My cousin is precise. My cousin does not waste a word in a dispatch about a flank. Do not contradict him. He is right. You held it well. Welcome to Riverrun, Prince. We are pleased to have you." It was the first time he had been called prince in public in the South by a southern lord. He did not flinch. He had not, since the Wolfswood, flinched at anything called him in front of southern men. "Thank you, my lord." "Edmure, when there are no servants about. We are kin in some convoluted way. You are my nephew's cousin. The Tullys do not draw the line as tightly as the Starks." "Edmure, then. Thank you." In King's Landing, on the morning the news of the Whispering Wood reached the Red Keep, Tywin Lannister sat in the small council chamber and did not, for a long count, speak. He had been sitting in the chair that had been his daughter's chair until 2 weeks before. He was the regent now. The boy on the throne was 11 and nominally king. The boy's mother had been quietly persuaded to retire to the Maiden Vault, where she had been visited every other day by her father and not at all by anyone else, and where she had begun, in the slow, careful way Cersei did things, to plan her next move. The men around the small council table that morning were Tywin, the Grand Maester, the Master of Coin, and Lord Petyr Baelish, who had taken Lord Varys's seat at the table 6 months before, because Lord Varys had quietly disappeared from his chambers in the dead of night and not reappeared. Tywin set the dispatch flat on the table. 25,000 men out of the north under a 15-year-old, my lord, said Pycelle. The 15-year-old beat my nephew at the Whispering Wood and lifted the siege of Riverrun in a single day. My lord, my nephew is dead. Yes, my lord. The Stafford boy, my lord, yes, I am sorry. He was a fool, my lord. He was my brother's son. My brother was a fool also. The fault is mine for trusting the line. I will not make that mistake again. I will lead the next force myself. My lord, perhaps a parley, Pycelle, be silent. Yes, my lord. Tywin looked across the table at Petyr Baelish, who was sitting with his small, still smile and his small, still hands folded on the table in the small, still way Petyr did things. Lord Baelish, my lord. What is the boy's price? The Stark boys, my lord, or the other? The other. A small pause. Baelish smiled a fraction wider. The Targaryen prince has no price, my lord, in any coin you would recognize. He is 14. He is not, by any report I can confirm, ambitious in the southern sense. He has been raised by his mother. His mother is the woman, my lord, who walked out of a tower in Dorne with him in her arms 15 years ago and went home and refused to come south for the king who killed his father. She has not been to court in 15 years. She has not received a southern guest who was not the king. She has not, by any report, allowed her son to be courted. The boy will not be bought by any of the small currencies that work on younger sons of small houses. He has them all already. He has gold by the Stark accounts. He has ladies if he wants them, and I am told he has not yet wanted any. He has a name. He has a kingdom in waiting. He does not need us. He is the most dangerous young man in the realm, my lord, because he is the most expensive and we are not in a position to pay his price. There must be a price, my lord. Forgive me, there may be a price. I do not yet know it. I am still listening for it. I will tell you when I have heard it. Hear it quickly, my lord. Tywin sat a long count. He looked at Pycelle. He looked at the master of coin. He looked at the dispatch. He took it up. He set it down. There is also the news from across the narrow sea. Yes, my lord, said Pycelle, the Targaryen girl. Yes, my lord, with dragons. Yes, my lord, 3 of them, 3, my lord. Unless the report is inflated, I have not yet been able to corroborate from a second source, perhaps 2, perhaps 4. The reports vary. They vary by no count below 1. There is at least 1 dragon, Lord Baelish, my lord. This realm has not seen a dragon in 100 years. It has not, my lord, and we are about to see at least 1. Yes, my lord. And we have a Targaryen boy in the Riverlands at the head of 25,000 Northmen, and the fact, currently, that the Targaryen boy and the Targaryen girl have not yet been in the same room. Yes, my lord. That is the current fact, Lord Baelish, my lord. Make sure they continue to not be in the same room, my lord, in any way that you can manage, with any letter you have to write, through any small bird you have to send. I will not have them in the same room until I have a plan. Do you hear me? I hear you, my lord. Go and do it. Petyr Baelish bowed. He went. Tywin sat at the table a long count after he had gone and looked at the wall and thought. The army that took King's Landing did not take it in the way the songs would later say. The songs would say it was taken with a great battle on the King's Road. The songs would say there was a great single combat between the king in the north and the mountain that rides. The songs would say there was a moment of high ringing speeches at the Lion Gate and a banner falling from the highest tower of the Red Keep. The songs are wrong. The songs are usually wrong. What happened was that the army marched south slowly and reached the Trident and waited there for 2 weeks while the Tully bannermen fortified, and waited a further 3 weeks while Stannis Baratheon's forces moved from Dragonstone, and met Stannis at last at the small town of Stony Sept. And there, a single quiet conversation took place in a small upstairs room of a small inn, between Robb Stark and Stannis Baratheon, with no man else in the room except for one Stark cousin in a gray cloak with a small silver wolf at the breast. The conversation was not in any history book afterward. The history books do not record it. Neither of the 3 men who were in the room gave any account of it later. The history books record only the result. The result was that Stannis Baratheon was crowned at Storm's End within the moon. that the city of King's Landing fell to a combined Stark Baratheon force without a battle, that Tywin Lannister surrendered in the throne room rather than burn his daughter's city to take the rest of the realm with him, that Joffrey was put aside and named bastard and confined to the maiden vault with his mother and his siblings, and that Eddard Stark was brought up out of the black cells alive and very thin and walked into the throne room on his own feet and embraced his son and his nephew in front of the broken iron throne while his daughters stood on the steps weeping into their mother's gown. The Stark family had won, in the small, careful way the Stark family had always won when they had been pushed far enough and given long enough to swing. It had not been won cheaply. The Great John had lost his right hand at the Battle of the Stony Sept. Lord Karstark had lost his eldest son at the Whispering Wood, and his middle son in the small, brutal cavalry skirmish on the Kingsroad. Edmure Tully had lost 26 of the men who had ridden out of Riverrun with him. The Great John's hand was on a spike outside the Lion Gate of the Red Keep within a week of the city falling, where the Great John had personally hung it the day after the surrender, with a sign hand-lettered by him in such bad spelling that Maester Luwin had forbidden any future copying of the sign. The Karstarks had buried their dead in the small cemetery behind the Sept of Stony Sept and ridden home. Edmure had taken his men back to Riverrun and had not yet, 6 months later, smiled at any joke. Stannis Baratheon had been crowned at Storm's End with no fanfare, and no banners and a maester reading the words. He had refused the crown his brother had worn, on the principle that he had not taken the realm by the same trickery, and had had a smaller iron crown made for himself by the smith at Storm's End, and had worn it on a chain around his neck for the entire journey back to King's Landing, and had only put it on his head on the morning he had walked into the Red Keep through the broken Lion Gate. The Stark family had not, in any of those 6 months, raised any banner of the dragon in any keep they held. It was at the high table of the small feast Stannis hosted in the great hall of the Red Keep on the 3rd night of his reign that the Targaryen news from the east came in. The maester brought the dispatch up to Stannis at the head table. Stannis read it without expression. He passed it to his hand, Davos Seaworth, who read it without expression. Davos passed it to Eddard Stark, who was sitting at Stannis' right hand because he was the Stark and because Stannis had asked. Ned read it. Ned set it down. Ned looked at it a long count. Then he passed it to his nephew, who was sitting 1 seat down from him at the table. Jon read it. The dispatch said a great many things. The most important of them was that a young woman calling herself Daenerys Stormborn of House Targaryen, the first of her name, the Khaleesi of the Great Grass Sea, the mother of dragons, had landed at Dragonstone 2 days before with 3 large reptiles that flew, and a force of Unsullied numbering 8,000, and a cohort of Dothraki numbering perhaps 15,000, and a fleet of 100 ships, and that she had taken the abandoned keep of Dragonstone without resistance because Stannis' men had pulled out of it the previous month, and that she had sent a single raven to the Red Keep with a single sentence on the parchment. The sentence was, "I have come for what is mine." Jon read the sentence. He folded the parchment. He set it on the table. He looked across at Stannis Baratheon at the head of the high table. Stannis was watching him. "Your Grace," Jon said, "boy, you have a question for me." "I do." "I will answer it before the table." "Speak it for me, then. I have not yet asked it." "You wish to know what I propose to do?" "I do." The hall around them had gone very quiet in the small particular way halls did when a high-table conversation became audible past the second tier. Jon stood up. He did not, in standing, look at his cousin Robb beside him. He did not look at his uncle. He looked at Stannis Baratheon at the head of the table. "Your Grace, my Aunt Daenerys Targaryen has landed at Dragonstone with 3 dragons and 23,000 men and a fleet. She has sent a parchment that says she has come for what is hers. She means the Iron Throne. She is my father's sister. She is my closest blood on my father's side. She is younger than me by some months by the count of my mother's maester. I have not met her. I have not in 15 years written to her. She has not, that I know of, written to me. We are family by blood. We are strangers in every other way. Yes, boy, your grace, I do not propose to ride against her. The hall went still. I also do not propose to ride for her. The hall did not move, your grace. I propose this. I propose to ride to Dragonstone myself, with a small escort of my cousin's men and 3 of my uncles, and to meet my aunt face to face, in the keep my father's house held for 300 years. I propose to speak with her. I propose to present myself to her. I propose to tell her, in my own voice, that the realm has come through a war, and that the realm has a king who has been crowned and who is sitting at this table tonight, and that the realm cannot, at this moment, take a second war on the heels of the first, and that the throne she has come for is not, in this hour, available to her. I propose to ask her, on behalf of the realm, to set Dragonstone as her seat for a season, to be received by King Stannis at this court as the lawful heir to her brother's house, to be granted the lands and titles of her father, and to wait. She is 17. The throne she wants is not going anywhere in 17 years. Her dragons can remain on the island. The island will support them. The realm can support a Targaryen princess at Dragonstone, as it supported one for 300 years before me. The realm cannot support a third war. I propose to present this case to her. I propose to bring her answer back to this table within the moon. I will not on this errand swear fealty to her. I will not on this errand claim the throne for myself. I will not on this errand allow her to claim it either. I will buy us time. I will buy this table time. Will your grace permit it? Stannis Baratheon sat at the high table a long count. His face was its usual face, which was to say no face at all. You will go to Dragonstone alone with 12 men. Yes, your grace. You may not return. That is a risk, your grace. It is a great risk. It is. Yes, your grace. Your mother will not thank me. My mother does not need to thank you, your grace. My mother is at Winterfell. She has been waiting for me to make the choice she raised me to make. I am making it now. She will hear of it. She will not in the end be unhappy with it. She will not thank you because she will not in this matter be thanking anyone. You are sure? I am sure, your grace. Stannis looked at him a count more. Go then. Take your 12. Take Davos with you for the negotiation. You will need him. He is the best mouth I have. He is yours for the moon. Bring back her answer. Do not, in any chamber on Dragonstone, accept any cup of wine a Targaryen pours you herself. Do not eat any meat that has not been brought to your table by a man of your cousins. Do not be alone with her. Do not, in particular, be alone with the elder of the dragons. The elder of the dragons is, I am told, the size of a cog and very ill-tempered. Are we agreed? We are agreed, your grace. Thank you. Sit down, boy, eat your supper. The road begins in the morning. He sat down. He ate his supper. He did not, after that night, sleep well. But he did sleep. And the sun came up at last over the red keep on a clear cold morning, and the ride to Dragonstone began, and at his right hand rode Davos Seaworth, who was 43 this autumn and had a smuggler's silver hand at his belt and a small, dry, quiet manner he had inherited from his trade. They rode out of the mud gate. They went down to the harbor. The galley was waiting. The dragons were 3 days' sail across a calm sea. He stood at the rail of the galley as it cleared the harbor mouth, with Davos beside him and the city falling behind, and he thought of his mother at Winterfell at her writing desk, and of his uncle standing at the broken iron throne, and of his cousin in the bronze andiron crown, and of a girl he had never seen, 2 days east of him, who had hatched 3 dragons out of stone in a country of grass. He thought of the boy he had been at 7 in the Godswood, asking his mother why he had 2 names. He thought of the answer she had given him. He thought of the answer he had built for himself in the years between, and of the answer he had not yet given to the young king at the table the previous night, and to the older king who would ask it of him at Dragonstone within the week. Davos, beside him at the rail, said quietly, "Prince." "Lord Hand, what will you tell her? The truth, as much of it as I have. She is my aunt. She has had a hard life. She has been told a story about her family for 15 years that is part true and part not. I will not lie to her about which part is which. I will not flatter her. I will not court her. I will tell her what is. We will see what she does with what is. And if she will not listen, then she will not listen. The dragons will fly or they will not. I will come home if I can. If I cannot, you will go home and tell my mother I tried. Prince, Lord Hand. You are calmer than I expected. My mother told me once that calm was a thing you put on the way you put on a cloak. It is not the same as fearlessness. It does not need to be. It only has to keep the wind off the parts of you that would otherwise be cold. I am wearing the cloak. Underneath it, I am terrified. Do not tell my cousin." Davos laughed, a small dry laugh, and clapped him once on the shoulder and turned to watch the city fall away over the stern. The wind freshened. The galley heeled. The Targaryen prince stood at the rail in the stark gray cloak with the small silver wolf at the breast, and he watched the eastern horizon, where the dragons were waiting. Chapter 9. End Chapter 10. The realm remade Daenerys Targaryen, the first of her name, sat in the long council chamber of Dragonstone in the chair her grandfather had sat in, and she watched the doors at the far end of the chamber open and the small party of Westerosi men come in behind her steward. And she did not, at first, recognize the dark-haired boy at the front of them as anyone she had been told about. She had been told about a Stark cousin of the new king. She had been told about a hand who had been a smuggler. She had not been told about a boy of 14 with violet eyes, and her mother's mouth and her brother Rhaegar's brow, who walked into her family's chamber in a stark gray cloak with a small silver wolf on the breast and stopped 4 paces from her chair and inclined his head with the small northern inclination she had read of in books and never seen done. "Princess, you are the boy." "I am, Princess. My nephew." "Your nephew. Sit." He sat. Davos sat. The 12 men who had come with him stood behind. The Dothraki women at her shoulders did not move. The Unsullied at the doors did not move. Outside, somewhere very high above the keep, a dragon was crying. The cry did not echo into the room. The room had been built 400 years before by men who had wanted privacy from dragons. She watched him a long count. He was, she saw, not what she had been led to expect by Viserys' stories. Viserys had told her, all her childhood, of a stolen sister and a slain prince, and a child the wolves had eaten. Viserys had been wrong about most of his stories and had been most wrong about this one. The wolves had not eaten the child. The wolves had raised it. The boy in the chair across from her had violet eyes and her brother's brow and a stark cloak over his shoulders, and the cloak was not, in the way the cloak hung, an ill-fitting cloak. It was his cloak. "You are tall. My mother is tall. My brother was tall. My father, Princess, yes. You knew him. He died at the Trident before I was born. I know him only through my mother and through the books. I am told I have his brow. I am told I have his hands. I am told I do not have his voice or his way with words. I do not have his madness, Princess. I would tell you so plainly. I have known the songs about my father. My mother has told me the songs are part true. He was strange. He was sad. He was kind. He was wrong in the end about leaving my mother where he left her. He paid for it with his life. I am his only living son. I am also the only living son of Lyanna Stark. The two facts together are why I am here, and why I have been raised in a northern keep instead of in Pentos, and why I have come south now to speak to you. May I speak? Speak. He spoke. He spoke for half an hour. He told her his story plainly in flat sentences. He told her about the tower in Dorne. He told her about the bargain. He told her about Robert. He told her about the years at Winterfell. He told her about the king's visit. He told her about Bran. He told her about his uncle in the black cells. He told her about Stannis. He told her, plainly and without flourish, why he had come to Dragonstone, what he had been instructed by the king in the north to ask, what he had decided himself to ask, and what he was prepared to offer in return. She listened without interrupting. She had been raised by Viserys, and Viserys had not been a good listener, and she had learned in her own slow, careful way that listening was a thing that had to be done in silence, and she did it now. When he had finished, she sat in her grandfather's chair a long count. Outside, the dragon cried again. She did not move. "You are not asking me," she said, "to step aside." "I am not, Aunt. I am asking you to stay your hand. The realm has not the strength for a third war. It is half burned already. It is taxed beyond endurance. The Iron Throne is a chair, Princess. The Iron Throne is a chair my father's many times grandfather had built for himself out of the swords of his enemies. The chair is not the realm. The chair will be there in 5 years. It will be there in 10. It will be there in 20. It is not running anywhere. The realm is bleeding. We can stop the bleeding. The chair can wait. You are asking me to let the stag sit on my brother's chair. I am asking you to let the stag sit on it for the time he has left. Stannis Baratheon is 41. He has 1 daughter and no sons. The Baratheon line dies with him by every count of every Meister I have read. He will sit 15 years, perhaps 20. He will be a hard king. He will be a just king. He will not be loved. He will pay the realm's debts. He will repair its roads. He will, when he dies, leave a realm in better order than the one he found. He has no son. The line of succession will then be open. The realm will then be ready for what comes next. And what comes next? That, Princess, will be for the realm to decide. It will not be for me to decide. I am not making myself king tonight. I am not asking you to make yourself queen tonight. I am asking us to use the next 15 years for what they can do. I will be 29 in 15 years. You will be 32. We will have known each other by then. We will have written letters. We will have built things. We will have, perhaps, a settlement that does not require a 3rd dragon and a 4th war. Will you hear me on this, Aunt? She watched him a long count. You are very calm, nephew. My mother told me to be calm. My mother was murdered before I was born by the Meisters at Dragonstone. I am sorry, Aunt. I have been told. My mother told me. We will, if you permit, both grieve for our mothers in the same hall this winter. You are very calm. Underneath it I am terrified, Aunt. Lord Davos asked me on the boat. I told him so. I will tell you the same. I am 14. I have not, in my life, been farther south than King's Landing. I am sitting in front of a Targaryen aunt with 3 dragons in her courtyard and an army in her keep. I am terrified. I am also, in the part of me that my mother trained, calm. The 2 parts are sitting in this chair together. They are not arguing tonight. She made a small sound that was almost a laugh. It was the sound a young woman makes when an answer has surprised her into liking it. She covered the sound with her hand. She watched him account more. You are not what I expected, Aegon Targaryen. Nor are you, Daenerys Targaryen, what I expected. May we begin again, Aunt, with the foolish stories on the floor between us? We may. Thank you. She looked across at Davos briefly, the small, careful glance a woman gave a man whose advice she had not asked for and was now beginning to want. Davos did not move. Davos did not, by his face, advise her of anything. Davos had been, in his small life, a smuggler, and a smuggler knew when to remain a piece of furniture in a room and when to be seen. and Davos was, at this hour, a piece of furniture. She rose. She came down the small step from the dais. She crossed the floor toward Jon. She paused 4 paces from him. She did not, in the next count, do what one of the men at her shoulder had been worried she might do. "Walk with me," she said. "On the cliffs. I would like the dragons to see you. I would be honored, Aunt. You may yet not be honored in 5 minutes. They are particular. I would still be honored." She laughed then, a small, clear young laugh that was no version of the laugh he had been carrying in his head for 15 years from the songs old Nan had told him. And she beckoned him with one slim hand, and he rose and followed her. With Davos 2 steps behind and the Dothraki at her shoulders moving with them in the easy, quiet way of men who had ridden with her since she was 13, the dragons saw him. They did not eat him. The eldest of them, a great black creature the size of a cog, sniffed at him 3 times and did not, on the 3rd, decide that he should be objected to. Daenerys watched the meeting with her arms folded, and her hair the white of milk in the sea wind, and her violet eyes the same violet as his. And after the eldest of the dragons had laid its great black head down at last on the cold stone of the cliff, and closed an eye against the sun, she turned to Jon and said quietly, "They know your blood." "It seems so, Aunt. There has not been a Targaryen in this realm in 15 years for them to test. They will need to test. They will be testing for some weeks. Will you stay through the testing as long as I am useful, Aunt? I have been told by my king to bring back an answer within the moon. You will have the answer. We will speak of it tomorrow. Tonight you will eat at my table. You will sleep under my roof. You will not be poisoned. I have given my word. I have not been concerned about poisoning, Aunt. Liar. Slightly liar. Forgive me." She laughed again. She put her hand briefly on his shoulder the way Lyanna had put her hand on his shoulder 1,000 times. The hand had a different weight. It had a different shape. He held himself still under it. He did not flinch. "You are family," she said. "You are the only family I have in this country. Welcome, Aegon Targaryen. Thank you, Aunt." She turned. She walked back along the cliffs toward the keep, and her hair went out behind her in the wind. And Jon Snow Targaryen walked at her shoulder, and behind them, on the warm stone, the great black dragon opened one eye and watched them go and closed it again, and did not move. The settlement, when it came, was not a glamorous one. The realm, which had been hungry for songs after the long war, would later sing a great many songs about it that did not bear on the actual document. The actual document was 12 pages long, in Maester Luwin's small clear hand, with 3 signatures at the bottom: Stannis Baratheon, Daenerys Targaryen, and Aegon Targaryen in that order, and 4 wax seals, the 4th being the small wolf of Robb Stark, King in the North, who had insisted on signing it as a witnessing party, even though no party had asked him to. The settlement said the following things: Stannis Baratheon was the lawful king of the 7 kingdoms. Daenerys Targaryen was confirmed as the lawful princess of Dragonstone, with the lands and titles of her father, with the right to maintain her own household, her own armed forces up to a stipulated cap, and her own dragons. She was named the lawful heir to the Iron Throne in the event that Stannis Baratheon should die without male issue. Robb Stark was confirmed as the king in the North. His kingdom would be a sovereign kingdom in alliance with the Iron Throne. The wall would remain under the joint protection of the king in the North and the king on the Iron Throne. The North would pay no tax to the Iron Throne and would render no fealty oath, but would render military aid to the realm in any war declared by the lawful king of the Iron Throne in any cause the king in the North judged just. The Riverlands would remain under the Iron Throne. Catelyn Stark would, on the day her son was crowned, formally renounce her Tully connection in favor of her father, and her father's bannermen would render the customary oath to the Iron Throne under Hoster Tully's hand. Eddard Stark would return to Winterfell with his wife and his daughters and his small son, and would resume the lordship of Winterfell as hand to the king in the north. He would not, as part of the settlement, return to the Iron Throne in any office. He had had enough of that office for his life. Aegon Targaryen was confirmed as a Targaryen prince of the realm, with the right to bear his name and his colors openly in any keep of the Seven Kingdoms. He was offered formally the seat of Summerhall, which had stood vacant since the burning, with the title of Prince of Summerhall. He declined it, with thanks. He accepted, instead, the small northern title of Lord of Long Lake, which his cousin had quietly proposed at the second day of negotiations, and which carried no southern obligations of any kind. He would reside at Winterfell with his mother for as long as his mother lived. After that, he would be free to take Long Lake or return to Summerhall, or remove to Dragonstone with his aunt, or to do whichever of those things he then chose. The choice was his. Cersei Lannister and her 3 children would be confined to Casterly Rock for the natural lives of the children, under the parole of Tywin Lannister. They would not enter King's Landing in any of their lives. They would not, in particular, marry. The line of the queen that was would die with the children. Tywin Lannister would resign as Warden of the West and would retire to Casterly Rock. His brother Kevin would assume the wardenship. Jaime Lannister would be released from the Kingsguard. He would not, by any provision of the settlement, be punished further. He would also not, by any provision, ever enter King's Landing or any seat of the Iron Throne again. Petyr Baelish would, by special Stark provision insisted upon by Catelyn Stark in her own hand, be hanged from the mud gate within the moon. The realm would observe a year of mourning for King Robert. The dragons would not, except by mutual agreement of the 3 signing parties, fly south of the Trident. The document was sealed in the small council chamber of the Red Keep on a clear cold morning 2 months after Jon's first arrival at Dragonstone. The bells of the city rang for an hour. The city, which had been holding its breath in the small, careful way cities hold their breath after their walls have been broken twice in 2 years, exhaled. Eddard Stark stood at the high window of the Tower of the Hand and looked out over the city for a long count. Catelyn stood beside him. He took her hand. "Cat, Ned, we are going home. Yes, I will not come back south, I know. Lyanna will not either, I know. The boy will come home with us. I know." She looked at him. He looked at her. He had been thin when he had come up out of the cell, and he had been gray at the temples, and he had been 3 years older in 3 months than he had been when he had ridden out of Winterfell. She had been thin also, and she had been quiet for some weeks afterward, and she had not, in the first nights, slept beside him. Because she had been carrying things in her head, she had not yet been able to lay down. They had laid them down by inches in the long, slow way old marriages laid down hard things. She put her arm through his. He put his hand over her hand. They stood at the window. "It is a good settlement," she said. "It is. It will hold. For some years. After Stannis dies, it will need to be rewritten. Yes, Lyanna will be there for some of that. She will. The boy will be there for all of it. Yes, he will be a great man, Cat. He is a great man already. He is 14. He is 14, and he has signed a document with a king on each side of him and a princess across the table. And he has done it without raising his voice, and without claiming anything for himself that he would not give to another. And he has done it with my husband in the room. And my husband has been proud of him. He is a great man." Ned was quiet account. "Yes," he said, "he is a great man." They went home in the spring. The road north was muddy and slow, and the procession was small. Stannis had insisted on no royal escort beyond the Trident. The northern column had been disbanded at Riverrun and sent home in groups of 3,000. each group's captain bearing a small sealed pouch of pay from the Iron Throne, which the Tullys had been permitted, in the settlement, to draw against their own treasury, and which Edmure had grumbled about for a moon. The settlement had said nothing, formally, about the Targaryen prince's living arrangements. The settlement had not needed to. It was understood. Lyanna Stark was at the gates of Winterfell when the column came up the road. She had been at the gates of Winterfell for a week. She had been told the column was 3 days behind by the Greatjohn's outriders. She had been told it was 2 days behind by her own. She had been told it was 1 day behind by a Serwyn boy who had ridden up from the Kingsroad in the dark. She had not, in the 7 days, slept very long at any one stretch. She had not gone down into the inner yard to greet anyone, but had, instead, stood at the high outer rampart above the gate, in her gray cloak, with the small silver wolf at the breast, and looked south. Catelyn was the first one she saw, riding pillion behind her brother on the lead horse. Sansa was beside Catelyn, on a tall gray mare. Arya was behind Sansa, on a smaller, darker pony, with her riding skirts hiked up and her hair loose. Bran was at the gate with Lyanna, and had been there since the morning, with his small fist tight in his aunt's hand, and his face hidden against her hip. Behind the Stark women rode Ned, and beside Ned rode his nephew. Both of them looked up at the rampart at the same moment. Both of them stopped their horses at the same moment. Both of them dismounted at the same moment. The procession behind them halted. The household at the gates, which had been waiting to cheer, did not cheer. The household had been told, very quietly by Maester Luwin, that the first homecoming was for the family. Lyanna came down the long stair of the rampart. She did not run. She did not in any way hurry. She had practiced the descent of the stair in her own head for some weeks, and she had decided that she would walk it. She walked it. She came across the inner yard to where her brother was standing, and she stopped 1 pace from him, and she looked at him, and he looked at her. And after a moment he stepped forward and put his arms around her, and her face went into his shoulder, and they stood that way for a long count. Then she stepped back. Then she turned. Then she went to where her son was standing. He was taller than she was by a hand. He had been the same height as her at 13. He had grown the rest in the year. He stood with his stark gray cloak over his shoulders and the small silver wolf at the breast, and his violet eyes on hers, and his face the small grave face she had been seeing in the mirror all the years he had been gone from her. And he did not, in the first count, speak. She did not speak either. She put her hand once briefly on his cheek. She let it stay there. She looked at him. "My son, mother, you came home, I came home. You signed the document, I signed the document. You took Long Lake, I took Long Lake. You did not take Summerhall. I did not, mother, I did not want it. The South is not my country yet. It may never be. We will see. You are very tall. It is the cloak. The cloak makes me look taller. The cloak does not make you taller. You are taller. I am old. Hush, come here." He came. She put her arms around him. He was, for a brief count, 14 again and small, and her son in her arms. Then the count ended, and he was a young man in a gray cloak with a long line of family behind him and a long road in front of him, and she let him go, and she stepped back, and she lifted her chin, and she looked at her brother and at her brother's wife, and at her nieces and her nephew, and at the long household waiting on the steps, and she said, in the small clear voice she had used at his name day in the Godswood at 7, "All of you, come inside. The supper is hot. The household has been waiting since the first bells. Come." They came inside. That night, very late, after the household had eaten and the songs had been sung and the children had been put to bed, and Catelyn had gone with Ned to the chamber she had not slept in for a year and a half, Lyanna Stark and her son walked together in the Godswood, alone. Along the cleared path under the white bark birches to the heart tree, they stood under the tree. The white face wept its small red sap. The wind moved very high in the upper branches. She did not for a long count speak. Aegon, mother, you did well. I did what you raised me to do. That was the same thing. Yes, mother. She put her hand once on the cold red root of the tree, the way Catelyn had put her hand on it many years before. She did not, this time, mark anything with the sap. She only stood with her hand on the root account. Your father would have been proud of you. Mother, he would have. He was a strange man. He believed strange things. He read too much. He listened too little until very near the end. He would not, on the day you were born, have known what to do with you. By the time he had been your father for a year, he would have. He would have been proud. I have lately been able to admit that he would have been proud. I had not been able to for some years. Mother, I am sorry, my love. I am tired. Forgive me. Mother, sit. There is a bench. Sit. She sat. He sat beside her. She put her head on his shoulder briefly, the way she had not done in some long time, and he put his arm around her shoulders, and they sat that way for a count, under the heart tree in the godswood at Winterfell, on a clear, cold spring night, with the small lemon trees over by the smaller white-bark birches in flower again for the second year, and the keep all around them quiet at last. Aegon, mother, you are going to be a great king some day. I am not going to be a king, mother. We have signed the document. You will be a king of some other kind. You will not call it that. The realm, some country, you will. I have watched you grow. You will in some shape be that thing. I am sorry. I cannot help it. It is what I see when I look at you. I will not push you toward it. I will not pull you. You will find your own shape. I am only telling you what I see. Mother, it is only what I see. Yes, mother. They sat on the bench. The wind moved. A small, late-flying raven crossed the sky above the godswood, dark against the moon. Somewhere in the keep an old dog barked once and was quiet. The fire in the great hall had burned down to embers. The household slept. After a long while she lifted her head from his shoulder. She kissed his temple briefly. She stood up. Come, she said. Bed, we will speak more in the morning. Tomorrow, there is the household to put back together, and the small northern council to call, and a letter to write to your aunt at Dragonstone, and a letter to write to your cousin in the Riverlands, and the small business of a kingdom that is no longer ours to run for a year. We will start in the morning. Tonight sleep. Yes, mother. He rose. He took her arm. They walked back through the cleared path under the white-bark birches, and the heart tree wept its small red sap behind them, and the godswood held its long quiet. And the young man in the stark gray cloak with the silver wolf on his breast, and the violet eyes of his father walked his mother home through the keep that had kept them both for 15 years. In the morning, the household began again. There were letters to write. There was a kingdom to mend. There was, in the Maester's tower, a small wooden box that no longer needed to be hidden. There was, in the great hall, the Lord's chair, which Eddard Stark sat in for the first time in a year and a half, and which his nephew did not, on the first morning, sit in beside him because the small Lord's stool had been put back in its proper place at the Lord's right hand. There was, in the godswood, the heart tree. There was, in the small antechamber off the great hall, a long oak table with the small northern lords already arriving, and the maps already laid out, and 1,000 small things to do. There was, far to the north of Winterfell, beyond the wall, in country no household at the keep had yet thought about as much as it ought to have, a second long winter beginning to gather, in the slow, patient way long winters gathered. There would be other wars. There would be other dragons. There would be other choices. The household at Winterfell did not yet know about the second long winter. It would in time. Aegon Targaryen would in time ride north for it, with a sword at his hip and a cloak on his shoulders and a Stark king at his right hand, and it would be the long work of the rest of his life. But that was years away. That was a story for some other telling. This story, the story of the boy who had been raised in a northern keep by his Stark mother as a Targaryen prince openly, and who had walked out of that keep at 14 and set down a settlement on a southern table without a war. This story ended, properly, in the Godswood at Winterfell. On a clear, cold spring night, with a mother and a son sitting on a small bench under the heart tree, and the keep around them quiet, and the long road behind them, and the long road ahead of them, and the small ember of the family they had made together still burning very steadily in the dark. Lyanna Stark had survived the Tower of Joy. Her son had survived everything that had come after. The North had risen, and the South had bent, and the realm had not in the end broken. That was the settlement. That was enough. In years to come, when a Maester at Oldtown sat down to write the official history of the Second Age of the Realm, he would devote a single chapter to the arrangement Aegon Targaryen had brokered between the stag, the dragon, and the wolf in the spring of his 14th year. The chapter would be, by Maester standards, brief. It would not, the Maester would write, be a glamorous matter. It would be a settlement signed in winter, under a king who had not wanted to be one, by a princess who had not yet decided what kind of queen she would be, and by a boy who had, in the space of a single month, taught the realm how to disagree without burning. The chapter would conclude with a sentence that became, by other men's later pens, the first line of every schoolroom history of the period in the Seven Kingdoms. The boy from the tower walked into a council chamber and laid down the swords, and the realm for a generation listened. The boy from the tower was, by the time the Maester wrote that sentence, a man of 43 with 3 children of his own and a long northern keep at his back, and a great gray and silver direwolf dragon at his standard, and he had not, in any of the years between, regretted the choice he had made at the age of 14. His mother had lived to see 2 of his children. She had not lived to see the 3rd. She had been buried in the crypts at Winterfell, beside her brother Brandon and her father Rickard, as she had asked, with the small silver wolf and dragon brooch he had made for her on her 60th name day pinned at her throat. The household of Winterfell still spoke of her on the long winter nights, in the small voices northern households used for the long-departed, and her son passed by her stone in the crypt every morning of his life on his way to the Lord's chair. And never once did he pass it without putting his hand briefly on the cold stone of it and saying, in the small private voice he had used in the Godswood at 7, "Mother." That was the last word in the last record of the story she had bargained for in a tower in Dorne in the year 283 AC. It was a good word. It was the right one. Chapter 10 end.